Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the live stream on the day 2 of Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025. With me is my very good friend, the one and only Harshit Raja. Hello,
Hello,
Harshit
hello,
Bhai.
hello, Sagar bhai. How are you?
Doing well, Harshit Bhai. How are you doing?
I'm so happy to be here. This is the second day, and today is going to be such a special day because we have 4 rounds of play. But as you know, in the ninth round, Sagar bhai, what's the matchup?
Well, it's the former world champion versus the current world champion. Magnus, Carlsen, and Gukesh are going to cross swords.
They are going to play against each other. And also, don't forget that the last two players, the ninth and the 10th place, are going to get eliminated. So it's going to be a very crucial matchup. Potentially might even decide who qualifies and who gets
Oh.
eliminated.
Oh my god. If imagine that at that point one of the players is going to get eliminated, it would create so much pressure. These are currently the standings of the tournament. Let me just fix this. Until then, Harshit Bhai, how is the overall feeling?
I mean, to be honest, the games are about to start very soon. The players have already taken their seats. I think if you can see in the other camera, Gukesh has already taken his seat.
Yes, we started with that scene.
Oh, wow.
Actually,
So
that
Gukesh is already here and all the players are going to join in. The game starts in about 3 to 4 minutes, guys. But they are probably choosing what position they are going to play. This is going to be an epic day, Sagar bhai.
Yeah, today I think it will be very interesting to see Harshit Bhai who comes out on the top. Will Sindarov and Fabiano Caruana continue their dream run, or will someone come back from the dead? And I believe that Levon Aronian and
Fedoseev.
Fedoseev have a lot to catch up today. Let's have a look at the standings here. After 5 rounds, we have Caruana leading, Sindarov also leading, Alireza, Firouzja, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and these are the standings we have. Look at the players on 2 points.
Yeah, just to again mention, as of right now, Fedoseev and Aronian are potentially facing the risk of being eliminated. So they really need to pick their pace up and try to save themselves from getting eliminated.
Agreed, Harshit Bhai. And in our chat, people are saying Harshit Bhai looking handsome today.
Arey, thank you.
Kya Harshit Bhai, what's the secret?
The secret is the shaving story, and if you guys have not checked it out, then you can go in yesterday's stream and
Can we do a story on that and record and put on your channel?
Arey.
Okay, guys.
Blessing in disguise.
Yeah, blessing in disguise. A lot of people have loved your look today, Harshit Bhai. But talking about look, one player who is looking super focused is Domaraju Gukesh. Look at him. He's taking on Fabiano Caruana and he's looking at the position actually now, what to play.
Yeah, I think they have already decided what positions they are going to play in. I think I don't know what position number they've chosen, but the position have already been decided. And Gukesh is playing against
Gukesh is playing Caruana, bhai.
Caruana.
Yes.
That's a big game for him. Gukesh is currently 2 out of 5, so he really also wants to make sure that he doesn't have any problems to qualify in the top 8 because ये tournament का main task is to come in top 8 and then we are going to go in the
there is one
classical
small
portion.
thing which I must tell the viewers, that if you finish in top 4, then you can basically select your opponents. Like one can select from 5, 6, 7, 8 who he wants to play. Two can then select from the remaining 3. But if you are in bottom 4, then you
Yeah.
don't have that choice.
That's true. And it might be a big difference. For example, if you are top 4 and then you can choose between playing, for example, Fedoseev and playing Magnus, you would obviously try to avoid playing against Magnus. So you're definitely right. Big advantage for players who finish in the top 4.
Right. And guys, as people are joining in, yes, number 4 can't select. It will be 1, 2, 3. So it's actually only top 3
Top
can
3,
select.
okay.
Yeah. And today Magnus will win 4 rounds, says Satpal Singh. Satpal Singh ji, I am with you. मैंने तो कल ही बोला था Magnus is going to win all the rounds today. Magnus is today taking on, however, a very stiff challenge in the form of Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Let's see if they are here. No, none of them have yet, because I guess they are analyzing still. So Harshit bhai, my question to you is,
Yes.
this position which we have on the board with the queen in the
Let's try
corner.
to predict, guys. Guys, predict the first move, and maybe like if there is any one person who predicts the best move, then we can give him a shout out.
Yes, for sure. I mean, we shout out, and also, guys, try to think what would be the best move here. Not at all easy, but I feel Harshit bhai, it's actually a little bit थोड़ा दिख रहा है ना, जैसे क्वीन साइड पे है, ऐसे देख रही है. Maybe I would choose b4.
Yeah, I think for me somehow c4 seems logical. C4 or somehow yeah c4. I think is the most logical move for me, Sagar. I try to open up my bishop on b1.
Acha. So
So
c4 is what Harshit bhai suggests.
oh, also don't forget I do have this idea of going knight g3. Let's just to quickly
Oh,
show this
isn't this that
idea.
position
And
which
if
we
you
are...
go knight g6, knight f5, and suddenly if you like forget about my threat and play a move like
Let's
c5,
ask our viewers.
guys,
First question
of
for the day.
let's start with easy questions and then we'll progress towards difficult questions. First question, guys.
Yes, knight
Knight
g7.
g7. Omkar, Tanoga, Ojas. Lot of people finding the right move, Sagar. By knight takes g7 is checkmate.
Crazy.
So, these kind of ideas are definitely going to be in their minds while they try to analyze. Also, c4, very, very tempting to try and open up this bishop. Also, b3, actually, if you think about it, actually has a very
I want to
powerful
play
threat.
b4. That's why.
b4, maybe
Same threat.
also possible. Also possible to try and attack the g7 pawn. So I'm expecting one of these moves, b3, c4 or one of this.
People are saying in the chat, missing Amruta. Bhai, Amruta आएगी दोस्तों. She is right now, we have sent her the link. So she will join us. And also, guys, Help Chess is somewhere where you can support Indian chess. We started off with 2068 contributors. And our aim was to reach 2100. We got 7 believers. Sorry, 2168.
Oh,
And,
handshake. The handshake
wow.
between Fabi and Gukesh. So they're about to begin their games. What were the predictions?
b4 है, knight g3 है, a4 है. Every move has been predicted by.
Wow. Every move, so मतलब किसी ना किसी को तो correct मिल ही जाएगा answer.
Ooh, and look at this, Harshit bhai. There is a very, very nice moment here between both of them. Fabi is in great form because he has won 4 games out of 5 and 1 draw. Gukesh has lost 1 and 4 draws. He's not looking in top shape.
He is definitely not, but I'm sure he wants to change that as the games have begun. And c4, my move has been played.
Bhai, c4 is on the board. Fabi plays c4, guys. And there you see, he is Harshit bhai and Fabi thinking alike. Bhai, what are you doing, Harshit bhai? क्या खा रहे हो खाना में?
No, I mean, today I feel so energetic today. I woke up early, I got my breakfast, went on a nice walk, and I'm feeling very energetic. And I'm very excited to see what happens. f6. Very interesting decision.
And Gukesh is like, I want to blunt the queen on this diagonal, but at the same time, he's opening up his bishop.
Also, if you think about it, he is potentially putting his king under some sort of checking possibilities. But right now, of course, the king is very, very safe. Maybe knight g3, maybe knight g6.
Harshit bhai,
Potentially.
your test is coming to good use for Fabi now. He's bringing his knight in here to f5, and Gukesh opens up the bishop. He wants to maybe just chop off the knight if given an opportunity.
Maybe with the bishop being on g1, that might be an idea that he's considering.
Yes, and by the way, guys, f4 would be the best move here for Fabiano Caruana. Let's see if he manages to find it. It might be the best move here.
Yeah, f4 is a very, very powerful idea, trying to restrict black from capturing the knight on g3. So let's see if Fabi finds this. He is in top shape right now. Fabi, we have to say, is a small favorite in this game, Sagar bhai.
Definitely, Fabiano Caruana, the form he is in is so good that he's going to be favorite against everyone. And while we are talking,
we have a very, very strong Chess 960 commentator with us.
Chess 960 expert, the one and only Amruta
Ruta.
local. Hello, Amruta. Kaisi ho?
Hello guys, I'm good. Very sorry for being late there, but Harshit bhai, how are things going on
They're
with Sagar?
Sagar is doing very, very well. We have extremely good conditions in this. They're making sure that we only have to focus on the commentary and the production because क्या ही मतलब organization है यहाँ पे.
Wonderful.
बढ़िया बढ़िया ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तो बेस्ट है, बट हर्षित यू हैड टू से कि सागर के साथ थोड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है.
नहीं अरे it's very very easy flowing with Sagar as always. Amruta,
Oh,
today
what-
Gukesh is playing Fabi right now, and in the last round he's going to play against Magnus. So very very tough day for Gukesh today.
Absolutely. And what is the opening? मतलब कैसल का सिर्फ रुक on F1, the king is on E1.
Amruta, you are the chess 960 expert, so you should tell us.
Sagar, can we flip the board?
Oh, nice. Amruta coming in. and-
Amruta is very sharp.
Very sharp. By the way, F4 played by Fabi. He stopped the bishop.
Wow.
Amruta, we just looked at the opening. So right now, the bishop has been opened up from here. This bishop is open and Gukesh goes knight g6. But now, if Fabi goes knight h5, Gukesh will have a tough time defending g7.
Yeah, this is looking quite good for Fabi early on in the opening stage. He's trying to pick up very left yesterday. He's trying to win this game again, but that will put Gukesh in a really tough spot.
Right.
But what is the plan for knight h5 then? Actually, I'm not able to see things very clearly.
कभी कभी कुछ पाने के लिए कुछ
कुछ-
खोना पड़ता है अमृता. Just give it up. But Rook F7 may also be
अरे
possible.
अरे अरे
But
अरे
Rook
नहीं,
F7
नहीं,
is
नहीं,
so
नहीं,
sad.
struggling.
Bishop G8 का क्या हो गया यार
Rook
मतलब.
F7 is like Harshit bhai, we both are sitting here and someone comes and sits in between. ऐसे रुक बीच में आ गया. Like it's not at all well
पर यहाँ पे तो
positioned.
कोई है ही नहीं बीच में आने के लिए.
भाई बहुत लोग हैं.
हाँ, correct.
Yes.
समय रायना को कॉल कर लो.
Yes, Samay Raina is in US, guys. Please go and follow him on for his US trip. By
Tour.
the way, US tour. I am trying to see if we can get the bars in here. So, Amruta, which is the other game that we should follow? Harshit bhai, what do you think?
I definitely want to take a look at Magnus and Sindarov's game. Magnus is playing against Nodirbek and Sindarov is playing against Hikaru. So those are the two games that I would also want to take a look at.
Got it. I believe that
Resha says, hello Sagar bhai, I'm really liking freestyle format. It's too interesting. अरे,
Oh.
Completely agree with Reksha, yaar. It's so interesting and it
Bhai,
just
knight
Knight
h5
h5
on
played.
the board. Fabiano Caruana is a monster, man. I hope Gukesh. By the way, one of the things that we definitely have to look out for is whether Gukesh will finish in top 8 or not, because it's not a given.
It's not a given at all. All the players here are super
Fine.
creative and dynamic, so he has to make sure that he does well today.
Let's quickly
how is
check.
B5? How is B5 move?
Amruta B5.
Whoa.
What the hell?
Crazy.
What the
Not
hell?
good.
No, I like
Shit,
it. I
Knight
mean-
What
G7,
the
King F7 and
hell?
Queen G2
Look
I
at
thought.
Amruta opening
No,
up
I
the
think it's
queen.
very interesting for sure. I mean,
Because this take here, Harshit bhai, already black has equalized.
yeah, black is doing quite well. Just pick up the G2 pawn. I mean, B5 in general has a lot of like lot of possibilities. I mean,
Yeah.
it opens
It's a
up the
typical
queen.
Amruta move. It's like creating chaos on the board.
Yeah.
Amruta,
On the board.
all these years you were actually meant for chess 960 and you were playing normal chess.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but Harshit.
Oh,
by the
knight
way,
Whoa!
yeah,
Yes,
Gukesh
Amruta.
finds actually
but
a
this
good
doesn't
move.
work. G3, I thought, actually.
G3
Yes.
is a
If you
good
give knight
move.
G2.
Amruta is in top shape. Knight G2, just King F2, and the knight is trapped
Hmm.
there.
Actually, now I will attack your knight. So that way, I think black
Copycat.
यार
is...
कॉपी मत कर यार. Exactly.
चलता है अमृता. कभी
In
कभी.
school, have you ever copied Sagar?
ये क्या हो गया पर Amruta? Why are you copying Sagar? Look at your shirts. ये क्या चल रहा है?
Oh.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I am also wearing some sort of a blue. तो मतलब आज तो
Day of blues.
Blue.
Definitely.
The day is not blue though. It's completely happening. And Caruana plays G3.
Caruana plays right now. He's gone G3 and Gukesh. We are expecting to go G6. Can we quickly look at what Magnus Carlsen is doing? Because you know he also is on the same score as Gukesh. So if we can have a look at Magnus's game and get the thoughts of what is going on here.
Did he discuss before the game, like for 10 minutes, or was he sitting alone?
Magnus was, I think,
He was analyzing with the other
with
players since he was not sitting on
Oh.
the. But he also goes for c4. So the c4 move was very popular.
Yes, so just going now and checking what are the moves that have been played in this. So let's have it here. This is so c4 and b6, f3.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Magnus Gukesh were they discussing because F3, F6 was.
No, Gukesh was sitting alone. And by the way, this is the move that Nodirbek thought. But I mean, he must have been thinking कि थोड़ा tension वाला है.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, check. And I think Magnus has a very nice position with the bishop pair. Today, it will be very tough to beat Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to see a different Magnus today, a very, very motivated Magnus. Already we can see him with these bishop pair. He's going to soon castle, which is a very, very unique way to castle in freestyle chess. The king
Can you show it, Harshit, by how castling works to some of
For
our
example,
viewers?
if you go d6, you just put your king and touch your rook, and suddenly white's king is very, very safe on g1. We kind of reach a very normal looking chess position where white has two bishops. White's knight is going to jump to c3, potentially to d5, and the knight on g6 is completely restricted by the pawn on f4. So looking good for Magnus right now. Can we also quickly take a look at the leader, the other leader?
Sindarov Nakamura.
Yes.
Oh my god, this is the position of Sindarov Nakamura, and we'll also get their video here. My god, look at this position, by the way, that they have. Sindarov is clearly pushing against Hikaru Nakamura.
भाई Sindarov is
भाई मेरे को तो Sindarov के साथ chess 960 नहीं खेलना है. Amruta, remember
Yeah, I want to play, sir.
we found Sindarov when he was very little, this talented
Yeah,
boy.
I have such a cute photo of him because he was with this Javokhir. No, what is this? Jahangir.
Jahangir Vakidov.
Vakidov. Yeah,
Yes.
he was his coach actually.
Very, very strong. He in the last few years he's really risen to the top in the chess world, and also in chess 960 I think he seems to be an even stronger player.
Right. So by the way, guys, just remember this, that in the position, opening up the structure, opening up your pieces is very important. So if Sindarov goes f4, you can see his queen, his bishop open, other bishop open, while Hikaru is struggling a bit with his pieces.
Bhai, this
Crazy.
f4 is a crazy move. Did he play it?
Not yet. He's thinking for it. We'll come back to this. Let's go back to Gukesh's game, because over there, I think today is a very critical day for Gukesh. But I think he's come well prepared. Look at the structure we have on the board, guys.
But how did it happen? Because knight G6 ko maar diya. Did he take?
G3, G6.
Oh, this
He
happened. Takes.
Took bishop e4, pinning the pawn, not allowing it to move at all.
Exactly. The queen is completely stuck on a8 right now. So black goes
Gukesh pushes it
f5.
away.
But take a moment, no, and look at the h5. We have two doubled isolated pawns. इससे ज़्यादा weakness ही कोई cannot have. So basically, if one of them is attacked, like
You
both
can't
of them
defend it,
can be
yeah.
gone.
Also, but the nice thing is, if you try to attack it now with bishop, I can defend it with my bishop. So it's like you cannot get more attackers.
True. Not as of now, we cannot get more attackers, but in the end game, those pawns are definitely going to be something that both players try to attack. Bishop g2, bishop f7, queen
He
b1,
brings his queen.
Bishop G6.
rook g8.
He's attacking the bishop by. He's attacking here, Gukesh, and right
Okay, but
now
bishop
Fabi
f3
is
ko,
thinking.
what's the plan?
I think bishop f3 is what Fabi
Bishop
will do as
f4.
well.
He goes knight e3.
Oh, he plays his knight here. So Fabi, oh my god, this is
not
not
a good
great
idea.
move.
Let's think.
And
Let's say, oh, rook g2, knight g2, b5 आ रहा है क्या? नहीं.
I think the most important reason why this is not such a good move is because the knight on e3 is hampering the mobility of its own piece, the bishop on g1, and now the bishop on g1 suddenly is looking at its own knight on e3, and I think that this is the reason why after e6, protecting the pawn on f5 and then developing your knight to c6. Oh, he has played e6.
अरे क्या बात है, very cool.
b4.
B4.
Quickly
Very
played.
quickly played. And now Gukesh has to again figure out, because it's all about keeping your pieces active. Look at this. While he played knight e3, the bishop on g1 got closed, but he's going b4. And Harshit bhai, if you take this
Nice.
pawn, then after queen b4, white has now again some more active possibilities.
Yeah. I still think
Hmm.
black is doing well with this pawn on e6, completely restricting the knight on e3.
But look
Guys,
at your bishop.
that's true. The
Pura
bishop on
band ho
f7
gaya
is a little
But
sad
then one
right now.
guy I think will defend everything and let others get, something in their life.
Mhm.
Right. By the way, bishop d6, you can see Gukesh wants to do like b takes
Wow.
c5, get my
What
bishop
a
on an
nice.
active square. So good move here.
Super.
बढ़िया चेस चल रहा है दोस्तों. Freestyle chess is all about creativity. It's all about no theory, trying to fight here, and a lot of people have been enjoying this format of chess.
I think the players themselves might love this format a lot, because in classical chess there's so much theory that the people have already been aware of, and there's so much memorization which kind of takes away the creativity that you can portray in this format, where the more creative you are, the better chances you're going to have to navigating the position well.
Harshit bhai, I'm of this opinion that right now both formats are interesting. Like I was at Tata Steel Chess and I found like all the games to be very exciting in normal standard chess, and here also I'm enjoying. So I think it's like both can coexist.
Absolutely. And now BC5, BC5, BF3 kind of reminds me of the Football World Cup and the football leagues, like the La Liga, and where the players are in a completely different mindset, but that still makes it more interesting for us players to watch. And now, what a crazy idea Black has.
Amruta,
Black to play
can you
chat.
find
Can I
a
think?
crazy idea here, Gukesh? I
Can
feel Gukesh is
think.
kind of thinking about it. क्या लग रहा है उसके चेहरे से? Look at
सैक है
Gukesh.
क्या भाई, सैक?
No hints.
Okay, chat, let's think. अरे सागर बोर्ड तो दिखा.
Yeah, let's go back to the board here.
Black to
Oh,
play, he
doesn't
plays
play
Queen B8.
but he's preparing it. Now Fabi very quickly goes knight g2, the best move.
The best move. But can you show what the best
Rook-
move in that position
Is there
was?
rook g4 by any chance?
No,
Or...
it
Rook
was
takes
to
g1,
take.
Amruta.
But rook g1, bishop, then what's the plan?
Queen b8 and just pick the pawn on f4, h4, h2.
Oh.
As you mentioned before, कि एक मर गया तो सब मरने वाले हैं.
Right, and
So queen b8 with the same idea of rook g1
but he
in that
stops it.
sense.
He stops it.
Stops it with knight g2.
That's why
How does
Fabi
bishop
is,
g1, rook g1? There is a pin over there. Is it not risky for white to be in that pin?
does it? Let's see. There is a
Not the
pin,
best.
but rook g1, and now the game is heading.
But the point being that the bishop on f3 is much superior to the bishop on
Monster.
f7, because
It's a monster
it's a
piece.
monster. It's looking here as well as keeping an eye on this pawn. The bishop on f7 cannot really go anywhere. So I think that
Knight c6 खेलो ना, पर you can bring the knight to d4, and then what about a bishop on f3? Because
knight c6 is a fantastic move in this position. White actually might be forced to play e3 to prevent my knight, your knight coming into
queen
d4.
d6, I lose the b7 pawn. I can't do that.
Yeah, so b6 first perhaps, and then queen d6 could be an idea.
I think
Let's
Gukesh's position is. Oh, he takes rook. No, right now I think Gukesh's position is solid enough. But yes, there is a long-term problem of this light squared bishop. Let's see how he solves it here, guys. As all those who are joining in know that today we have 4 rounds to play, and the top 8 players qualify to
To the-
fight for the top spots.
the top spot. And
Quarters,
did you see the
semis, finals.
trophy? Absolutely wonderful. b5 played.
Ooh.
and-
And if you take here now, then rook
Rook
takes
c1,
rook, queen takes rook,
And just chop off the
Queen
pawn.
b6.
and we have now a
Oh.
choice between these two.
Amruta.
queen f4. क्या
Yes.
बात है?
Crazy. Queen
Oh
takes
my
f4.
God,
And
what
if
a-
knight takes f4, skewering the king on e1 and queen on c1,
So cool.
black is just completely winning here.
these tactics is what makes freestyle chess beautiful.
Exactly.
That there is so many different possibilities.
Yeah.
here.
And I do think that that's why Amruta might be a bit stronger in this, because she is a very aggressive and dynamic player. She loves playing
Also
dynamic
creative.
positions.
Very creative.
So I think that these positions might be more suitable for a player like Amruta, who's very
Maybe I'll
aggressive.
start playing chess, Sagar, and I'm leaving chess with India. So yeah.
No problem, Amruta. When is that happening? Jaldi.
अरे सागर
When
भाई
freestyle opens up for players like me also.
Unfortunately, there was a question asked to them that would you start national level tournaments and all. They said no, we want to just focus on top level chess. So Amruta, you may have to reach there through playing normal chess, and then you can play freestyle chess.
Or I
Okay.
can play some practice games and beat some of them, and then I will get an invitation.
he has played. This has actually happened, by the way, Amruta. Your move knight c6
Yes.
and then e3 as well, trying to defend the knight from jumping into d4. But how? I don't see where black's counter plays.
He goes knight.
Knight
he's
e7.
going knight g6, perhaps trying to get the knight to attack the h4.
But then the h5 pawn is a little weak, so it's unclear how black is trying to find counterplay. Maybe a move like king to f2 simply.
Or do you think short castling is an idea here?
I'm a-
Not a good idea. though.
Not, yeah,
I think the
very
rook is
risky.
doing very
But
well.
the rook has moved.
Just dikha do na short
No, no,
castle
rook-
move on
rook
the
has
board
moved.
because
You can't play.
Rook has
Illegal.
moved already.
Illegal. By the way, guys, ये game में Fabi is slightly better. Going quickly and checking what is up with Magnus Carlsen here. Magnus against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. You can see that Magnus has kept an edge on the queen side. He has chances to enter.
Mhm.
On the king side, slightly weakened. But look at Abdusattorov
What a
fighting
crazy
here.
move, f5. He's just going for the dynamic counterplay. He's not capturing the pawn on g6, saying कि one tempi is more important than a pawn on g6, जो मैं कभी भी मार सकता हूँ.
Correct.
Very interesting.
Correct. By the way, Amruta, why are there no bars today? Today also they are not working. Maybe we'll ask
Wait.
Rakshit after this. But
it's also good. It's also fine.
Amruta Sindarov का position देखो, guys.
Sindarov OP,
Again,
guys.
he's better.
Look at those two knights on e4 and f5 looking towards the black king. Rook d1 has just been played. And I think he wants to go
Why?
for the kill today. d5, bishop d4.
Yeah, this is
No, but black will play d5, no? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sayandeep says your thoughts on Parham playing freestyle chess. I think he plays freestyle chess in normal games. So
Yeah,
if he
yeah.
plays freestyle, he will be crazy. I am
Actually,
looking
good
forward
one.
to it.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, guys, going quickly
to,
back
to Gukesh's game, and now he has both players are about 3 minutes each, so I think we are reaching a very crucial moment in this game. e5 is a very good idea, trying to open up the bishop on f7, which was kind of blocked by the pawn, but now the bishop gets some squares to
Yeah.
breathe, and after fe5 the queen is going to jump into e5, not only looking at the h2 pawn but also trying to capture the c5 pawn. So I think that this e5 idea is definitely a good way to kind of get
But
rid.
it's not happened, no? Has it happened?
E5 played.
Amruta, E5.
Oh, and
is-
important to note is if the pawn is taken, then black would have so many isolated pawns. And yet, it's all very active.
It's all activity
Active
based.
queen b2, very strong move played by Fabi, saying ki, again, you do
E5
you remember
push
the point I was saying yesterday?
E4.
Don't capture your opponent's piece to develop his queen, but instead make him capture your pawn and develop your piece. So this kind of a psychological warfare going on between
But he pushes
during the game.
E4.
He goes e4, which is the
Good
best move.
I think Gukesh gained space and he has a nice position. Although Fabi's bishop came and attacked here, Gukesh instantly
Knight
pushed and
e1,
they are
again the best move. Fabi is in a tremendous
because he's
form.
rerouting his knight here.
Do you see how quickly they
Wow.
notice the
Yeah.
patterns? Like what piece मेरा काम नहीं कर रहा था knight g2 पे. He's like quickly let's reroute
Change
it. Change the path.
So what happens, Harshit, when during the day you feel मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है, तो कैसे उसको काम
So
पे
switch,
लगाने
try
का?
to do a different activity, run, play some sports and then come back to work.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Amruta. By the way, guys,
Nice,
we have
Harshit.
10,000 people watching this. Guys, do like the stream. And rook takes g1, king takes g1 has been taken.
And I think
Oh,
white,
the dream is shattered because rook g4 I thought
know.
at some point will be a sacrifice.
But Amruta, don't
look
you
at that
think
queen.
this
Yeah,
queen
it looks
can
so
enter
scary. I think that white just has a long-term static advantage because he has a good bishop versus a bad bishop.
And long castle होएगा ना पर हर्षित. Then what are you gonna do?
पर वो
But-
pawn भी
But,
c5
can
पे
we
है.
do this right
No.
now? Oh, we can.
No,
But
but
No,
this
not
would
right
be
now,
like a
it's over.
blunder
yeah,
because of check,
check
and
and
your
queen
king is
e5
too
is
weak.
also
At
coming.
this
It's possible.
moment,
They have not
nahi.
moved.
That's
The king and
The
rook.
king has not moved, but if you look at the rook being on the c file and the pawn on b4 also being weak, I don't think that you can afford castling on the queen side.
Definitely.
wait. You know what? He's gonna do rook c6 at some point, and maybe even shift it to g6.
G6,
We
that's a good
never
idea.
know.
That's a good idea.
Wow.
Trying to shift the rook on the other side of the board.
But Gukesh in trouble here.
He is in trouble. He has less than 2 minutes now. Oh,
He goes
king f8. That's
maybe.
actually the best move.
And if you give a check now, I have to
Hmm.
block with my knight. But
No,
then
but
you
h7
do
gaya
lose a
na.
pawn. And then this is
So
hanging.
bishop g8 go. So why do you
But
want
this
to
was
give
his
the
idea
pawn?
actually.
But
He
then
wants to go
Amruta-
knight g8.
If
Ah,
you go
bishop.
here, then
h5
this is
hanging.
hanging. Also queen f6 check.
Yeah.
So, king f8, check, knight g8, take.
And knight f6 now.
Oh, and if check
Sacrificing
now,
another pawn.
then queen is almost trapped.
Yeah, he's trapped actually. Queen g7 runs into rook g8. So
Wow.
the queen is trapped.
And
Queen
queen,
h6,
rook
rook
h8.
g. No,
And then rook g8.
beautiful, beautiful.
no, rook
Wow.
h7 you mean, right?
No, queen g7 just rook g8 next, yeah.
Are pin hai. Super.
And black is winning.
So right now Gukesh
This
has
happened,
gone knight
knight
g8.
g8.
Yes, it's on the board. Gukesh has 1 minute 58 seconds. Caruana has 2 minutes 53 seconds.
Wow.
अपने पास टाइम ही टाइम है.
Very, very interesting.
Very different kind of position in that sense.
Yes, I think right now he takes the pawn. He takes
Oh
by
my
knight
God.
f6.
Knight
Arshid bhai.
f6, crazy. But the f5 pawn is hanging. We didn't see that line. What if he captures the f5 pawn?
Yes, but
दो pawn
still-
sacrifice.
Still attack. Why attack? Ghuso,
Why
ghuso
you, no,
andar.
no, no. Look. All of these are engine ideas, right?
Yeah.
But he's
F5
happening.
malega, practically it's
He
very
plays it. Oh
scary.
my god. He plays it. Amruta. He's crazy.
Arre,
Gookie
Gookie,
boy.
go. Let's go.
And if queen f5, king e7, queen e5 check. When queen exchange किया तो क्या हो रहा है?
He played it king e7. Okay. Queen e5. Check. Seems like a possible move, Arshid bhai. I take.
A2 करेगा बाद में और B और A
Oh.
pawns are
Oh
deadly.
my god. What? This freestyle chess
This
is so
freestyle
crazy.
chess is
You can't-
crazy. He's just given up 2 pawns and he has great compensation for it. King e7 happened.
मतलब
But
freestyle
understanding
chess.
of Gukesh देखो ना, these
बढ़िया.
decisions so quickly to
बढ़िया.
make is really a world champion the class.
The caliber that he's showing in this game is absolutely incredible.
Kill
Fab-
Bill Pandey asks, how will this new format of chess change classical chess?
I think the players are going to become a lot more
Stronger, huh?
creative and lot more risk taking because we see in this format already that the players are just going completely all in the first few moves of the game.
And now, guys,
And also
Rook
more
G8.
people will start organizing these tournaments at national levels, which will also create some
अरे,
more
अमृता
interest.
तो खेलना ही है.
Amruta is like मुझे भी
Oh,
करो ना,
find
bishop
the
c4.
best move. Why Fabi is not easy, guys, but Gukesh's position is great right now. What will you play, Harshit bhai? Will you give a check? मेरे को तो check देना है.
Yeah, rook g8 check looks very tempting. I'm just a bit afraid because he's 2 pawns down. So if he doesn't find something direct, white is going to convert his material advantage. So Gukesh,
Think about it. Rook here,
king
then
f2.
knight jumps here. मतलब थोड़ा तो danger लग रहा है.
डर लग रहा है पर the question is कि is there something really happening in black's counterplay or is it just a plain threat?
Yeah, he goes bishop e6. Another nice move by Guki because now the pawn comes, attacks. He has
Oh,
to
no,
trade
queen e5.
queens. Finds it. And will Gukesh
Take 97. And then c5 is
Take-
hanging,
will-
c5 is hanging.
knight d7 or maybe knight g4 attacking e5? So this knight is actually bad.
Haan, exactly.
It does not have too much scope.
Whenever there is a pawn 2 squares in front of the knight, it completely dominates the knight, and I think we can just see that with the pawn being on e4 also creating some attacking possibilities for black.
True.
By the way, rook g8 check king f2 नहीं आ रहा है. Quickly guys, why is that not possible?
Rook g8, king f2, guys. What is the problem
Black
here?
to
While
play.
Gukesh has 1 minute. And very, very important moment here.
चैट बोल रहा है कि छोटा बच्चा समझा है क्या? क्या था बोला है?
छोटी बच्ची हो क्या? Kill Bill Pandey says, can you explain the new format? Arey, we will explain in the break, Kill Bill ji. abhi queen e5 has been played. He finds the move. Knight g4 was the right answer there after check, because it was a fork between the king and,
And
the
the queen. So that was not possible. Gukesh is still thinking he's down to 30 seconds.
Oh, no, he has to play fast. But why
He
is he
gives a check.
thinking?
He gives a check. King f2 played. King
King
f1.
F1
Sorry,
played.
King f1.
And
And
now
now why
only
ghus
move.
jao, ghus jao.
That's the only move.
But
Queen
ghus-
b5 check is the only move.
But
because
why not? It's a great
Because if you
move.
take, the problem kya hai? Because now rook is not on c8, so c pawn is also strong, so it would be a
Yeah.
trouble.
Exactly. He
This is a
cannot take on
powerful-
e5 now, but he has 20
Yeah.
seconds.
Play Gukesh.
Oh, this is going. I'm so nervous for Gukesh. He
He
does
finds
play
it.
queen b5.
D3.
D3 quickly played.
And Maro.
Queen
He takes
D6.
it. He takes it.
Perpetual, maybe.
King f7.
Now.
Queen
Queen
d3.
c7.
He'll take queen d3. But bhai, yahan se my queen will enter into the camp.
I think Gukesh has a very good chances
Good attack.
right now. Very good attack.
Pura
The
palat gaya
But,
bazi.
but,
king.
but it can go in any way, no? Because black also has to be very careful and accurate here.
The king on f1 is looking very weak right now, though. I think agar queen aa gaya on the light square diagonal h1 a8, then it's going to be very difficult for white to defend.
So take with the knight. Don't allow the queen to enter here.
But knight se maro to it's always pin, Sagar bhai. It's very difficult.
Knight takes. We can jump with our knight, breaking the contact between the king and queen and the knight. And then the rook is well placed. Actually, if you think closely, Gukesh is couple of pawns down. But it's not mattering here.
It is not, definitely not, because king safety is one of the most important things in chess, especially with low time on the clock. It's very hard to defend against a potential attack. Less than 2 minutes for Fabi now.
Yeah, this is looking really, really dangerous for Fabi. He has 1 minute 30 seconds. But guys, Fabi is known to find some great moves, and he will turn it around on Gukesh, because Gukesh has just 46 seconds.
46 seconds for Gukesh, 1 minute 20 seconds for Fabi. Fabi also needs to buckle up right now.
Yeah, but what about 94 asks Aditya Oza?
Here.
94 also a possibility after
But
knight
when?
takes d3.
What does he take?
Here
That
it
is the
and
question.
D2 is also suggested by people at check.
But if it is
Disco.
black's move, it's white to play.
Hmm.
White to play. Oof, 50 seconds. I think
Fabi
Fabi is a little nervous.
calculating here, because this is the key moment to calculate everything that is there in the position. After that, they won't get too much time.
Kaisa crazy. It starts with 10 minutes, but when you have less than 1 minute, it's super difficult to play these positions with the white pieces. Kyuki
And-
queen takes d3 played.
But now
Hmm.
queen c6 only
He
move.
plays it instantly.
Ready tha wo.
Ready.
He was ready, and I'm sure Fabi is also ready with his
e4,
response.
yaar. How are they playing so accurately? It's crazy.
Because
Because
they are
if you
world class.
Take with the
players.
knight, Harshit bhai, then you block the diagonal here. So that's the reason why Gukesh may have to take with the queen.
Oh, by the way, we have a
That
result.
is-
Firouzja won against Fedoseev. So
Wow.
Fedoseev really struggling in this event. 1 out of
Fedoseev
6.
is on last position, and maybe Aronian
On the verge of on the
takes with the knight.
Who he takes with the knight?
Maybe humanly the best move, but now rook c4 is the best move for Fabi. It's a tough move, Harshit bhai, to find this.
But
Amruta.
if there's anyone who can find it, it's Fabi. He found this idea of going e4, stopping the black queen from
Oh.
entering on h1. So I think that rook c4 can be played by Fabi.
But you'll have to calculate all these ideas with discover checks, like because the queen is on c6. So knight goes back to f6. He loses the b4 pawn. Knight comes to d5. f4 is hanging. So practically, it's very hard to assess this in 40 seconds, I think, for them. They just play.
Oh, finds it.
Wow.
Finds rook c4.
Absolutely
And now the
insane.
only
good,
move for
Caruana.
Gukesh is to come back, because I think otherwise, what is
No
the
other
possible
square.
next?
Square ही
Knight
नहीं
e4,
है भाई.
knight
Only
c5.
no.
It's a
It's
pin,
pin.
and the queen comes in here.
You just have to come back. You have to come back. 20
it
seconds.
also guards
Knight
the
f6.
h7 square.
Knight f6 पर उसके बाद the counter play that we were after. Oh, what? He just
No,
What?
he hasn't played.
Hmm.
He hasn't
Sagar
played.
bhai
Mouse
giving
click
us-
मत कर यार अभी ये time
Sorry.
पे.
By the way, Ashwin asking, is there heart rate? Well, heart rate is there. They are wearing it, but it has not been able to be
He
brought.
takes
Oh,
on
he
c5.
blunders.
That's not a good move at all.
Check.
Blundered.
I check, but let's just see how tough it is, because check sometimes. Oh, and then queen h5.
Queen
It's just
h5 and then
straightforward.
c5. Knight is
You just
hanging.
lose a piece.
But what if queen h7 and king f8? What's your idea?
Yeah, but still.
Queen h6. This happened.
Oh, he
Oh.
finds it.
And now just. Oh no.
High,
Queen
high.
h7 check only move now again.
Because if you take here queen h5, you are
Oh, you're
gone with
losing.
queen h1 check coming in.
Oh. So he has to be very
Oh
accurate.
my goodness.
And only now queen takes h5 is winning, but it's not so easy to spot the
queen
difference.
h5, Gukesh is ready to get in with a check. How is it
Perpetual.
mattering that the
No,
king is on
because the
e7?
rook on g8 is blocked. Very important, Sagar bhai. The rook on g8 cannot go to d8.
So what you are saying is, if I take here, you give a check, my king comes up, then I give another check, your king comes to d1, and now there
The
is no rook
exactly.
check.
That's why the king
Wow.
has to be put on
Oh,
f8 and
he
he
found
finds
it.
it.
He found it.
Oh
Like
Wow.
my
Fabi,
God,
guys, this is why
unbelievable.
Fabi is one of the best in the world. What a play by Caruana. What a play.
To see this difference of putting the
Incredible.
king on f8 and only then capturing on h5 is not easy with 10 seconds on the clock. But Fabi is just proving us yet again
Monster,
why he's one
monster.
of the best chess players in the world.
This one was very incredible, actually, what we are seeing here, and really appreciating Fabi's
I
play.
think Fabi really deserves this point, and Gukesh will be in trouble in this tournament. We have another result. Magnus Carlsen wins.
Won. Wow.
भाई बोला
Sagar,
था
you have
मैंने
predicted 4 out of 4, but
आज
we will see what
आप
happens.
लोगों ने
But
3 points predict किया है. I'm saying 4 out of 4. He started with 1 win. The other boards are still going on, but I think this is no chance
This
for
is no
Gukesh.
chance. He's
I'm
just
just
a piece
hoping for
down.
some perpetual something.
Still,
at
if the
all.
rook comes
Let's
to
see.
d8, rook d8 pe again, there's some chances, but okay, I do.
I think Fabi is never going to give
Yeah,
him
there's
chance.
no way. And now king f6, queen e5 check is coming. So this is lights out for Gukesh right now, which is going to be a tough loss for him actually.
Yeah. No, this format is very, very difficult, especially Chess 960 Classical. You get time to think when it's a longer
By the
format.
way, Aronian also lost. So Aronian and
Wow.
Fedoseev are 1 out of 6, which does give Gukesh some breathing room. Queen h7,
But
king
there
f6.
is a Gukesh Fedoseev game today, which
Wow.
will be a very important
That's
one.
going to decide
Mm.
a lot for the tournament standings. By the way, Sindarov drew his game, which means that if Fabi wins, he's going to be the sole leader in this event.
Yeah, Sindarov drew with Nakmaura. So this is the last game that's going on, guys. Check, king f6.
4 seconds, 13.
Still fighting. He's still fighting.
Caruana not able to finish it off.
Yeah, it's not such a easy win right now,
Yeah,
actually.
very tough. Actually, the move perhaps is check, king f6 and rook c7.
That's not easy at
Because
all.
to check, maybe you block
Yeah.
with the rook then.
Because you've exposed your king like anything, and you have to calculate all the perpetual checks, which for the moment feels that black has perpetual in hand. So, not
easy.
sure, anything could happen here still.
Absolutely.
I mean, actually, if he doesn't find queen, he plays queen h7. And after
Fabi
king
is
f6,
there.
he has to find. Oh, he goes queen d3.
And
But
Gukesh has
this
some
means he's
hope,
back.
Some hope. Not
Gee.
back, but at least some hope.
B3
But I think it's a
is
good
working.
move, you know. Everything
Yeah,
just
he's
safe.
making sure everything is safe. I mean, Fabi is, in general, very, very good in these kind of conversions.
Amruta says B3.
Rook
oh,
g3 is a
G3.
big blunder.
Whoa.
Because what happens if I just take also? That seems also fine.
Yeah.
But queen d4 check is game over, guys. As Harshit Bhai says, it's lights out.
It's lights out, queen d4 and then f5. White's attack is just going to
So
be
check. Oh,
queen
he goes
d8,
queen d8.
but I think
King f5.
it's also good enough. Queen f8 check is mate almost.
King g4.
f5 check.
f5, king h3.
You're trying to run, huh?
Trying to
You're
run
trying
away.
to run. Maybe that in that line you actually managed to run.
Well, Gukesh's king is running, guys. Oh, he'll trade with the rook g5 check.
Yeah. Sagar bhai, it's getting
It's getting cold. bhai.
cold in here. King g4, I think he just wants to trade the rooks
Yeah, I think this is the
and
best
go
move.
into the
Trade the
end
rooks.
game.
Just that this pawn still feels a bit threatening because you cannot coordinate your knight so easily. But
Guys,
won't-
16,000 of you watching, do like the stream. This is the first round in the second day. 3 more rounds after this.
also do subscribe, guys. Our aim is to reach 26 lakh subscribers, and we are slowly moving there. Harshit Bhai also moving closely to his 10,000 subs aim on Instagram, guys. 10,000 followers. Harshit Bhai posting every day.
Yes. My
Take-
account is GM Harshit Raja. So if you want to watch some behind the scenes content from this event, then you can check it out on my Instagram. Rook g3, king g3. And now after queen g5 check, maybe he can simply start pushing his h pawn.
But I have b3, b2, nahi?
Yeah, bit scary. But yeah, it's actually a bit scary. It's not that easy of a win.
Yeah, you can see that's why Fabi is
Oh,
taking his time here.
Queen G5.
Ooh,
He
H5.
blundered.
Oh, draw.
Blundered.
Oh,
He
that's
blundered.
draw.
What?
He
See,
blundered.
it is never
Bye,
easy. It
bye,
is never
bye.
over.
What?
Let's hope. Let's hope.
Bye.
Guys, it's a draw now.
But how?
Just
Queen
check Queen B2 and Queen
B2?
C3.
No,
Or
knight. He'll bring the knight, but
but
then
then B3
B3.
is
No,
coming.
B3 is a problem, no?
Oh, you can see Fabi hesitating.
Yeah.
He's not sure.
Fabi
But
down
what
to
if King E3? King
King-
E3, Queen F2 check.
yes, that will be a big mistake. King D1, Queen B1. It's actually a draw.
Oh.
Fabi
King
cannot
E2?
believe it. Queen
King
E4.
Two. Queen comes up and checks. So then if king here,
He
then
goes
we
for it.
go
Queen
this
E4
side
is the
check.
only move, by the way.
Yeah, he'll find it. He'll find
Queen
it.
E4 is the only move.
This is very
Okay,
easy.
he does it. He does it.
Check
King D2. Queen takes
Now?
F4 is the only move again. But this is a draw simply. This
What
is
if
just
King
a
C2?
He might give check and also
Yeah,
take
Queen
this and it's
F2.
a
Queen
draw.
F2.
no Queen F5, Queen D3 check.
Queen F2 jao.
Oh, Queen
Queen
F5,
D3.
Queen
Oh, that would be a
D3.
blunder.
Don't
big
do that,
blunder.
Oh my
yeah.
god. So
Oh
maybe
my
check
God, we
with the
should not
queen
do
here.
that.
Oh, it's a guys. Look
Arey,
at
but
this
Queen F2
blunder.
mein what is the problem?
White wins.
White wins. Don't do that. Yes, King C2.
Queen D2 is a problem. Got it.
Many moves draw in this position actually. Many moves draw. What a comeback by Gukesh. We thought he was completely lost. We were praising Fabi, but Gukesh is like, ruko, game thodi khatam hua.
Check दिया
Queens.
बराबर check दिया. Queen B3 check now. I think draw incoming, guys.
Basically, Gukesh always tells us that you guys are wrong.
He is always on the brink of losing his game, but then suddenly he finds some last trick and is now
King
again
C1?
able to save. Queen C3 just.
But then King D1. By then suddenly you don't have check or you have.
Queen A1 is
Queen
still
B3
there.
hai na? You have
Maybe
Queen
it's
B3.
still you have some checks. It did happen by
Queen
the way in the
B3.
game.
This is all live?
Yeah. And now Gukesh has 35 seconds, guys, to find. He
Queen
goes
A1.
check.
All
Yeah,
of
but
this
I
is
think he'll
happening.
draw.
I mean, after
He'll
King
draw
E2, he can
this.
simply pick the H5 pawn, and Queen Knight versus Queen is a theoretical draw. So, although yesterday Abdusattorov was trying against Gukesh against two knights versus a king.
Guys, I'll join in a while, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
See you, Amrita.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh,
That
draw!
was a draw. Yeah, we can just see that Fabi is not happy with the result of this game. He knows that he was much better. And Gukesh definitely, with a sigh of relief, he knows that
Bachalia, bhai, very
Bachalia, why he was
important
just
half
down a
point.
piece.
It's actually half points very important. Although as you mentioned, both Fedoseev and Aronian lost, so it didn't matter as much because they are still on the bottom two spots. But still, if Gukesh manages to finish in top half, he will have a slightly easier opponent.
Absolutely.
Perhaps.
I mean, you always want to have the opportunity to choose who you will play in the classical. Fabi definitely going to be a little
Unhappy.
flustered by this game. What happened in the other games? Quickly to show the standings if we have that.
Yeah, just to show also some key moments here. Vincent Keymer versus Levon Aronian. Very important game. I thought today Levon would come like all guns blazing and try to come back because he had a very tough day.
Oh, he was winning. Look, after King E3, black to play and win. He did not find it.
Very, actually not a tough move, guys. Black to play. What do you do? I'm just going to flip the board for people to think. Actually, Aronian, I feel, is a little bit low on confidence. That's why he is not able to find this.
Yeah, I mean, he scored 1 out of 5 yesterday. So to come back after that result is not easy at all. And we can see it as Vincent Keymer defeated him in this game, but he was winning.
Yeah, people have found the move here. Rook F3 is the move. Well done, guys. All those who found this.
And
Because
after King
take,
F3, Knight D4 check, forking the king and the queen, and black is winning. So Vincent won this game after black was unable to find this tactic.
But he went 95, and now after knight D3, it was just all under control.
He's just down in exchange.
So a lucky break there for Vincent Keymer. He moves to 3 points. Hikaru and Sindarov. It felt like there is some interesting stuff going on here.
Oh.
Maybe Sindarov had a chance to play for a win
with A5 and just push the A pawn.
But he took AB5 and offered a draw, which is the right decision. but he just shouldn't have taken.
Which is a yeah. I mean, after taking on b5, offering it the draw was the right
Equal.
decision. But I do think that a5 would have just given him a winning position because the a pawn is about to promote.
Yeah, this would have been a huge win here for Sindarov. He would have taken sole lead, but now he's still joint lead with Caruana, which was a topsy-turvy battle that ended in slightly, you can say, Gukesh's favor because he was worse. Um Meanwhile, I think Magnus has just played a close to flawless game, Harshit Bhai.
Hmm.
What we know him for, he
He
has
just
done that.
went into a end game with equal pawns, but black's pieces were very uncoordinated. The pawns on d6, c5 are also very weak, and he went on to win a clinic in the end game. Just went into the end game, which we know him for being so good at.
Yeah, he rerouted his bishop beautifully. So this is one, and lastly, Firouzja versus Fedoseev. Also an interesting game, but I think Firouzja just outplayed him when Fedoseev went here. Rook g1, a big mistake because
Yeah, the knight came in the game, and the king on e1 is very weak. And black just, with his king being very safe, managed to go on and defeat Fedoseev.
yeah. By the way, guys, while the next round will begin very shortly in roughly 13 minutes from now, there is a question, Harshit bhai, if you can answer it.
Yeah,
Kilbil Pandey asks, now can you explain the time constraint and the rules of the new format? I know them, but for the new folks, thanks for all your efforts for Indian chess.
yes, thanks for your super chat. First of all, Kill Bill
Ignore.
Pandey. The time control for this 9 rounds in the first 2 days is 10 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. They are going to play 9 rounds, and out of the 10 players, who the top 8 qualify to the next round qualification, which is going to be a classical format, and the last 2 players will get eliminated. So this is the format of the tournament, and they are not playing classical chess, they are playing the freestyle chess, which is chess 960 basically. And before every round they try to choose the there is like a random drawing of positions, and uh, that's how they choose the positions. To quickly summarize what happened in this round, guys, Gukesh drew his game against Fabi. He was completely losing, but he managed to find a perpetual on Fabi's king, and he managed to save the game. Firouzja defeated Fedoseev, which means Fedoseev is on the bottom of the leaderboard. Aronian is on the bottom of the leaderboard, and the rest of them are in the middle. Guys, मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं? What do you think about chess, freestyle chess? Do you like it more than classical or? Standings? Yes, we are going. I think they will update the standings very soon, and we will be showing them to you shortly. Um, the next round begins in about 10 minutes. Abhi players are analyzing with each other. So the white players, the 4 white players in the next round, and the 4 black players in the next round will all sit together and try to analyze the first few moves of the game. No engines allowed, just human brains, and show your creativity. It's what Sanjeev Kumar says, it's revolutionary. Yes, it's definitely something that we haven't seen in a long time. So very, very interesting. सागर भाई मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं?
मजा आ रहा है दोस्तों. I just brought something to eat. Bit hungry. Harshit bhai, if you also would like to go and get something,
Yes, yes.
there is some food still there.
And standings would be great if we can get the
Yeah.
standings. Actually, this looks so good. I'll also get it.
Yeah, it's vegetarian. So I'm getting the standings, guys. अरे इतने सारे कमेंट भाई, क्या पूछ लिया हर्षित भाई ने. कैसे हो दोस्तों? Showing you the standings and the tournament is heating up, guys, and we all are looking forward to today Gukesh versus Magnus. So here we have the standings. So you can see that Caruana and Sindarov are leading. Gukesh is at number 7, Nakmaura at 8. And Fedoseev and Levon are on bottom 2. I think it's almost certain that both of them will get eliminated unless one of them wins. क्या लगता है दोस्तों? Three more games to go. What do you think? Guys, I'm eating a bit of, I think it's vegetables, like pasta type. By the way, guys, I must tell you something very amazing. That in order to be part of the freestyle chess club, you need to have a rating about 27-25, right? And so they have around 25 players who have a rating about 27-25. I was thinking like, okay, maybe they just select winners there, but there's actually an additional benefit of that. The additional benefit is that all the players who are in freestyle club, in every tournament, 12% of the prize money is allocated for the non-playing players. So imagine that today this prize money over here is $750,000, $750,000. 12% of that, which is $90,000, is the prize allocated for 14 players who are not playing based on their rating. And because Arjun has a very high rating right now, 2800, it is published rating, not the live rating, he would earn close to $27,000 without having to play. Isn't that incredible? $789 is the position. Okay guys, I'm done. While Harshit bhai is here. अरे हर्षित भाई पेप्सी लेके आएगी क्या?
Coca-Cola, Sagar bhai.
Coca-Cola. Oh. Yes, in the next event in Paris, we will have, oh yes, to get the view of the players discussing, we will ask the organizers for tomorrow for that. Today we don't have it. Today we have these 5 views here, like for example, board number 1, board number 2, board number 3. By the way, that was a little bit with a lag. You can see that sometimes it takes some couple of seconds to update and then they are gone. And yeah, next in Paris, Harshit bhai, we will have Pragnananda, Arjun and Gukesh, all 3 playing.
Wow.
Yes, so maybe it will be a very, very exciting event to follow
In April.
in April. And oh, we have the man, the myth, the legend joining us here, the one and only.
Yeah, Vincent? Very good. Oh,
Yes,
maybe I can actually. Okay, fine.
Levi got tempted by the lunch, but he's going to anyway join us for 5 minutes.
Yes. I'm sorry. You can sit on my lap, or I can sit on your lap.
I'm eating.
I don't know which one is
Appropriate.
Yeah, where do you have the live chat? Where's the microphone? Live chat
This
here?
is the microphone. This is the live chat. Levi, what is your feeling of this format? People are having mixed feelings. Some people are saying, we love it. This is amazing. Some people are like, oh my God, we can't understand what's going on. What is your feeling here?
I've been very open from the beginning. Actually, yesterday it was quite funny, so I'm gonna let the viewers know a secret. If you watch my recap from yesterday, a couple of times you see a mysterious ghost, like an arm, walking behind me.
No.
So there was a whole crew from a documentary team in my hotel room, and
Ah.
they really did look like my kidnappers. And also, I'd never had lunch in yesterday's recap, so I was in a bit of a, sometimes you don't eat, you get a little. Well, you're always in a great mood.
No,
But,
I
like-
also feel sleepy many times.
Yeah, but I was just like, it's like cramped. There's so many people here. Like,
Oh, you are not happy.
I didn't have lunch, and so I was a bit more sarcastic. I was like, I'm not gonna explain the opening because, to be honest, nobody understands like the opening. But I had comments like, well, you don't understand this format, but we don't understand regular chess. So this is how we feel. And I'm not so sure I agree with this, because I feel like if you're a 1000 rated player on chess.com, there is some structure. Like, it's not so bad. You can kind of play a London, you sort of see certain patterns, which I think is a really good foundation to then extend to this format. I don't really think you can start with this format
Imagine
and then
someone who knows nothing suddenly starts with a scrambled format and just thinks about chess differently than what we have learned.
Yeah, it's a different board game. It's the
Yeah.
same as playing, I don't know, anything else. I don't know what's a very popular board game in India, but like, I don't know, like,
I don't know, maybe like something like you play online PUBG or something. Yeah, that one.
isn't PUBG like a
bad.
yeah, it's like it's a reference to something else in the chat, but yeah, it's I don't know. I think I think 5 events is perfect during the year. I think if the chess world finds a way to integrate this format into a calendar year of events where we have classical, rapid, blitz, and that combination is how we determine who the best player in the world is.
You are saying like Grand Chess Tour, right? Then,
Yeah, like I love the tennis system. I think the tennis system is
but
great.
that is what Grand Chess Tour does, no?
Yes,
They
yes,
have
yes,
5
yes,
events.
yes. But in chess, we have a bunch of private organizations.
FIDE,
Yes.
Grand Chess Tour, Norway Chess,
Global Chess
Viceland
League.
Global Chess.
Yes, Global Chess League, and everybody is like trying to raise their own investors. Like, imagine we had one summit where we just decided like these are the 10 most important events. Like, this is where the sponsors should go. We have like one event in India, we have one event in Weissenhaus, we have one event in Oslo, we have etc. And those are the events. That's where all the top players have to play. And that way, once a year, we don't have to go, oh, Sindarov is amazing. Where did he come from? Like, this is exciting, but I don't think, I don't know how you feel. I do feel like it's, imagine you have a conversation with somebody and they go, oh, what are you watching? Oh, I'm watching freestyle chess. Okay, what is that? Well, you shuffle the pieces on the back row every single game. Why? Well, because openings, yeah? So people memorize the openings. And so because of that, like, you can't really get a game. What's an opening?
They don't understand the problem that is there. In fact, I've known that many top players also are not seeing the reason yet.
Mm-hmm.
They don't feel it's so saturated.
Yeah.
But what I realized just by following these games is that incredible patterns are coming up in the game. Like, even if you don't say classical chess is boring and all of that, just having this as a side thing, or let's say it's also working along with classical chess, it's fun.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. I also think this format in Rapid and Blitz is quite bad. I think you cannot extract the richness at all. I mean, I think,
Crazy.
I mean, Magnus losing twice on 8 moves, to me, is funny, but not interesting. Like, I'm sorry, but because, and a lot of players blundering in the opening and so on, and it's, it's very easy to tilt. So, but yeah, I'm happy to stop by. I guess you only have room for 2, so I will let you sit down.
He brought
you got
more
you got
food.
more food. I need to go get some food. So, yeah.
Harshit was like, Levi is here. Harshit, can you show your plate to our viewers?
It's incredible. It's so good.
Yeah, it's very nice. What is that? Some vegetarian
It's like
pasta?
it's like
Yeah.
some pasta and like some beans. It's incredible.
Wow.
By the way, everyone's saying Sagar versus Levi freestyle, but guys, this time we are going to get Levi versus Harshit.
No, you should. Who's gonna get more views?
bhai.
I mean, no. So I'm sorry, but
This guy becomes Jack Peralta often, and then he gets incredible views. Have you seen that video?
No.
With Dina Belenkaya.
Oh,
He
yeah.
he's wearing a hat. He comes like, I'm Jack Peralta. And then so.
No, but they want to see us. He's gonna beat me. He's GM. He's But no, yeah, we can play. We can probably sneak into
we
the
can do this like the pull and then the ball comes and then someone will pick it up. Maybe we
at
can
like
get a
1 in the
top
morning.
player.
Like everyone's asleep. We
No,
sneak
no,
in.
let's get a top player to pick
Mm.
up a ball and then
So
like-
not Harshit. Has to be a top player. You can,
Specifically mentioned.
yeah.
No,
Yesterday,
I was thinking some tournament player who will get knocked out now. Maybe.
So he'll make you choose the ball.
speaking of which, Levon and Fedoseev have to play each other now. Yeah.
Oh,
This would be a huge game actually because I think today I felt both of them will come with all guns blazing, but they both lost. So their chances of actually qualifying are now very low.
Yeah.
By
One
the
of-
way, we have a super chat here from someone, and they have mentioned Sagar and Amruta. Oh, are you coming to Australia or not? Otherwise, I'm giving the cottage to Uzbek chess team. Levi, get a better hairdo, man. Sagar, you can shave it all off. All in. By the way, this guy has a like a cabin in Australia, and he's inviting everyone. Maybe he can invite you.
He's,
as
he's like the Indian Jan Henrik. He's got a cabin and everything. But he's just saying you shave my hair or you shave your hair and I get a better hairdo.
I don't know. Clearly, your hair is very good as compared to
I
mine.
have fine hair. I
Yeah,
don't, it
you
became
have
some
a-
inside joke. I mean, the thing is, they can't make fun of much. They got to make fun of that I'm not a GM. Like, if I was a GM with great hair, what would they say?
Then they would find something else, Levi.
I'm
They-
too pale. Look at me. I was like ridiculous. It's like I'm like a ghost. Yeah, it's not good. I'm gonna let you sit and eat, and I'm gonna get some
Sure,
food.
sure. Thank you, Levi, for
Yeah.
coming.
Thanks for joining.
Maybe I'll stand off to the side and just yell moves. Oh, we have moves, or are they?
Yes, we have moves. Oh, moves! It started. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my God, guys! Let's go. We have
Bye, guys.
bye
See you.
bye. Vincent Keymer versus. What a nice moment, yeah, Harshit bhai. Harshit
Yeah.
bhai, आप तो पेलो.
Yeah.
और guys पेल रहे हैं. But we have Gukesh who sat down with Vincent Keymer, and guys, look at the position. We have here Rook Queen, Bishop Bishop King, Knight Rook Knight, and Gukesh starts off the game. Let me just get the board here. Maybe we can go in this one so that
Oh.
people can see it well. Keymer Gukesh. So
A
D4.
lot of moves have been played.
Yes, C5, he gave
and
up a pawn. Keymer
What
gave
an
up a pawn.
interesting idea found by him in the first few moves.
By
Incredible.
Vincent Keymer trying to find a sacrifice like Benko Gambit in freestyle chess. And now Gukesh plays c3. So essentially what Vincent is saying is, I have given up a pawn to get activity here. Total activity.
Look at the bishop, the two bishops on b7, b6, and the queen on b8. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, brilliant. I am worried a bit about you, Harshit bhai, because
अरे अरे सागर भाई खा रहा हूँ तो अरे
Harshit bhai, अगर आपको खाना ही है, तो then I can keep a full screen camera, but you can also eat while you are seen if you have no problem.
yeah, it's okay.
Are you fine?
Yeah.
Hi, Harshit bhai. Very, very bindas now. He's ready for everything. So, okay. So, guys, right now we are seeing this game, but one more game. Absolutely amazing game that I want to show all of you is this one, which is Magnus Carlsen versus
Firouzja.
Alireza.
Oh my
Firouzja.
God. This is a crazy matchup. Firouzja, a player who Magnus has always been praising in all of the tournaments, one of the best talents that chess has, playing against Magnus, who undoubtedly is one of the best players in freestyle chess. Didn't have the best event so far, but with the last 3 rounds to go, I think he's picking up his speed right now.
Right. And guys, we have 2.7k likes. If you manage to take us to 10k likes today, then Harshit bhai will go and bring another plate of
अरे
food.
अरे अरे
है ना Harshit bhai? अरे नहीं?
Sure.
Harshit bhai बोल रहे भाई का भूख तो लगा है. Guys, ठंडी में sometimes in cold weather you feel
yeah,
hungry.
exactly.
You don't realize many times that you are hungry or not, but you eat. So one game which is very much important from this tournament situation is the game between Levon Aronian and
Fedoseev, who
Fedoseev.
are at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. and they need to win. Both of the players need a win desperately in order to save themselves from relegation.
I have a feeling that Levon's opening has gone well. He has the bishop nicely placed, the queen nicely positioned, the bishop can come in. So looking good here for Levon Aronian. There you have Levon and Fedoseev against each other.
Very interesting how they've managed to develop their pieces, because I don't know where the knight on f8 is going.
Yeah, perhaps this knight has to move and then the other knight has to join in somehow.
Yeah, they always say that knights are the worst when they are defending each other because they control a lot of their own squares.
Right. Or maybe Harshit by f6, e5, try to get the knight
Yeah,
here.
that is a good idea actually, Sagar. By f6, e5. Okay, let's quickly jump back to Gukesh's game actually, because he's playing against Vincent and Vincent has sacrificed a pawn with very good compensation.
I find the opening of this game to be the most interesting, Harshit bhai. Because after CB, bishop b6, c3, he went knight g6. He also brought his knight out. The other knight came out. They are not playing with pawns, yeah, only with pieces.
And Vincent is actually shown very bold opening by sacrificing a pawn and going for the counterplay. I like it a lot personally, because in chess 960, it's all about developing your pieces better than your opponent.
Also, guys, look at this, because we have, like, on this screen, we can see both of them thinking really hard. And also, Harshit bhai, Vincent was the second of Gukesh.
And Gukesh has always been performing very well against Vincent, so I think Vincent must be looking at this as an opportunity to improve his score against Gukesh.
Right. One of the things that you notice here, guys, is how Gukesh's suit is red in color. Many of them have liked it. It's something that is provided by the organizers to the players. Each player has their own color. Gukesh has red. You can see Vincent slightly behind on his chair has placed his own coat. Let me just show you there. There you see his coat is yellow in color. By the way, oh, look at how he castled, yeah? He brought his rook out and then castled. So castling here done, and I think Vincent is very happy. Gukesh would love to move this knight and then castle himself as well. Yes, mustard color. Sorry, guys. Harshit bhai ASMR eating.
अरे
लोगों को भूख लग गया भाई हर्षित भाई. Maharishi says he touched the rook first. Well, actually he touched the rook and brought it outside the board, so that is allowed. If he had played it on the board, then that would have been something. So this one is looking good for Vincent, but Gukesh, I feel like Gukesh is a very strong defender. So when someone sacrifices material against him, he's able to hold. है ना? By the way, people are saying this format is tough for them to understand, but guys, the format here is that, I mean the position, that if Gukesh can get is, just imagine like Vincent takes, then Gukesh has a very nice position next move with castling. Like for example here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He would be pawn up.
Yeah, I mean, if black doesn't show exactly where his counterplay lies, then white is simply a pawn up. So I think the onus is now on Vincent to actually prove that he has some sort of compensation for the sacrificed pawn.
Correct. So right now bishop b3. And we have a all-American battle on board number 3.
A5, we found the best move, by the way. To quickly just point out, he's trying to get some space. A4 and then perhaps even bring his rook in with rook A5.
Wow, that would be amazing. So Vincent being super creative there.
Yeah, I think that's a very powerful move. Yes, we can even take a look at Fabiano's game, because Fabiano is currently in the joint lead along with Sindarov, playing against Hikaru Nakmaura. And look at this. Fabiano is again having a very good position.
Fabiano Caruana having nice one here. But also I like Hikaru's central knight here on e5. So maybe a very complicated but a very close to normal position.
Yeah, but if you think about it, the knight on g3 is not really doing that much, and the black's knight on f7 after coming to d6, I think is going to jump into e4, looking quite good for black actually. The bishop on d8 is also coming to b6. This bishop can jump into a6, so some sort of a dynamic equality.
Meanwhile, Gukesh has made a couple of moves there.
He
And
took
we
the
can see-
bishop on b6, queen takes b6, and knight e3, trying to jump with his knight to d5. Bishop b7 is a possibility now.
Yeah. So this would be a very, very strong piece on b7 right now. A very, very equalish position.
Yeah, by the way, what happens if you finish first in this format? Do the points carry over or they don't?
No, nothing.
It will be a completely new
But you will have the right to choose
choose
player.
the opponent. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the biggest benefit in coming
That's
into
a
top
huge
4.
benefit.
A4 played.
Harshit, by which? Wow, here I think Gukesh needs either come back or put his bishop in the center. Which one would you prefer?
Bishop c4. No, this game is getting very interesting actually, because bishop b7 now, and black is ready to jump with his knight to f4.
Also love the fact that black can put his bishop here, the other rook maybe comes here and can put pressure down the queen side, and white doesn't have, like, white is quite passive. You can see all the pawns are on their initial squares.
Yeah, I mean bishop b7 for example, just to quickly show, if white goes knight d5, that would be a big blunder, because queen c5 and black is almost winning a piece.
Yeah, and if you go queen d3, maybe there is
Knight e5 and then everything is hanging.
terrible. So
Knight f4 played by Vincent immediately. And if knight d5, oh, he has a very interesting idea. If knight d5, he wants to take, and swing the rook over with rook f5. This is a very powerful idea.
so c4, and then maybe a check comes in. You'll have to
Move your king. That would be very bad. So, can we
By the way,
quickly...
we have a question here. Venture Chess Academy. I previously inquired. Yes, I tried to find this. I already asked Keith about that whether we can share, and he said it's already open source, so we can share it with you. I need to find your. Can you send me again today a small mail, Venture Chess Academy? If that is the ID, then I will find it and I'll try to send it across to you. Let me just make a note of it.
Yeah, and while Sagar is trying to note that, Gukesh is also thinking about his next move, as he cannot really castle right now because the bishop on b7 is going to put a lot of pressure towards his king. And the good thing about this position is that Gukesh is 3 minutes more than his opponent Vincent, so he can afford to spend some time in this position.
Yes. And he is thinking right now, and I really want to check the game of Magnus versus Alireza, Harshit Bhai, because that game is also between two amazing chess players, and I think it can go in any direction, that one.
Let's check it out.
So let's have a look at what Magnus and Alireza are doing. There you see them.
What such a similar position with the knights on f4 and h4.
Yeah.
Black is going for the g2 pawn, but the knight on e3 is guarding the g2 pawn quite well. So Firouzja is doing very well. d5 coming in next, blocking the bishop on b7 but opening the bishop on b2. Looking good for Firouzja.
Yeah, I like this position for Firouzja. He has a beautiful center control, but Harshit Bhai, with the bishop here, the knights here, and also the queen looking here, it can get dangerous.
Yeah. d5, queen d4 is coming quickly though.
Yeah.
d5 followed by queen d4 is coming quickly.
And also, Harshit Bhai, one more thing which I want to tell people here is that there is a very, very important game that is in progress right now, which is between, like, Keymer and Gukesh is going on, but there's also this Nodirbek versus Sindarov, the all Uzbek clash. Maybe we can have a quick glimpse there of what is going on, because let's see who's winning there. So this is the position.
Whoa, we have a lot of moves.
Wow. It seems like Sindarov finally is going to get a bad position here.
He's sacrificed his queen for 2 rooks, but his king is a little bit weak as the bishop on a1 is not just a bishop, it's a rocket.
It's a
It's a
rocket.
rocket launcher looking towards black's king. He has to be very careful.
Mm.
I can already see some ideas connected with queen c3 and knight h6 check in there.
Right. And then if you take here, maybe this diagonal
Bishop takes
opens up,
g6
you
and then,
can
yeah.
take here and mate. So for now, materially, black has 2 rooks for the queen, which is good. But the king is too exposed, and it seems like Nodirbek Abdusattorov might be able to score a very, very crucial win here.
Against his compatriot.
Yeah. But Sindarov is a fighter, and let's see. By the way, going back to Gukesh's board, and we
Rook
have
b8 played actually. He didn't go rook a5. He instead tries to put pressure on the b2 pawn, and it's unclear how white is going to defend it. He
By the
goes
way,
for
question here.
b4 or
No, he hasn't played yet. Question by Sid, who says, do you guys think the likes of Carlsen and Hikaru have got a bit of reality check in this tournament? Carlsen always talks about positional understanding, etc. Honesty, please.
It's hard to say. I mean, it's just the beginning of the tournament, so it's very hard to say. I mean, I think we can get a lot more clarity about this question once the days progress and we see them play in the finals and semi-finals of this match. I still think that Carlsen and Hikaru definitely have some sort of an edge compared to their opponents, but it might be true that this edge is smaller than it is in classical chess.
Yeah, I also think so that here, maybe if today we see like Carlsen or Hikaru not making it to the next stage, it would be a huge thing.
Yeah.
But I think they'll make it, and they are still able to rise when the occasion demands. Like today, Magnus, I'm expecting him to score 4 out of 4.
Yeah, I don't know
although-
if I agree with you, but it is possible that he scores 4 out of 4. We already see Fabi, who is performing much better than most of the youngsters in this event. He has a great performance going on with 5 out of 6 right now.
Right, and by the way, I am not at all liking Gukesh's position here. Firstly, his pawn, that extra pawn, is now a very sick pawn which has been lost.
Yeah.
So now it's equal pawns, and black has this amazing pawns. Harshit bhai, when was the last time you had seen 17 moves later, all the pawns on initial square?
Yeah, it's so rare, and only the A, B, and C pawns have moved. So very rare sight that we get to see in this position. Queen e5, and I think that black is actually doing quite well.
Vincent is going to actually beat Gukesh if Gukesh doesn't play carefully here, and that might be a huge result for Vincent's confidence, because he was the second of Gukesh, and I think it's a big game now. Right now, Gukesh has to tread very carefully.
Absolutely. Especially playing against his second, he definitely wants to do well, because there's also some sort of an external pressure that they have playing against each other. Queen d3 has just been played. Maybe he can go for some sort of a e6 and maybe f5, just try to open up the diagonal of the bishop on b7 so that knight f4 can also jump in.
I agree. This looks very, very dangerous. But I think Vincent has decided not to touch his pawns, just play with pieces. So he's playing it that way. Harshit bhai, meanwhile, Alireza...
h5 played. He just goes for h5, h4.
He's going h4, h3, and then later on he'll open up this diagonal somehow to get to the king.
Yeah, no, I think black has a fantastic position. Also, the time advantage that we were talking about has dropped down for Gukesh. This is looking a little scary for Gukesh.
Right, and meanwhile, we have a guest here in this studio. We have a world-class photographer here. We have Steve Bonhaga with us.
Who's leaving now?
Can you come here? Just show people would like to say hi to you. Ne bhai, can you come here?
It's
Just
impossible to be invisible with you guys.
guys, Steve is here, and Steve has taken some amazing pictures. Steve has shared it on his social media and Freestyle social media. Some great pictures of Gukesh.
I have a more important question. What do you guys think about the German landscape here in Weissenhaus?
It's incredible.
I've seen you streaming in jackets. I feel like you're freezing. How's the Indian climate different from the German winter climate?
It's
You have
at
to
least
come to India.
yes.
I've been in India. I know the climate there.
Yeah.
It's very warm.
It's right now cold, but the people are very warm here.
Yeah, that is very true.
Yeah.
And it's a super nice atmosphere, and also the boxes with you guys here, always doing great job. Chess Base India does what Chess Base India does.
Steve,
Thank you, Steve.
always so
Thank
kind.
you. And dear crowd, please
you
remember.
have a Ganesh on your hand.
Yes.
Wow.
Please remember, Chess Base India fans, to remind Saga to catch some sleep. And
Yes.
also the obligatory Chess Base India group photo will happen at some point. I have
Oh,
something
wow.
special in mind for
Oh,
you guys.
Thanks a lot,
Thank
Steve.
you.
We're
We'll
looking
look
forward to
forward
it.
And thank you so much for coming here. Guys, Steve is here. He's taking some incredible pictures. You can follow him, his work, and has a book called Capture.
Mm.
But right now, capturing a lot of territory on
Is
the
black
board.
knight to f4 has just been played. He is pouncing towards black king, white king, h4, h3 is coming next. This is looking more and
So
more.
very good position for Keymer. And on the other board, we are seeing that Magnus Carlsen is coming under pressure against Gukesh. So sorry, against Firouzja.
Firouzja, he's the prince. He's known as the prince. in
Prince
chess.
Ali.
Prince Ali is coming towards Magnus. He's just trapped his knight. The knight on h4 is trapped. Did you notice that?
Oh my god. And also there's
Nowhere
way
to
pin-
go.
No, you can pin it with queen g5.
But then
But then-
f4. Or no, not f4, but just king h1. Just move, the king away from the pin, and
This is gone.
this is gone. Firouzja is winning.
So Alireza Firouzja is beating Magnus Carlsen, and you can see Magnus really tense there. Harshit bhai, I've never seen Magnus Carlsen under so much pressure.
I mean,
Look at that. He's not happy.
he's not happy. He's
He's
already
not at all
lost
happy there.
3 points in this tournament, and if he loses this, he's going to have lost 4. Queen g5
Oh,
played.
King H1.
Yeah, just king
King
h1,
H1.
and the knight on h4 is trapped.
Oh my god.
This
He
is huge. He
plays
plays
it,
it.
plays
He
it.
plays king
Alireza
h1.
ऐसे ही खेल लेता है.
fe4 quickly played, but gh4 is just down a complete piece. No compensation.
Oh my goodness, guys. Magnus Carlsen might lose his 4th game of the tournament. He's a full piece down with
Yeah.
Alireza having full stability here.
He takes the pawn on h4, but queen g4 is coming next. 12,000 of you watching, guys, like the stream, because more and more people can come for the 9th round clash between Magnus and Gukesh.
Bhai, but Magnus and Gukesh both are looking very much unstable here in this tournament. And there you see e6 played, blunting this bishop. You had mentioned this move, Harshit bhai.
I
Knight
really like it. The knight on g3 also is restricted towards going on the f5 square, and now it's just all black right now.
Yes, and Harshit bhai, what do you think? Like, people are writing in the chat that sometimes, Shadi Gambit, marriage.
Arre.
Guys, I'm a married man. I can tell you that marriage has generally no impact on your chess. But sometimes it can impact, but it depends from person to person.
Exactly, and I haven't had that in my life yet, so I cannot comment.
But right
2
now,
minutes each for both players. Sagar bhai, we were talking maze mein, but the players are down to 2 minutes. It's
Yeah.
becoming very tense for the players. They are really having a tough schedule here. 5 rounds yesterday, 4 rounds today. Really need to give their best to qualify, because this
I agree.
Grand Slam tour is going to have a huge importance in the upcoming few months and potentially years.
absolutely. And by the way, guys, just to tell you what is at stake here, if you don't finish in top 8, you cannot fight for the first place of $200,000, second place of $140,000, third place of 100,000. You have to go back home with the 9th or the 10th place, which is $10,000 or 7.5K.
King h1 played.
But
H4
H4
quickly.
immediately, मुझे तो लग रहा है वो H3 भी घुसा देगा भाई, and then this entire diagonal will become weak right at the king's heart.
Yeah, no, Gukesh is feeling the pressure. That's why he's thinking in this position, because he only has 2 squares, e2 or f1, but he's not able to decide, because knight f1, f5, this idea that I was mentioning might come. Knight f1, f5 is potentially just crushing.
No, but why? I will first push H3, force you to
No,
go G3.
I think knight f1, f5 is actually just almost gone. Yeah.
Wow, opening up the rook,
And
and it was
EF5
very
then H3.
important to block this bishop so that you can push it. Very cool, very cool. And right now, Gukesh down to 1 minute 10 seconds.
Oof, this is and Vincent looks away. I think Vincent knows that he has a winning position right now, and Gukesh also side there. So I think that both players kind of realizing that Black is almost winning in this position.
Yeah, yeah. By
Nothing
the way,
is
guys,
true
this
until the
tournament
game
is so
ends
tough.
with
Even if you are
Gukesh.
in good shape, these positions are so unusual. You cannot really be sure who is playing well. And Fabi and Sindarov are showing some good stuff, but everyone else is struggling.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
and
Magnus is just totally lost.
totally gone. Vincent actually, the crowd favorite in Germany, is putting on a masterclass with the black piece right now. Knight E2 played, he had to play it, tried to exchange that piece, quickly taken by him, and F5 played immediately.
Wow. Vincent is like
Vincent is
saying
very
that I'm
confident.
ready. I'm ready here. What to do, Harshit bhai? Now you are losing a pawn. Like pawn takes, and bishop will take the pawn.
And more importantly, the rook on F8 is going to become very active. He goes Queen D3, but H3 now. I think this is. Oof, this is very, very scary for White King.
H3, G3, and just take the pawn.
Yeah.
But maybe right now, if you take the pawn, Gukesh wants to take here, yeah? But even this position, I mean, what is this? You are just getting mated
You're
here.
getting actually mated in these
So
kind
क्या
of
क्या
positions.
सोच क्या रहे हैं? मतलब I'm sure now Vincent is just thinking what is the way to finish him off. That might be on his mind. Very, very intense position and intense moments in this tournament. Should we quickly take a glimpse at Magnus versus Firouzja?
Yeah.
It is almost about to end, it feels. And there you see Firouzja just moving his queen out.
Rook E4 played. I mean, Magnus is trying to find some counterplay in this position. He's attacking the knight on G4. And if the knight on G4 moves, then the bishop on F6 is hanging. So
Yeah.
he's trying to create some sort of an imbalance in the position. Although he's down a piece, after F3 rook E2, it can become a lot of moves are happening actually.
Yeah,
F3 rook E2 has happened.
This is what is on the board. But Firouzja is a piece up, guys. So Magnus in big trouble. But as Harshit says, anything can happen in this when you have just 2 minutes 50 seconds and 1 minute 10 seconds. And just very quickly to show our viewers, Harshit bhai,
Yeah.
that actually, oh, Amruta is here.
Oh.
When did she arrive?
Here since a lot of time I try to speak, but it's fine. तुम लोग बात करो. मेरा एक पति है जो बहुत बात करता है, so it's good to hear you.
But Amruta, we didn't realize you were here. Sorry for that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice commentary going on. I'm enjoying. But Magnus Sagar, you had predicted 4 out of 4, but right now he's in trouble.
Yeah, clearly he
And
is.
Gukesh also absolutely over, yeah, this one? Or not yet?
Gukesh
Rook
in
Rook
huge
F6
trouble.
move, yaar, Amruta. He's trying to swing his rook over to H6 and
Look at
कैसे
what
defend
happened.
करेगा?
H4, knight e2
Yeah.
takes, F5, queen d3, H3. He took here. King got completely exposed. And now, as Harshit bhai points out, rook swinging here and attacking this H2 point. There's
3
no one
seconds.
Because with Caruana, he had some
Oh,
counterplay.
by the way, only
but
move
here
now.
there is no
Only
counterplay.
move check. Vincent will find it.
Yeah.
Even in... Oh!
What?
Oh my god, he didn't find it.
What
Well
the
done.
hell?
Yeah, he had.
Cookie
Wow.
always
What
makes them
the
land
hell?
in this situation. And
Yeah. That is.
Never believe.
I actually
the
cannot
evaluation
believe that.
bar.
No, but Amruta, let's be honest, that was very, very findable, no?
That
Guy-
was no, but it's like there are many times the moves are findable against Guki, but
No, like the move is
Queen
check.
D.
And you have to take the pawn
and rook-
and
and
then
you're
the
just
rook
mated.
joins in and you are mated because maybe you have to sack a rook. Like if you go king h1, queen f2 with a forced mate on
Yeah.
g2, you give up the rook,
King
I go here
H7
and there's
guys,
no way.
this is called as a practical player, where whatever the engine says, practically the opponent makes a mistake, and this is one style of play, and Gukesh has that mixed up. So very difficult. You
गुकेश
guys,
को हराना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो गया है टूर्नामेंट में.
मुश्किल ही
Actually,
नामुमकिन है. ऐसा हो
he
रहा है
has
उसका.
saved many lost positions.
Yes, he's actually okay. All things said, he is extremely resilient in worse positions.
Yeah.
I have played him quite a few times in classical and as well online. And whenever he gets a worse position, he's very, very slippery. He always slips out of worse positions into a draw or sometimes even manages to get a win out of it.
Because he never gives up in his mind. Like, he's generally always fighting, always
I
finding
think वो
resources.
अमृता को लेके आएगा
Amruta
अपनी
effect.
screen में. भाई अमृता, that is the key thing. You have to be on screen.
Arey
Will
nahi,
you be
don't
there
make
during?
me luck
Will you be
and
there
all
during
mix it.
Magnus Gukesh game?
Of course, now I'm here and my physiotherapy is done, so I'm absolutely here, but I couldn't miss it.
Nice,
So,
nice.
I think this is now we are looking towards the draw, right?
Yeah, we are looking at a draw here. Meanwhile,
Oh, what? Sindarov won
what? Javokhir
against
Sindar,
Abdusattorov. He was down a queen, but he won that.
crazy. He just outplayed Nodirbek.
He's 6 out of 7, this young boy.
Yeah, and a Caruana, by the way, is slightly worse against Hikaru, so this might end in a draw, possibly.
But he's down a pawn, so.
Could be, but yeah, and Magnus is totally lost here against Alireza, and Fedoseev has
He's
won
won.
his game against Levon, which means Fedoseev still has hope if he beats Gukesh in next round. And look at Gukesh
Oh, we can
and
should go there, yes.
Vincent game.
Takes and shake hand and draw.
Look at him.
Yeah,
he just chose him
showed.
Queen
Queen
D4
D4 check.
Why didn't you play it?
Yeah, that was a
oh,
big
and he's
miss
not
by
considered
Vincent.
it at all, it seems, Vincent. Oh, he laughs. Oh my, he's like, oh my god, how did I miss that?
He
See?
played Queen takes C7 in a heartbeat,
No, the thing
which
is,
was a big
the
miss.
thing is that
Let's go to
Vincent
the
has a
position
little
ones.
bit too much respect for
Huh.
Gukesh. That's what I feel.
True.
Because once you have worked for someone,
That's true.
that kind of dynamic does get created.
Yeah. Because he was completely winning and he doesn't even feel upset about it. He's just like,
No,
yeah.
I mean they are friends, so that's fine. But still, and he's shaking his head. I'm sure it will make him feel bad after a while.
Yeah, definitely.
Not sure if it will, because you kind of have developed also the love for the people around you. So
Sagar,
not
I
sure.
always
Like,
thought, Amruta, so when are you
Mhm.
when you're playing against your best friend and
Mhm.
you somehow manage to defeat them, would you
Mhm.
actually be like very happy or like would you feel like would you want to defeat him or would you be like, yeah, we'll just offer a draw क्योंकि एक game से क्या फर्क हो पड़ेगा?
Draw, I don't like it. Like, you have to play. It's a sport in general. Withdrawals, draws are for this reason I don't think are good. You have to fight, and you have to learn that also to understand those emotions, to go through them, and how to get over them, get past them.
That's a
So
very
I
good
think it's
point.
very important to
Yeah. I think one of the things that Amruta and I can be definitely
Oh,
happy
blunder
about.
by Firouzja actually. It's a draw
Ooh.
now.
Guys, it's so tough to win in this format. There was h4, bishop f2, takes, king g1, and check. And Magnus is back, and maybe Magnus is just saying, "Yeah, Sagar, don't worry. I will make sure that your prediction comes true." Because he has a lot of pawns now.
No, but King G1 is a draw, right? So I don't think he's going to
But
get 4 out
Firouzja
of
will
4.
play for a win by. No.
Arre.
Firouzja is like, what have I
time
done?
क्या है सागर? Can't see the time.
10 seconds ना नीचे लिखा है बराबर. देखो.
Yes, 20 seconds for Firouzja and 54 seconds for Magnus. They are repeating the moves now. Firouzja is upset.
So unhappy, and Magnus is like, "वे बचा लिया मैंने."
Yeah, they're repeating. Big save for Magnus, yeah.
Last year also, Sagar, they were playing knockout, and then Magnus. Oh, look at.
wow.
Arey,
Yeah, he's just so unhappy,
he's-
Firouzja.
Yeah.
And Magnus is as well like, yeah, I saved a bullet there. I dodged a
Yeah,
bullet.
Crazy.
Huge. Actually, this is a big one. So, but still, he won't be able to make 4 out of 4 today. But he won't lose a game. And now let's go to the only game that's going on. That is Hikaru Nakmaura
This
versus
is Fabiano. And Fabiano is a pawn down, and I don't think he has any compensation for the missing pawn. And I think that Hikaru is going to win this game. And right as yeah, right as I say that he also gets control of the center, e4, d4, d5 check can come.
Would this be Hikaru's first win? here?
No, for sure he has won, right?
Yesterday he was on 2. I know he made a lot of draws, but could be there was one win also. Because he lost one game to Magnus.
Mm-hmm. e5, king e4 looks very, very dominating right now. Amruta, what are your predictions? Who is going to get knocked out? Who is going to get the 9th and 10th place?
It's it's like factual, no? Right now, I think Levon is in a difficult situation.
Yes.
I think
for sure.
Levon definitely is out with just 2 rounds to go. He's on 1 point.
He's
so
on
he's
I
one.
think Gukesh Fedoseev is a very critical game.
Yeah.
So that one
Actually,
I
Fedoseev beats Gukesh. Gukesh would be in
Hmm.
serious trouble because he'll go below Fedoseev and then he might have to beat Magnus to qualify.
Oh, and he's also pacing. Yeah, but it was huge for him to not lose the last
Oh,
game
yeah, he
against
didn't
Fabi.
lose. Correct.
And also he didn't lose
Keymer.
right now.
In my head, it's like Gukesh lost to Keymer.
No, he did not.
yeah,
He
he's
saved.
safe,
He also saved
So
himself against
maybe he's
Fabi.
safe already.
Kind of.
We'll bring up the standings, guys, and then you will have more clarity. But for now,
Gukesh will be in top 8. Yeah, Gukesh.
but
We'll
this
vote for him.
this game is very important for Naka actually,
Mhm.
because if he manages to win this, he will assure his qualification.
Yeah, and I think he's on the verge to do that with D5. He just played it.
And Sindarov will definitely make it, guys. He's already made it.
The first thing to kind of evaluate the position, guys, always look at the material. Here you see white has 4 pawns as compared to black's 3 pawns. The minor pieces and pieces are equal. Bishop, knight versus rook, rook. And after you notice the material, you can simply try to ask yourself, does my opponent have enough compensation? And here the answer is clearly not, which is why white is dominating in this position. And you can go ahead and safely say that white is much better.
And as Harshit says about the material, this is what used to happen. All the parents knew only one thing, to count the material if they don't know chess. So
Mhm.
earlier when they would come in a tournament hall which was allowed, they would count the material and like, oh, you were a piece down, how did you win? Because they don't understand the sacrifice.
Correct.
Look
So
at
it
this move,
is.
by the way. So
Wow.
beautiful, right? Because if you take with the pawn,
The
the
bishop
knight
hangs.
hangs. And if you take with the bishop, there is a pawn fork. Beautiful chess.
And he's still keeping the pawn on d6. This is unbelievable.
Sid
It is saying
says,
take respectful. Super chat says it's disrespectful not to. Okay, did we miss super chats?
Amrita, can you check? Sorry, इधर बहुत सारा handle करने में शायद miss हो गया.
Okay, I'll check.
Although
Knight
although
d7.
we did respond back.
And now he can even pick up the h5 pawn. So he has the luxury of choosing between two very good options, which quite often is not what you want, because then you just get too tempted by both of them, and to decide between the two tempting options you end up losing a lot of time. But I think Hikaru is being one of the best blitz and bullet players, one of the best streamers in the world, is no stranger to time pressure, and I think he should be able to confidently convert this.
By the way, e5 was the best move, but he goes knight h5, threatening some kind of a
Nasty trick.
check there if possible. But king moves away. So he takes with the king.
Rook h4.
I'm not so sure, Harshit Bhai, if he'll be able to convert this. We have seen lot of mistakes happening.
Oh, by the way, bishop g3 is a blunder right now, guys. Bishop takes g3. You might think knight g3, rook mar raha hai h4 pe, but white to play. Why is white winning here? Why is white winning in this position?
Yeah, this is very important. Nice variation found, and he goes knight e5. We'll have, yes, knight f5 fork. So many people suggesting that. Well done, guys. Knight f5 check was the move there.
Exactly.
Hikaru doing this very calmly, just bringing his king back.
Oh, did you?
Guys, 13,000 of you watching here. This is the second day of the freestyle chess. We are playing, it's a 9-round event right now, and the top 8 players out of 10 qualify into the next stage. Gukesh is kind of safe to qualify into top 8, but he has to do better in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah. But I have this feeling, Harshit Bhai, that the top 8 players look kind of clear right now, with Fedoseev and Fedoseev making just a final attempt. If he wins both the games, he might have some chance, because right now he's on 2 points while the next placed player is on 3. No, but Nodirbek?
No, Nodirbek has a lot of points.
No, he was on 2.5 yesterday.
Yes, yesterday. So
Yes.
that's also a lot.
So today he lost to Sindarov right now. Before this round, Nodirbek, what did he do in the
No, I
previous
mean, there's no way Abdusattorov has any problems to qualify. I think the main people being in trouble are Aronian and Fedoseev.
Yeah, definitely they are in trouble, but Nodi is also on 2.5 bhai. Nodirbek lost both the games
Oh, he lost
today.
both.
Yes.
But still, 2.5
He
is.
lost to Magnus and now lost to this. So he's only half a point ahead
Hmm.
of Fedoseev.
Maybe some trouble actually.
Some नहीं भाई serious trouble. What? हर्षित भाई is like Nodirbek तो होगा ही. पर he's just half a point ahead.
Yeah, we should definitely take a look at standings after this game,
Yes.
just to understand who is going to
After
qualify.
this game ends, guys, we will look at the standings.
Amruta, this looks quite winning for white, right?
What Sara pawns are 2,
Yeah,
but
looking good,
not
looking
sure
good.
if the drawing chances are there. You are better placed to see that.
By the way,
Really?
Amruta, we have been given a table that is movable. Like we can actually just press a button
Up and down.
and it goes up. ये देखो.
Height. Oh,
अरे कुछ गिर जाएगा भाई 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 भाई.
awesome.
बढ़िया बनाया है भाई घर पे
Because
ऐसे.
when you want to show the standings, you can just increase the height and then you can.
This is incredible.
We can also do
क्या लगता
standing
है
comment.
हर्षित?
भाई standing
Standing
commentary
commentary,
करेंगे
हाँ.
कल.
पूरे टाइम
Yes.
हाँ थोड़ी देर.
हाँ.
थोड़ी देर कर सकते हैं भाई. Full time.
Then we can dance also and we can
Exactly.
Illuminati.
By the way, now only move is e5. Suddenly Hikaru is in big moment here. If he doesn't find e5, then Fabi could get a draw here because his king is coming in.
Yeah, King F3, and the knights are not the best defenders against passed pawns, unlike bishops, because they don't have that many squares to go to. And after King F3,
Oh!
he doesn't.
But इतना बड़ा blunder नहीं है भाई. You.
No, actually, after
Sure.
King E2, Bishop C7 was the only drawing move, but it's very difficult to
Oh,
play.
yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, ये format बहुत crazy है.
You know, the very important thing about this format is also after the opening, whatever positions are happening, most of the time they are very weird. So the patterns are yet to form. Like, and because there are 960 positions, it's very difficult to even form the
But
pattern.
Amruta,
You know,
endgame
it
में
has to
कौन
be
सा
a
pattern? This is
end
all.
game में नहीं. End game नहीं. You're not talking about this. But you have to not forget, you cannot see this in isolation because it started from move number 1, which was like from chaos and weirdness to here. The effect is always there, right? Like,
Yeah, possible.
And
I mean, if you give a board exam, after the board exam, next 2 days you're tired, na? Matlab you won't be like, you won't be studying, na?
Yeah.
Effect तो रहेगा ही.
My board exams happened such a long time ago. I have no recollection of them.
You don't know what you did after that, yeah? Harshit must have ran to a tournament after the board exams.
yeah, I mean, I only I know how I passed my Sanskrit exam. Oh my God.
Oh, I can understand. I had that. Oh my god, it was so
Why, what
difficult.
about sanskar exams?
अरे what?
मतलब, did you give like that?
ये
नहीं,
क्या हो
इतना
गया
आप
यार?
संस्कारी लड़के हो,
अरे।
so did you learn something like? वो जोक पता है ना आपको?
Answer भी नहीं दे रहा है.
अरे मुझे
पागल. He's
एक
not
बार
even
एक-
giving an answer to that.
एक बार एक आदमी बोलता है कि मेरा संस्कार ले लो, तो वो बोलते हैं अरे ऐसे क्या आप बात कर रहे हो वगैरह, तो बोलता है कि अरे क्या हुआ, मैं तो बोला था बाहर गाड़ी खड़ा है, मेरे बेटे का है.
I didn't even understand actually.
Oh my god,
अभी भी
this
नहीं.
one you have to tell
अभी भी
someone.
नहीं. बेटा है, बाहर गाड़ी है, संस्कार.
Oh, अरे I'm a bit slow with these jokes.
हर्षित भाई needs only English jokes, guys. No Hindi.
नहीं.
Chat suddenly going.
Chat
Oh,
is
बढ़ रहा है
laughing.
भाई, बढ़ रहे हैं लोग. Not going away. I thought everyone will leave. जा नहीं रहे दोस्तों.
Oh my god.
By the way, Hikaru now doing this in style, pushes the pawn, will get his knight like this,
Yeah,
and then queen.
exactly. This is going to be King e6 and knight b4. The idea that you mentioned, knight a6, is coming. Yeah, this is over. And
Maybe
after
small
this,
hope, Arshit bhai. If you go knight a6, I move the bishop, you queen,
take
take,
Yeah.
king e5,
king f3,
g2,
knight c6 check,
king d6,
and then just take the.
king c6.
That's a
right?
draw. Yeah, maybe some small chance.
So maybe that is the trick they are fighting for.
That's why he goes king f3 first, and now it's not going to happen.
Ah, smart boy.
Very smart.
Hikaru, very.
Yeah, now knight a6 or c6, and black just does not have enough.
Can't believe because Caruana was really playing well. He was in form.
Yeah,
and
resigned.
Naka
Resigns.
has just beaten him.
Wow.
The US match over there. Caruana just little confused. How did this happen?
Crazy, yeah? Crazy.
Yeah.
And no one is safe here except Sindarov.
No, Fabi is very safe. Fabi has 5
No, no,
points.
I'm just saying from a loss.
Yeah.
Sindarov, no one is able to beat.
Yes, guys, the standings are not yet updated, but we can just show you the standings before this round.
हाँ. अच्छा, before this round दिखाना है. ठीक है, I will show it. These are the standings before this round,
Yeah,
but I will update it now.
Fabi and Sindarov on
So
the top.
Fabi lost. Sindarov now moves to 6. Fabi on 5. Firouzja drew. So he also moves to 5. Magnus drew 3.5. Vincent drew 3.5. Nodirbek lost
Lost.
2.5. Gukesh 3. Nakamura
Hikaru-
3.5. Fedoseev 2. Aronian 1. So actually now Gukesh Fedoseev very critical game. Think about it, guys. If now at this point, if Fedoseev manages to beat Gukesh, he will join him at 3 points.
Yeah, it's
है
a
ना?
big game.
And Nodirbek will face very important game again because if Nodirbek now loses to Firouzja, such a tough one for him,
Yeah,
then he might be in trouble. So Fedoseev has his own future in his own hands now.
but Aronian, I think,
He's out.
is kind of out. Yeah,
No, kind of nahi, bhai. I think he's gone. Like,
he needs to win both to have some small chance, and even after winning both, it's unclear if he will
Yeah.
qualify. So I think Aronian
oh,
is
but there is tie. You remember, no, that 8th spot tiebreak is
tiebreak.
there.
hai.
Oh, so maybe if Aronian wins both, he might have some hope.
Yeah,
स्क्रीन तुम लोग का रखो ना बड़ा मेरे को इधर
अच्छा दिख रहे हो हम लोग तो थोड़ा बात करो.
oh, Sagar bhai, romantic.
जोक बढ़िया मारा सागर आज तूने like आज after such a long time you cracked a joke of 2700 level I would
That
say,
संस्कार
otherwise-
one. एक जन ने बोला
हाँ.
सॉरी ह्यूमर हम आपको बचा नहीं पाए चैट में.
नहीं that don't listen to them
So don't listen to them.
ठीक
है. Guys, these are the standings now. Let's look at them a bit carefully. We
Updated.
have, yes, updated after round 7. Sindarov won 6. Caruana, Firouzja. We can say these 3 are safe.
Mhm.
Magnus, maybe safe. All on 3.5 look safe. Let's
Yeah,
say
3.5
Magnus, Keymer, Nakamura are safe.
Safe.
Then Gukesh, Nodirbek, Fedoseev and Aronian. These are the 4 players who have to be
Wow.
slightly careful.
Yeah,
Actually, I didn't think Nodirbek would also be in this situation, so which is a little bit surprising.
Because Nodirbek last year in the round robin had finished first.
yeah, and here he lost
Hmm.
both the games today. So yesterday he was doing fine, 50%, but Aaj he lost both games. And Gukesh also needs to make sure he doesn't lose to Fedoseev because then he'll also be in some small trouble in the last round against Magnus.
Bhai,
Last
बहुत
2 rounds were
exciting.
super
Amruta,
exciting.
Amruta, what is your take on Magnus versus Gukesh? How excited are you? Because, yes, we are seeing them play for the first time after he became the world champion. So that's a big thing. Secondly, it will be very rare that they will play each other.
Yeah, they
That's what I
almost
feel.
never play. I think the next they will play in classical is going to be Norway chess.
Yes.
Yes.
But in chess 960, I think they played here last year, and that's when Gukesh had actually defeated Magnus, if I'm
Yes,
not mistaken.
Yes.
So
yes, exactly.
Magnus will definitely want to do well against the
Revenge.
current world champion.
And also, I think, I mean, I don't know what can happen because ऐसा नहीं कि right now Gukesh is also getting into the rhythm. This is a very it all depends also on what position you get, you know, who is white, which is that position. Hard to predict about. It's not just every game is a different game kind of. So let's see. But very hopeful that Gukesh, if he can beat Magnus, it would be epic.
And also Magnus's next round opponent is Levon Aronian. So maybe Magnus, if he manages to win that,
Yeah.
he will make it safe for himself.
I
and
think
Levon would have
Right
no
now,
chance.
Magnus is trying to come into top 3 because he will get the
Then he can
ability to
choose.
choose his opponent. So I think instead of top 8, he actually wants to fight for top 3.
My question to both of you, suppose the tournament has ended, you are Javokhir, Sindarov, and these are the final standings. Whom will you choose from 5, 6, 7, 8?
Vincent, I think.
Vincent.
Because I mean, Hikaru, Gukesh, and Nodirbek are 3 of the most dangerous players in this event.
I feel Gukesh he could also choose because he might want to play the world champion, beat him, something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
You can
that
also
would be
think
the
that way.
boldest move that anyone ever makes.
No, boldest.
But also,
would
he could
be-
think of Nakmaura because then he would think, oh, Naka will go back and do a recap.
Eh,
Okay, Sagar, I couldn't. Can you read the super chats because I think I'm logged out. How come? I don't know.
Huh?
But
तो login कर लो.
अरे
कैसे
तू
तुम-
इसमें देख बाद में मैसेज डाले हूँ.
अच्छा. I'm trying to load the super chats now.
It's super cold here, Amrut. How's the weather back there?
यहाँ पे amazing actually. Mumbai this time, you know, it was 18 degrees in the morning, like very pleasant.
Wow.
सुबह ठंडी लग रही थी. So it's the first time इतना ज़्यादा ये था pleasant था.
Mm.
Sid says,
Yeah.
guys, if you need give Rakshit a break, let me know. I'm in IT as well. Achha, thank you, Sid. Shady Gupta, minus 200 ELO players who get scholared mates are trolling Gukesh and Magnus in chat. Sit down and maybe learn from these legends. Okay. Sid bhai says, भाई ये आंसर किया ना अपन ने. Carlsen always talks about
we did.
positional understanding, honesty, please. We spoke. Venture Chess Academy, I told you.
Yeah, we read everything else.
सब कुछ पढ़ लिया अमृता. All super chats.
Purana, I don't know. I was not here, so I don't know. People didn't give super chats, maybe.
No, I read everything.
Achha. Guys, Harshit is
Hi,
like
Harshit
right
bhai,
now
do you want to
chikna
eat
OP
something?
है
No,
सब
no. I'm very much.
Your food, that plate
Yes.
is still left.
Oh, yeah,
आपने
I'll
खाया,
go.
खत्म नहीं किया.
I ate. आपका प्लेट कहाँ पे? मैं रख देता हूँ.
Thank you.
अरे तू वो बोल रहा है प्लेट रख देता हूँ तो उसको मत दे.
नहीं मतलब वो जा रहा है उसका रखने
So
को. So
sweet of
thank you
him.
Harshit bhai. Very kind of Harshit bhai. I will do it in the evening also. अरे.
क्या खा? What did you eat?
We had pasta there, Amruta, thoda यहाँ पे. It's
Nice.
it's food for all the crew members and all the people there, so it's very cool. We also had Levi joining us for some time.
Oh.
Here, yes, it was very nice.
Hmm.
And अमृता ये वाला बहुत सही है. चेयर
What?
यहाँ पे चेयर, a full setup, lights. I can show the people actually a bit over here what they have given us. So you can see here there's one light here. There is another light here. So this is how outside this is the glass booth. They have a name written, Chess Base India outside, and people are outside as a filming वगैरह. Then on the right side, guys, please don't laugh. This
Can
is
they
me.
change?
This is me. Although this one looks little funny. Then they have some fruits here like kela
Banana.
and
एक ही
some
तो है, अकेला ही तो है वो.
water and so on. Then they have given us some space to keep our stuff. Then we have a stream deck here. I look at the chat here. Then we have here Abhudaya's laptop. And they also gave us this, Amruta, which is very, very nice. This is to just make our stream look better, but we are not able to use it in the stream. But they gave us some props. There was nothing in the room, nothing.
So
There's also a heater here to keep the room heated. So guys, ऐसे full मस्त बूथ दिया है हमको.
So cool,
And-
yeah, it's really amazing. If you have a good camera, then maybe it will have a little bit of wide angle, which will take the props वहाँ पे से. But you don't have a good camera, right?
Yes. People are saying my bottle, guys, ये पानी है, please देख लो. Aqua पन्ना पानी.
और क्या करेगा वो उसको और क्या ही. अभी वो किधर है? Where is he?
He is outside. By the way, Amruta, the next game will start because there's hardly any time to see anything here. So let's look
Let's
at the
go.
position
Yes.
this time and a
अरे
very
set हो गया है क्या?
हाँ, हाँ, हाँ.
Once the position is set, बाकी कुछ भी नहीं. We should discuss like the players for 10 minutes. What
Okay, Amruta, sure. So let's look at this position. We will also look at
ये तो
Gukesh.
normal position लग रही है.
अच्छा. ओ तो अभी सेट
यही
नहीं
हुआ
हुआ
है.
है.
एक्वा पन्ना सब हंस रहे. अरे विश्वास नाम की कोई चीज ही नहीं है. ऐसा बोलो सागर. ओ गेम्स हैव स्टार्टेड.
No, no, no. This is last round का उन दोनों के बीच में. Just showing you some highlights, guys. Hey, Gukesh! Let's go.
The red Guki. I think
गुकेश ने अभी तक विन नहीं किया है, but he has only had one loss. विश्वनाथ होता से सागर भाई, आपने जो शर्ट पहना है वो कहाँ से खरीदा? वो एक संबलपुरी शर्ट है. आई एम फ्रॉम संबलपुर ओडिशा. थैंक्स फॉर कवरिंग दिस मैचेस. यस भाई, आई वाज गिवन दिस वेरी नाइस शर्ट by Ranjan Mohanty from Odisha, and then we made a shirt out of it, and I've been wearing it to many tournaments, so that has been very nice. I like it a
it's
lot.
very must. It fits in the suitcase very easily, and also it's very good for the skin के लिए भी मस्त feeling है. Very nice.
Oh,
that
Amruta,
people can
position आ
easily,
गया, position आ गया, position आ गया.
Okay,
तो,
ठीक है. King in the
Queen
center.
open. रुक
बिशप
इधर.
किधर है? दोनों बिशप्स पहले मार्क कर लो थोड़े.
बिशप इधर एक देख रहा है, एक बिशप यहाँ पे.
हाँ, ये सेंटर
two
वाले को
knights
हैज अ चॉइस.
and the
Actually,
rook.
if you see rook on a1 and knight on b1 is the same. So वहाँ पे there is less weirdness, but we have all the weirdness on the king side mainly.
Yeah. So I'm actually thinking once the rook is here, if you get your pieces out, bishop, then you can long castle. So king on e1 is
Long
so
castle नहीं हुए.
we have two pieces on their initial square.
Also, Sagar, if you see just for imagination, imagine something like Sicilian, okay? So after e4, if you are able to have white will have e4, f4, short castle, g4, the bishop goes to e3, queen. बहुत ही Sicilian position आ सकता है. It can. It's a high possibility.
भाई सिड भाई ने तो सुपर चैट सॉरी के लिए भेजा है. वेंट बैक चेक द आंसर. सिड भाई इतना भी आप सुपर चैट मत करो. वी आर वेरी ग्रेटफुल फॉर यू. By the way, Amruta, we have had our first believer of today, Anuja Karmakar. 500 rupees. Thank you so much for contributing to Help Chess, Anuja. Very kind of you. I've always loved this fact that we covered the top players of India and are able to build the next generation through it. So in a way, the top players are contributing to the growth and you guys are supporting. So it's like the community, the top players support the next generation. The next generation will then go on to become champions.
Also, Sagar, I was thinking that we have got some amazing mods who do a lot of things, but also we have not made new mods since
नहीं
quite
मैं
a
बनाता
while.
हूँ. मैंने टाटा स्टील में 2-3 जन को बनाया है.
हाँ
But you
क्या?
can make if you find anyone. Also, couple of updates, guys. There's a first link in the description. It is something called as checkmatel. This is a very interesting concept developed by Frederick Friedel. Please go and check it out and give me your feedback कि कैसा लगता है. It is inspired from Wordle. And Frederick Friedel is actually the co-founder of Chessbase. He founded Chessbase back in 1986, 85 or 86. That's almost 39 years ago. And he has made another app now, which is called Checkmatel. he and Anirudh is another boy who's working very hard from Singapore on it. So if you guys like it, तो एक बार देखना कि कैसा है, and do it's for free. अंश बाल says chess देखने में मजा आ गया दोस्तों. अच्छा अमृता, one more update I want to give the people. Can I
Yes,
give
Visco
it?
says I have been watching ChessBase for 6 years now. It's amazing because we definitely know from 2020 many people have watched, but all those who have watched before 2020, it's always also wonderful to see your comments. क्या news
Bhakti
है साहिल?
Mahata says, who is the most promising prodigy of next generation? So depends what you call next generation. If you look at very little kids, then for sure Anish Sarkar is very, very talented. He's in the news and so on, 4-year-old. But if we look at, let's say, for example, kids in the age of 8, 9, 10, 11, then we have like players like Madhvendra Sharma, who might become a grandmaster from MP. Rayan
The one who beat
Mohammad,
Samay, no?
Yes.
In Bhopal.
Rayan Mohammad from Bihar. Then we have Ilam Parthi from Tamil Nadu, Ethan Vas from Goa, Jubin Jimmy from Kerala. We have Gautam Krishna from Kerala, another amazing talent. So all these are in the age group of, you can say, from 9 years to 13 years, and they are doing phenomenally well, and we are supporting almost all of them through some way or the other. So thank you all for supporting. Also, there are certain players who are very close to GM title. For example, there is Aronian Ghosh. Then there is this boy Ayush Sharma from MP. Then there are other players. So we are also trying to see if Mayank Chakraborty. Yeah, I forgot his name. He's very talented. Maybe will become the first GM from Northeast India. So yeah, amazing talent pool that we have. And by the way, look at Gukesh. No, he's not even thinking. उसके आँख बंद है ना?
So I was just
Sagar, I have
inside.
a first move
I was-
suggesting is G4 here for white.
Very natural move,
Because you
because you
attack the
open the
B7.
B7 pawn. But Harshit was inside and he saw something.
Yeah, I was
Analysis
looking.
देखा? Please
Yeah, I was
tell us.
looking at like Magnus, Abdusattorov, Vincent, Fedoseev were analyzing together. They were considering G4 and then something like C6 after that.
Yay.
And then they were considering at some point black going maybe F5 or G6, opening up the pieces like this. So Magnus is so excited. Like
Dude.
all the players were so excited to analyze with Magnus himself as well, being very enthusiastic in the analysis.
Right.
So
बहुत
he
मजा है.
changed his strategy actually because initially he was sitting alone yesterday
Mhm.
and today he is analyzing with everyone. So
Yeah, yesterday didn't go his way, so maybe he
उसमें
wanted
बोला,
to change something.
correct. Also, sometimes when you take things very seriously, things don't go well. Sometimes life is all about just having fun, which maybe as I say, I see Gukesh and I'm like, थोड़ा change करना पड़ेगा because he is always serious and he does well. Oh, one last update which I want to give you guys is on 15th of February this month, 1 week later, we will have Vantika Agrawal, the gold medal winning member of Indian team and Arjuna awardee recently, will visit the Phoenix Market City in Mumbai, our ChessBase India club, which runs there,
Wow.
and do a simul. And she might also play with few of, so there will be a form that will be released. Few of the big believers who are in and around Mumbai will be invited for that simul. So big shout out and thank you to Vantika for doing this for the community.
Yeah. Fedoseev about to join the stage as well because the games are about to begin. Yes, Amruta.
भाई हिमांशु
Bhakti
भी बोल
says
रहे हैं
that I'm so addicted to chess. Now I can't watch cricket. Confused. Should I watch New Zealand versus Pakistan or chess? And here I
क्या
am.
बात
अरे
कर
of
रहे हो?
course you need to watch chess 960 in
No answer
freestyle
needed,
chess.
हर्षित
Yeah यार
भाई।
मतलब ऐसा क्वेश्चन पूछे तो भी क्या ही आंसर
भाई लोग बोल रहे गेट हर्षित भाई टू मुंबई में वो क्लब में वगैरह टेंपल ऑफ चेस वगैरह
टेंपल ऑफ
तभी-
चेस तो सागर भाई was the first
अरे!
person.
Ah,
गया यार।
remember ना?
Yes, Temple
That
of Chess
type of
was
fact.
launched.
Oh, the handshake. The handshake Sagar bhai has happened. Fedoseev with the brown suit has to win. Gukesh as well. is in a must-win situation. Kya game hai, bhai?
Guys, just so that all those who are joining in, these are the standings. Next round, we have Gukesh versus Carlsen. But for now, Gukesh is fighting for his qualification. He needs to finish in top 8. This round is super critical because Fedoseev is on 2. Gukesh is on 3. And we have a
G4.
first move that has been made. Let's go. G4 by Fedoseev. Bhai, already.
C6, I told you, I saw the players discussing this. G4, C6.
बचा लिया भाई, बचा लिया. G4, C6, Harshit bhai with all the inside information. Harshit bhai, और क्या होगा अब? What will white play? F4 maybe?
They were discussing this. I think C3 is what I think that the players are going to go for.
C3 with the idea of bishop B3 maybe. Just
C-
open.
He goes knight D3.
Ooh,
Interesting.
very interesting move because generally they say don't put your knight in front of pawns.
But
He's
Sagar
doing
bhai,
it.
there is no fundamental rule in chess 960. Every position is for itself, and maybe in here with the knight on D3, he protects the pawn on B2. Perhaps want to push F4 now.
Quite possible. Quite possible. Ooh.
Guys, 10,000 of you watching. These are the last 2 rounds. Sagar bhai, the excitement is crazy now. Cannot
Bhai,
believe.
Can we do if today Gukesh beats Magnus? What are you ready to do? Harshit
Sagar
bhai?
bhai, I will sing and you will dance.
I will give you one dare, bhai.
Okay, bhai.
If you can do push-ups outside in the cold at night
Done.
without shirt,
Without shirt.
Yes.
Arre, bye.
ठंडी के लिए.
If Gukesh beats Magnus, done. Deal.
Oh! Wow!
That is really a dare.
Wow.
Bhai,
Harshit bhai. Guys, here it is like minus में temperature है. And Harshit bhai has ready to do 69 push-ups.
Arre, 69 war, we didn't agree on that, but
हाँ.
maybe 25 push-ups. 69 is impossible.
ठीक है भाई. 25 push-ups. Crazy. Yes, I will record, guys. Don't worry. We will also upload it on Harshit bhai's Instagram because he has to reach 10,000 followers there. Otherwise, he won't be allowed to get back to US. So E4.
Oh, by
bhai.
the way, E4 has been played, and look at the spawns.
Yeah.
E4, F4, G4 over there. The bishops are. Harshit, how is this exchange which is happening?
He goes D6. I think that right now, Fedoseev is doing quite well because he has total central control. But do you remember, Gukesh likes playing E4, D6.
Mm. But no, Harshit bhai, here it looks serious because imagine if bishop moves
And then
and you long castle, suddenly your king is also not exposed. This
Yeah.
chess, freestyle chess has this element where your king looks exposed, but then castling and king is safe.
Yeah, do you remember Magnus in his interview was saying that suddenly the king goes from this side to the other side, so you have to keep that in mind as well. Knight d7, Gukesh is trying to keep the position very conservative. He's trying to not show his trumps right now. Maybe when the clock ticks down and in the crucial moments, he will show what trick he's prepared under his sleeve.
Bishop f3 comes out, and look at Fedosev's focus. No, like it's tremendous. He knows that everything is riding on this game. He's like pack up करके जाना है या फिर रहना है.
Yeah.
And no one wants to pack up, guys, because really this place has such a nice energy, such a vibe.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to stay.
And for chess players, they love playing chess. They want to, and this is an opportunity of a lifetime for players like Fedoseev to play against Gukesh and Magnus. So they want to make sure that they get this spot in the top 8 in order to continue their journey in this event. Knight CB6, maybe trying to go to C4, put pressure on the B2 pawn, but now the knight D3 play is actually doing a very good job
of
of defending.
True. Amruta, what are your feelings about this game? Because you are always observing everything very closely.
No, I definitely now don't trust the bar going up and down with Gukesh. Like that's something just not gonna happen. We have to try and look at it. These positions, as we know, are so weird. And how is Gukesh looking at the pieces, the dynamics of the pieces, because he's very good at that. So I think that's more interesting.
Mhm.
Correct. Agreed.
Yeah. Can we also take a look at the opening in Carlsen's game, perhaps?
Carlsen versus
Yes.
Levon Aronian, because that's also a very important game for Magnus because he doesn't want to lose to Levon here.
And Magnus goes for a crazy pawn sacrifice. he goes f4, and after f5 he goes e4, fe, and he's like, I'm not going to take. He goes for knight c3, giving up a pawn.
Yeah, and can we now play d5?
You absolutely can, and I think Magnus's idea is to go d3, just give up a pawn and go for quick development. Very interesting. Magnus is being very creative today.
Yeah, that's a nice way. I think Magnus loves such things. He told last time, right, with your interview which you did, he said my game against Fabiano Caruana that I played in Singapore,
His was his favorite.
where breaking all the principles was something I deeply enjoyed.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's trying to do that. He's trying to sort of say that in chess I've followed the rules for many years. Now I want to break rules.
Yeah. It's crazy how in classical chess we've studied the same position for hundreds of years, and in chess 960 they only get 10 minutes
True.
to understand the
But they will
nuances.
get next match onwards classical thoda
They'll have a
zyada
lot
time.
more time.
By the way, guys, one more important game that's happening is Caruana versus Sindarov. So this is the battle between two players. By the way, this is the last round between Firouzja and Magnus that we saw. Firouzja was very unhappy with the draw that transpired. It was not a happy feeling because he was completely beating Magnus piece up, and you can see how much trauma it feels when you don't win. And ye wale game mein, I get a feeling that Fabi might be able to put some pressure on Sindarov, or looks equal, Harshit bhai.
No, it looks good for black because the knight on b1 and the knight on c1 don't really have good future right now. And bishop h4 check is nice move by Fabi. After bishop f2, your rook on f3 is going to be a little vulnerable. So I think black is slightly better, but the point being that both these players are kind of safe in terms of the standing. So let's look at some game where both players are in kind of trouble. Gukesh versus Fedoseev. This game is going to be very important. Look at the development. e5.
Can you flip this, Sagar?
Yeah. E5 played.
Yeah, big move. Amruta, what do you think?
What's happening for knight c4, b3, right? Immediately you'll go. Oh, no, knight c4
but
को
what
what
if I
will you do?
take? What if I take?
Ah, that is
Oh,
also a
in
question.
the end, guys,
d6.
queen is looking here at this knight. So
Exactly.
if I take here, then all of a sudden, boom,
And it's over.
and take here, rook takes. Suddenly,
Your king.
look at this bishop.
Look at the queen also.
Queen कुछ नहीं कर पा रहा है. King cannot castle. White is going to castle. My God.
Completely winning for white. So actually after e5, Gukesh is in some slight trouble.
Huge, guys. Huge trouble, actually.
Have you noticed,
No,
Sagar?
but
by-
what do you do knight c4 for knight c4? He will play b3, knight
But there is
e5.
no
That
threat,
side will
Amruta,
work.
with knight c4. b2 is defended.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, anyway it is defended. Yeah, go on, Harshit.
Yeah, I mean, have you noticed that in this event, Gukesh is kind of getting into a difficult position quite often?
Yeah. It feels like Gukesh is back to a young kid when he knew no opening theory, would get into tough positions and then
King
keep fighting.
d8. What a move.
I mean, what a move is not what a move, but it's like, what a move. Like,
I'm just, it's
Shocked.
very creative. He's trying to put his king on c7, and it is very creative.
I can
So-
tell you, Harshit bhai, sacrifices are going to come on these squares. Fedoseev is not going to take it lightly here.
Hmm.
Long castle is coming in.
So why did he not long castle Gukesh? Because
No, Amruta, the thing
d6
is you
knight was
need.
weak, yeah?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You need king here.
Yeah.
Big trouble.
Sid bhai, thank you so much for your super chat. Really appreciate it. Harshit bhai, he's saying you need a mission in life.
Yes.
And his mission is 2600, guys. But for this tournament, the mission is to reach 10,000
10,000 subs.
followers on Instagram.
Yes. One step at a time.
One step.
Queen d4
So
played.
now what will you play? King
Uh,
c7 if you go. I think knight b5 sack and all those.
I really
have to
like
be
the move
calculated.
g5, Amruta.
Wow,
F5.
that's cool.
He finds the best move. F5.
Wow.
But the main point is to just open up the bishop.
Exactly. The bishop was trapped on g8. Guys, whenever you find a difficult time to find the best move, just ask yourself, कौन सा piece काम नहीं कर रहा है? And then finding a move will be a lot more easier.
Right.
Because all your pieces should be active and in the game. F5.
This and this
Fedoseev.
helps so many times. Na, this simple rule which Harshit said, like not like a rule but a tip. It helps you so many times. So guys, really
Yeah.
use it. Right?
No, I mean generally such rules really make your task easy. But these rules come to the top players like Harshit after years of experience. He takes back with the pawn. And I won't be surprised if he pushes b3 to stop any of the piece coming to c4.
It's funny how even in chess 960 the long castle is the same. The king on e1 and the rook on a1. So
Ah.
you can just go for the long castle.
Actually, can I do like here? That also works.
Yeah.
Okay.
And white is actually he does it.
Wow.
He
नहीं
goes for
बहुत
long
ज़्यादा
castle.
harmony है. White's position has a lot of harmony, but Gukesh quickly says, "Let me get rid of my bishop. At least I'll have less things to worry about."
Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Bishop c4, trying to get rid of the knight on d3, which is actually a very good piece.
Yeah. So this one is looking pretty dangerous for Gukesh. We saw that actually other games are round about even right now. Nothing extraordinary is happening in any. So let's stick with this for now.
We should stick with this because Sagar Bhai, Gukesh will be in some trouble if he does not draw or win this game.
No, for sure. Then Fedoseev reaches 3.
Exactly.
And then Gukesh also on 3. And then next round, Gukesh has Magnus.
So he has a very tough pairing. So actually we should also look at Abdusattorov's game because he's on 2.5.
That's a great point. Abdusattorov is
Much worse.
Oh my god. Abdusattorov is much worse against
Firouzja,
here.
which is actually good for Gukesh because Abdusattorov is trailing Gukesh by half a point. But of course, we
Sagar,
cannot.
you used to say something, no? That hope not that someone loses. Like you go for your win. That is something.
Yeah,
What
the
was
saying
that? Very
was,
nice
hope
saying.
not it were easier, hope that you are stronger.
Wow.
So maybe, and also I think Gukesh follows that quite a lot.
Yeah. We cannot control our opponent's result or other person's results. We can only compare. We can only focus on our own game. So I think Gukesh will try to win in his own game.
But Firouzja is too deadly, bhai. He is actually showing his class in this tournament. He has beautiful. Actually, it's all a game of coordination. I've realized. Pieces जिसके better coordinated है,
They do well.
They are doing
Exactly.
really well.
We also saw that when Sindarov defeated Magnus, that piece activity and piece exchanges were super important. And result with a very nice super chat that all the players are looking like some superheroes in this.
भाई superhero नहीं लिखा था उन्होंने. He wrote they are looking like Bond villains.
Yeah, so some Bond villains, मतलब James Bond villains.
हाँ.
But also
आपने
some sort of
superhero ही बना दी.
भाई James Bond superhero ही है सागर भाई.
पर villain बोल रहे भाई उसके
Oh,
सामने
he's
वाला.
about to make a move. Pawn villain.
Bishop
Bishop
A6.
A6.
This reminds me of Gukesh versus Max Warmerdam game where the bishop was really nicely placed there.
But right now I don't think if it's nicely placed
Now
because
it's very poorly placed.
it's very
right?
poorly placed. Maybe it's good because it can protect the black's king actually. What so now even though the engine says कि white has a big advantage, it's not that clear because the queen on h8 pin कर रहा है ये queen को. So that's why he goes back queen e3.
Idea
Right.
D4,
You
huh?
have knight c5, you have d4. Okay.
Yeah, knight c5, there will be d4 and d5 also, Amruta. I think that's what
That's
white
He's
would
going
love
for
to do.
D4, D5.
Do you have to go d5 now? Forced in a way.
But-
So that you put a granite over there.
Yeah,
I very much
d5,
feel there
I
will be
think
a sack on.
You can't go e6 because there is d4.
that's a good point. E6 will run into d. Maybe white can go d4 himself and then this bishop is just completely out of the game.
अमृता क्या हो गया तुमको अच्छा एनालिसिस इतना स्ट्रांग.
Yeah. So
I
I
don't-
guess no first.
Oh, I
wants
love
a G4.
what
what's
Gukesh
happening?
has done.
He takes.
Take and pushes the
Wow.
pawn, gaining
This is
some
cool,
space.
man.
And
This
maybe
one was a tough decision, right? Because you're opening the d file in front of that diagonal also when your king is on c7.
Yeah.
Harshit, the
Yeah.
exchange.
it was not easy. But Fedoseev has a very powerful move available right now.
Wait. Is there
But
anything
it
to do with
looks
knight?
obvious, or no? Actually, it's
It's
not
not
obvious.
so
No,
easy.
because
The
this
best
is
move
hanging.
is bishop to g4 because after rook
That's
e5 you can take the pawn on f4 and pin the rook against Black's king. This is looking like big advantage for Fedoseev, but bg4 is not easy.
I think it's a Fedoseev kind of a move. He will find it. Bishop g4 here.
Crucial moment because if he
Sure.
find, oh my god,
Oh,
Yeah,
he
great
does
move.
find it.
Great move.
big move played
Yes.
by Fedoseev
And I
in this
think
position.
Gukesh was expecting him to kind of defend the pawn somehow. But now he's like, I wanted to take, but should I take now or just go back?
Wait a second. What happens for knight e5? Then you have queen e4, right?
Knight e5 is a very good, yeah, queen e4
Queen.
exactly,
Okay, then no, rook g5. You
and
have
then
h4.
queen f4 or
Even
yeah,
queen f4 is
h4
there.
is very
Correct.
powerful.
Right. So knight
This
e5
is-
doesn't work. Okay, what about directly rook g5 also? You have h4.
Fine.
Amruta is cooking right now.
Cooking.
I'm asking, I'm trying to put questions here. We have a grandmaster. I don't care about other person who is not yet a grandmaster, though. But we'll ask.
No, I mean you are performing really well today.
I
Yeah,
was talking about.
नहीं
Hey, Sagar. Sagar. Okay. You didn't get the joke.
नहीं अरे ऐसे नहीं
No,
मैं
of
सच
course-
में
of
जाने
course
को सोच रहा
care
था
for the- Where? Right now, at this moment.
let's stick with the live board. Bishop
Guys,
g4.
this is the live board.
This is the live
This
board.
is the live board. Gukesh is thinking he has 3 minutes 37 seconds only. Fedoseev has 6 minutes 35.
Yeah.
One question. What about knight f6?
Wow. Knight f6.
Queen d8.
No, knight f. Yeah, actually queen d8, and I can take the rook on f5. And I will have two rooks for a queen, and I think that's possible. Queen takes d8 and just take the rook on f5.
Yeah.
Looks good for white.
Mm.
But
did he
maybe
take?
Rook ff8. Rook ff8 played by
He gave this
Gukesh.
exact.
no, he did not. He came back.
Other rook he brought back.
Now maybe Fedoseev can get his knight into the game. This is looking tough for Gukesh.
Yeah, and he has to find some counterplay because the queen on d4 is in the same file as the rook, which is usually good for black. But in this case, the knight doesn't really have any square to go to.
Agreed. There's no good discos here, no good discovered attacks.
No good discos in Weissenhaus, no good discos in the position as well.
Hi, Hamburg is not too far.
सागर भाई
अभी
तोड़
मुझे
दिया.
सागर ने जो बोला संस्कार हर्षित को जो सवाल का अभी तक जवाब मिला नहीं है सागर तुमको.
Right. No, all good. Amruta, Hikaru, by the way, pushing very hard against Vincent Keymer with the black
winning.
pieces. He's already clearly better, and if Hikaru manages to win, he would cement his spot because he did beat Caruana in the previous round.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian fighting a very, very intense battle. It does feel, at least visually, that white should be better.
Yeah, the king on e8 looks very weak, and I would really like to play this move knight c6, but unfortunately there is a pawn on c6 already.
Yeah.
So rook d1 right now looks like a very, very strong attack for white.
True.
Rook d1, look at this variation. Rook d1, queen f7, oh, he goes d4, but if you just go one move back, rook d1, queen f7, I can simply even go f5, no? Because if knight takes f5, look at this, rook takes f5.
Wow.
can
And
we
if
ask
g takes,
So
questions?
cool.
Guys, white to play
Very
and win.
good.
What is the move?
what's the move?
What a question by Harshit Bhai.
Amazing. Harshit, what books did you solve when you were young for tactics?
So when I was young, there was this application called CT Art 3. It was a
That's
very
also very
nice
good.
tactical combination
Yeah.
software that I solved puzzles from. There was this book, Mastermind Chess. I think it's by Praful Zaveri actually, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Which was a very, very nice book that I had solved puzzles from. And after I improved, one of my favorite books is Anthology of Chess Combinations.
Oh man, you solved that.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
So
Which is
man,
why Harshit
amazing.
Bhai is so
Very
tricky,
difficult.
guys. He's very tricky as a player, but you have to solve a lot in order to reach there.
mhm.
So that is very, very important to solve everything. If you do it the right way, you become as strong as Harshit Bhai, you become a grandmaster. And I know when Harshit was young, I was actually a good player back then, stronger than
You were
him.
still a strong player, and we played in Align in Dubai.
Yes, and I always used to fear Harshit Bhai as an opponent, young kid, tactical kid, because when you're tactically strong, even if you are losing, you will find some way out.
And I think Gukesh does exactly that. He gets into worse positions, but he's so tricky and slippery कि वो कहीं ना कहीं से finds a way to escape.
Yes.
He's
You never told Sagar that you used to fear Harshit. तो मैं बोलती थी ना यार कोई डरने की जरूरत नहीं है गोविंदास.
ऐसे नहीं, अमृता अंदर से फियर आता था, ऐसे बाहर बोलने के लिए नहीं.
सागर भाई स्टोरी बहुत अच्छे बनाते हैं.
नहीं, ऐसे थोड़ा होता है. यंग किड्स हु आर टैक्टिकली स्ट्रॉन्ग, यू हैव टू बी वेरी अलर्ट.
Faustino.
और या फिर सिंदारो when I was young, like you were in that category, although not as talented as Sindaro and
Yeah.
Faustino, but you were very tactically strong.
Yeah.
Queen G7. Chipsy Freak X says, Sagar bhai, love your commentary and analysis. Watch your streams and that passion for chess grew further. I started playing more seriously and even managed to defeat some strong players. Also love Jack Peralta.
कौन है भाई जैक पेराल्टा?
Jack Peralta, bhai. Harshit bhai, let's have Jack Peralta back here in Weissenhaus.
It's possible.
It's possible to find that some person who
Wait.
doesn't know Jack Peralta. Guys, all those who don't know the reference, it is a video on Dina Belenkaya's channel where Harshit becomes Jack Peralta. And very cool game.
Yeah, back to this position, guys. 3.5 minutes for Fedoseev, who's having a 1 minute advantage on the clock and also a big advantage on the board right now, as the pawn on e5 is really hampering Black's ability to develop his pieces. और as I was mentioning, जब knights दोनों को defend करते हैं ना, उनका mobility बहुत कम हो जाता है. And here you can see these knights are defending each other, but that means that it's very difficult for them
It's
to
also
actually
like
find
life, Harshit bhai.
life. क्या बोलो सागर भाई?
In life, if someone is very, very much like close to you, supporting all the time, sometimes they also limit you. And it happens.
Strength
But
is
no.
a weakness, weakness is a strength. It's
By the way, look at Fedoseev. He opens up.
B4, wow.
B4? This is creativity. Of course, it doesn't always lead to something best, but you really feel the joy from it.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to be very creative to even consider pushing the pawn in front of your king, which kind of violates the basic principle that we learn in normal chess, ki don't push the pawns in front of your king too much.
Exactly.
Gukesh is thinking 2 minutes on his clock right now, just adjusting his sleeve.
Yeah,
Both
okay,
players.
now what is the move which is coming to your mind, Harshit, and why?
I want to defend my knight on b6, so king a7 is very natural to me somehow, Amruta.
Mhm.
Because
And then what if it is kicked with a5?
then just knight d5 perhaps.
Just what you guys are analyzing, can you tell us?
Yes, king a7 we were looking at, and Amruta mentioned this move a5, and I thought that I should go to d5, but I have a problem. Knight d5, cd5, queen d4 check aa raha hai. So I'm a little afraid of this actually.
And how is black even okay? I'm also wondering.
Yeah,
Because
no,
knight any discovered attack is there or what?
no, white is just won a pawn, so it's not so easy to understand this actually. So that's
I
why
think I want a rook. Sometime he will try to bring to. six
Amruta
times or
loves
something.
rook swings, huh?
I also love rook lift. That's what I'm telling you. Some.
Do you also like airlift?
Amruta loves
What is
rook
it?
lift,
The movie.
and then she also
Nice.
sings. Amruta, can you sing for us?
मुझको भी तो लिफ्ट करा दे. Look, whenever this happens, I told Sagar कभी तो अदनान सामी के साथ खेलेंगे.
Oh, he finds the best move, knight d5.
Wow.
This is what
d5.
we were looking at, no? Something like this, queen d4. you
Very
mentioned.
similar actually, yes. He goes e6 actually.
Knight f6.
Knight f6
I
is
like this for black because Harshit, tell me, e6 is a tough decision, no? Bishop on h3. Do you want to close that or not?
I don't for sure. So it's a move that I would rather not play, but Fedoseev goes for it. And now the best move is super tough that he finds, giving up the pawn on f4. It's incredible how he found this move.
What would he have played? Knight e5, other option.
Yeah, actually, he doesn't even have an option. He had to go for it. You are right. Because after queen f4, rook d6, and what you wanted is happening, Amruta. The 6th rank lift.
And knight
See?
g4 coming in.
Hey, Amruta is predicting all the
So cool.
patterns.
भाई अमृता टुडे इज ऑन फायर गाइस. अमृता के साथ आज कोई भी मिलेगा तो गेम मत खेलना.
गेम और
chess
कोई डिबेट भी मत करना.
का. हाँ, by the way, big
Oh, Sagar,
By the way,
we'll
big
discuss
news.
all the complicated
big
situations
news,
later.
big news. Magnus Carlsen beat Levon Aronian. Levon Aronian is out from
What
the
a
tournament.
blunder.
Oh.
What a blunder.
He just long castled and he got completely busted because this pawn is pinned, and if you take
This
here, the knight is hanging.
So huge blunder by Levon, actually. What?
Just lost a piece. So Levon is out of the tournament.
Yeah,
Not
Levon.
a very happy thing for him, but it has happened. Meanwhile, Gukesh here with fighting and Fedoseev fighting mainly.
Mhm. Knight g4. This is a very crucial game in terms of the standings because we know that Aronian has disqualified from the top 8. He cannot come in top 8 anymore. That means that there is one more player who is going to get eliminated, and this game is going to decide that by a big margin.
Also,
But what is happening for the if you pick up the pawn, knight g4, h4, rook g4, let's say right now,
Queen
what's the
h6.
problem?
Queen h6 and e6 is hanging maybe.
and
f3 f2 bhi aa raha hai.
this pawn
And
is
if you would have gone bishop takes g4 instead of rook g4,
Then queen f6, I guess. Queen e, yeah, queen
oh, he
f6.
played. He took.
he took Amrita. Your
Now we
move
have
is
to see.
happening.
Oh,
Oh,
I think the pawn
bishop
was
takes.
hanging, yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop takes, exactly. Queen
And-
rook d6 played.
Yeah, nice move.
चलो
but
अभी तुम लोगों को गाना पड़ेगा एक बार.
मुझको भी तू लिफ्ट करा दे.
थोड़ी सी तो लिफ्ट करा दे.
Step पे तो कर लो.
16,000 people are here, Amrita. Can we
Not
be
that
careful
not
about
sing.
what we sing?
Yes. King a7 and rook b6 is coming now, Sagar bhai.
Yes.
And that's going to be big trouble for the white
And
king.
look at that queen diagonal, dark square diagonal. He has a light square bishop. Rook is coming to b6. Whose king is weaker?
Actually,
किसका
king
राजा
a7
weak है?
Yeah.
I think
Only
white.
हर्षित राजा can answer.
I think white, Amruta. क्योंकि the queen on g7, as you mentioned, is really looking very good. But that's why
Oh,
queen
he
b2
keeps
played.
the queen on the board. Very good decision by
course,
Gukesh,
of
and he's attacking the
course.
pawn. If you save it with h3, Harshit
Push
bhai,
it.
f pawn.
Push him, bhai.
starts
Push
to-
him. f3, f2, rook f4 भी आ रहा है अभी. दूसरा भी look lift हो रहा है.
Crazy,
Oh,
crazy.
it happened? No.
Oh. It happened, bhai. It happened.
हाँ, हुआ?
h3, f3 on the board. Gukesh
Oh my God.
getting his sleeves up. He's saying that, bhai, I am going to win this.
This is huge. f2 now. Push it again.
f2. And the pawn is super powerful. Although the bishop is hardly playing.
Queen
Oh,
e3.
e3, threatening rook b6.
This is game over.
Whoa.
Best move found.
What if king a2? King a2 खेला तो?
Rook b6.
Rook f4.
Rook f4 also a good move. Amruta very excited. Rook f4 आ रहा है.
I
Are
know.
they- Wow, so many rook lifts happening here. And black is in the driver's seat.
ड्राइवर
Harshit
सीट
bhai.
नहीं, सागर भाई पूरा कार ही जा रहा है अभी वो रास्ते पे. Rook b6, Rook f4, everything is coming.
Exactly. This is the best position that Gukesh has had in this entire tournament, and he must convert it.
And the move Amruta suggested, Rook f4 is
Could
coming
happen.
now.
Could happen, but he might close it with d4.
अरे f1 मर रहा
Oh,
है.
but then bishop. अरे
Exactly.
भाई.
भाई अमृता ने सब देख के रखा था.
Crazy Amruta.
Rook f4.
So b4 move of Fedoseev, which was so creative, gave him joy, but actually brought
Tears.
some disappointments
Yeah.
later.
That happens often. You feel something is very joyful, but then after a while it backfires. All the time.
You can only connect the dots looking backwards. But yes, Rook f4 is coming now. He plays
F2.
f2,
f2 वो भी अच्छी है.
which is actually
The best.
best
Better.
move.
The best
Smarter.
move. I think Gukesh is just showing his strength by making one best move after another in a tough position. Yeah.
Yeah.
He outplayed his opponent from a worse position. Which is not easy.
He keeps his trump cards to himself until the crucial moment. वो बोलते हैं ना सागर भाई, एक का तभी दिखाना जब सामने वाला राजा दिखाता है. So he always keeps his ace until the last moment.
Absolutely. And now let's see how he manages to
D4
finish.
has
I
been
think
played.
I am a big fan of Amruta's move, Rook F4 now.
Yeah, and in fact, Nilesh says keep singing that song. Lots of rook lifts coming.
Yes, yes.
तुम लोग रुको मत.
नीलेश के अलावा भी बहुत लोग हैं अमृता fan. We will follow their emotions. Right now, Rook C8.
Going to Rook C5 perhaps.
Yeah, Rook C5, Rook B5. And later on, have to be careful. There could be some sack on C2.
C2 as well, potentially. Queen D2. I don't think you should trade the queen.
100% he's
नहीं
not
queen
trading.
trade नहीं
And
करना.
look at Gukesh. He was ready to get his queen out from there. He's going to move it away. Queen C5 played.
Yeah. Queen C5 played. The queen is swinging to A3 now. I think Queen A3 is a very powerful move. Just closing in the
क्या बात
attack.
है? क्या बात है?
And I want to show you one thing that since that bishop is on A6, it has been okay. And कभी तो D4 stop किया हुआ है. You think you're doing nothing, but you're existing. You're doing something.
Yeah, putting pressure on D3. Actually, the bishop on A6 is very useful.
And now look at how all the pieces are into the attack. I'm seeing a rook swing happening here and attacking the C2 point. Very, very good position for Gukesh. But we have seen so many turnarounds in the last few seconds. Let's see if that happens here or not.
Yeah, Gukesh needs to maintain his focus until last moment. But I like this. He's pointing all his pieces towards White's king. And he has 4 pieces in the attack right now. All
You
his
do
pieces.
D4 or not? Question.
You can. Or just chop off the pawn on A5. Chop, chop.
Yeah, D4 or Queen A5 is a decision Gukesh has to make with just 49 seconds on his clock. And guys, we have a big news. Hikaru Nakmaura is totally winning against Vincent Keymer.
Wow. He won. Hikaru has won his game against Vincent
Oh,
Keymer.
he won. Which means that now Hikaru has kind of cemented his spot in top 8. Also Magnus for that matter.
Mhm.
So everyone's they both are the big stars of the chess world. So
Yeah.
they will play. Meanwhile, Queen E3, Gukesh takes on A5 with just 3 seconds. No, with 23 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, queen takes A5. The rook is going to swing
I
over
mean-
to B6 now.
Sorry.
Yes, yes, tell us.
No, yeah, rook will swing over here. True.
And it looks very, very good.
It was Queen E5, so pins the rook.
Queen E5 played by Fedoseev, pinning the rook. But Gukesh knows he's winning. King A8 quickly played, but this
Oh, what? Even I thought King 8. Q, what's the problem?
C4 played by Fedoseev. The
Hmm.
crazy
See,
move.
Queen D6 was possible. You know when he played King 8? Takes C7 आ रहा था. Oh my god.
What? No, Amruta.
It was
E7.
interesting, actually.
Yeah, it's a very cool move, but Queen 8. Maybe.
Maybe,
he could
maybe.
have-
But let's stick with the live board.
Okay, yeah.
Rook B6
Best
found by
move.
Gukesh. He's switching his rook to the king side. Now you can see rook and queen ready to attack. And also
Staircase
this
mate.
rook.
Yeah, bishop takes C4 is actually also a threat in this position.
Wow.
Just opening up the rook on C8.
I
This
don't
is
think
winning.
Fedoseev's king might be able to survive this, but nice move. Rook C2 covering a few things.
He's defending
And
well.
also wants to run away with the king from here. So white is just on the defensive, but still not giving up. Fighting.
Queen A3, King E2, D takes C4 played. Gukesh is playing
D6.
accurately.
Rook D6 check देगा क्या नहीं वापस क्या होएगा? D takes C4. What do you play?
D takes C4, Rook D8 check might come. King E3, again the best move. These players are playing at such a high level with
Yeah.
just 30 seconds on the
I'm
clock.
amazed.
That's
I'm
why
amazed.
we are looking at these players. We are all here to support these players in this new format of freestyle chess. क्या ही crazy games हो रहे हैं.
Too good. And now the threat is rook takes pawn here with a check. And if you take with the rook, my queen will take here and simply demolish your position.
But what if he takes the pawn? D takes C4.
But
Pin
then
है,
the-
pin.
Oh, sorry, pin है. यहाँ पे भी pin है.
Rook C3. And now actually there is only one important move, but he touches his queen.
Oh, he hasn't touched
He
yet.
touched it.
He touched it?
He touched the queen.
No.
He has to move his queen. That's why he goes queen B2.
Oh,
Oh, then it's. Oh my god, because he has to be careful
now
with the
D takes
disposal.
C4.
Yeah, D takes
Oh,
C4.
Fedoseev is back in the game, guys.
Just took the pawn. He touched the queen and he had to, and now Fedoseev is back. Crazy drama.
Okay, but the king on E3 is really weak, but the pawn on E6 can be dangerous. So
9 seconds now.
And
Rook
also
D1,
Gukesh is a
BD1.
pawn down here. So has
Rook
to be
D6.
very careful.
Go
By
rook
the way,
D6
there is
with
rook
that F
takes
22 check.
e6, queen takes and queen takes c3 when the position
Let's
should be a draw.
Yeah.
Because then c4 also
5 and he takes it with 5
finds it.
seconds.
And I think Gukesh has had this thing, no? So many lost positions he has held. Now it's time for him to hold, give up on a winning position. And draw is okay.
No, but this is also H pawn is risky, kya? Or nothing?
No, he is going to be a pawn up after king f2, queen takes c4. So black is not risking anything. By the way, another result was Fabiano drawing his game against Sindarov. So that was
So
a draw.
Sindarov still keeps his lead.
Yes.
This should be ending in a draw, Harshit Bhai.
Yeah, which is fine for Gukesh because he just makes sure that he is no chances of getting eliminated. This draw is a very, very decent result for Gukesh, but he was winning. 20,000 of you watching, we have to stick with us because the
Bhai,
next game is Gukesh
Fedoseev
versus...
will lose and come to 2.5. Right, 2. Will be, draw in 2.5. And Nodirbek is also worse. He's
Yeah.
on 2.5. But finish your thought. You were saying next round?
Gukesh versus Magnus.
Yes.
Huge
yes.
game.
And we have 20,000 people. We are hoping that more of you can join in and stay with us. Like the stream, guys. 10,000 likes pe Harshit Bhai is going to do... Gukesh win pe tha. I was thinking 10,000 likes and you will do push-ups again.
Maybe out 10,000 likes, you can do push-ups.
Arey! Bye. I
Gukesh
cannot.
is still playing. Who knows what happens here?
Yeah, the game is still going on, but I think with queen, bishop and one pawn each, it should end in a draw.
It would be insane
Oof.
if this game ends in any decisive result because of the meeting nets with the queen and bishop. By
भाई
any
इतना
chance.
ड्रामा यार क्लासिकल चेस में नहीं होता यार, जो ये टूर्नामेंट में हो रहा है ना, ये विनिंग
This
वो
format also, no, not just the board position, but this format of 2 people being disqualified out of 10
Yeah,
is creating a lot of interesting narratives.
I like this format. Do you think this should come in classical chess?
Yeah, maybe, but we have to still look at those games and maybe take a call after 6 days of
Mhm.
classical chess that we'll see. Meanwhile, he's a
Yeah, they're
Gukesh
still
is still
playing.
playing. Gukesh is like queen and game mein grind karega.
Yeah, he's still trying to win this position somehow with queen and one pawn each.
Queen Endgame and Gukesh. Guys, I hope you all remember his amazing victory in the candidates.
Before, don't give this check by, or can you? Actually, you can give check, counter check,
Takes,
takes,
and I
freeze.
think yeah, endgame draw.
and white is just in time.
Breeze.
Fedoseev is being careful because if he goes up, maybe there's queen c4 check, which he doesn't want to play that position. So he goes down.
Yeah, this endgame, I think draw or Sagar bhai.
Harshit bhai, have you studied Queen Endgames essay vigorously?
Not really, actually. I know that Magnus is one of the best endgame players. So I think to improve my queen endgames, I should study a lot of Magnus's games because I think someone in an interview, someone very strong said that Magnus is probably one of the best endgame queen endgame players that we've had.
Oh, sure. Because he
Yes,
just understands where the
100%.
pieces belong to. He doesn't even think much. And that is needed when you have to play queen end games because you can't calculate everything.
Yeah. I just know one rule, ki queen endgames mein, the queen should always be centralized because that's where it covers the most
Yeah.
amount of squares.
100%.
So if the queen is centralized, it does very, very well.
There was a very
By the way,
nice
this is ending in
endgame.
a draw. I'll
Magnus
quickly
versus...
join back.
Yes.
Harshit, there was a very nice endgame which I believe you may have looked, but you could look at it at a very detailed manner. And it was Magnus versus Gukesh in Norway.
Oh,
And that was, I think, last year or something like that. Actually, at that tournament, when Gukesh was playing Norway, he played really well. He finished third, I guess, and he was doing very well. Oh, by the way, a draw
Draw,
is
agreed.
agreed. The handshake.
and they are
And
laughing. Yeah, I noticed कि
it's crazy.
ये फॉर्मेट में the players are a lot more happy after the game to discuss कि क्या हो गया यार, crazy game.
Yeah. So in that tournament, Gukesh finished third. I mean, it was a great result, and he had some amazing games. And actually, that tournament was so detailed, and the whole focus majorly was on Gukesh that I realized about his rook lifts at that event. It was
In
nice.
Norway.
Yeah. Because actually, my and Gukesh's playing style, if I have to compare, like in little way, like if at all, if with whom it will be similar, so it's Gukesh. So that's
Aggressive.
why no, not it's not about just aggressiveness, but it's also about dynamics in that sense. Sometimes you cannot
Guys,
explain that.
brace yourself. Last round, Amruta. The round we were all waiting for is coming up, guys. Gukesh is going to play against Magnus Carlsen, the current world champion, going to play against perhaps one of the greatest players to ever play chess. Amruta is also leaving me, but you guys shouldn't leave me because I am super excited for this last game. Gukesh अभी भी analyze कर रहा है because it was a crazy game. Um, I think for Gukesh, he should be quite happy क्योंकि he makes sure that he has no risk of uh, being eliminated now. So I think Gukesh has secured his spot in top 8. Wow, this is incredible. By the way, in the other games, Magnus has defeated Aronian as we saw. Hikaru beat Vincent, and the other games of Fabiano and Firouzja both were draws. So 2 results and 3 draws in this game. Oh wow. Standings. Yes, the standings are going to be updated very very soon. This is the 8th round going happening right now. एक ही round बचा है guys. What are your predictions for Gukesh versus Magnus? G for Gukesh win, M for Magnus win. G or M? Because I think it's going to be a result. I don't think draw होगा. I think someone is going to win. I see some M's. I also see some G's. Wow. A lot of people predicting G, a lot of G's I see.
For what?
For the next round predictions, Gukesh versus Magnus.
What happened? Draw, right?
No, next
Yeah,
round.
but
Yes,
here
this
draw,
was a
right?
draw. So I asked them if G for Gukesh win, M for Magnus win.
GM. Draw, bhai. But what a round this has been, right?
Yes, we should look at the standings because the final round is coming up.
Yeah. Huge moment, guys, in the tournament. Moment of truth. Who will make it to the top 8 is the big question. And pulling up the standings now so that we can all discuss it deeply and see who is playing whom also. So there we have the standings. Guys, we have Sindarov who is on 6.5.
1 point
I
lead.
think he might just finish first.
Yeah, guys, Sindarov OP हो जाए यार एक बार. We never appreciated this young person as much as he deserves to. Sindarov OP तो होना चाहिए सागर भाई.
No, he's played really well here, and I think it's clear that he is just amazing at chess 960. I don't know what he does to make himself so strong, but we can get to know. Maybe we can get him in the studio.
That would be great actually.
Fabiano is on 5.5.
Mm-hmm.
Firouzja is on 5.5.
Magnus 4.5. Hikaru is also on 4.5. Vincent 3.5. Gukesh 3.5. So he makes sure that he doesn't have any chances of getting eliminated now.
Why not? Because Fedoseev, I mean, I'm not saying he will, but if Fedoseev wins, he moves to 3.5. And we have to see who is Fedoseev playing against. So we need to see next round's pairings because those are very, very critical. We have the final round in the round robin section, guys, now, which is coming up. So if we look at the pairings, we see that Firouzja is playing Sindarov, so they both, that's not a very important struggle.
Mhm.
But Nodirbek has to beat Aronian. That's important actually, because if you see, Nodirbek is currently on 3 points. So there is a chance for Nodirbek to get eliminated if he loses, and Fedoseev if he wins.
Oh,
Very important to see, Fedoseev is against Hikaru Nakmaura.
but Abdusattorov is playing against Levon, who is in a really, really bad shape. So I think Abdusattorov might not lose this.
True. And we have Caruana versus Keymer. And I think Keymer also in a little bit of trouble if you think about it. So let's imagine this scenario, okay? Keymer loses to Caruana, possible. Gukesh suppose loses to Magnus, possible. Fedoseev beats Nakamura, quite difficult,
Yeah,
but
tough.
happens. And Nodirbek wins his game. He is taking on Aronian, possible. So then we have 3 players on 3.5 points, joint between 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, then there will be a
Then there is a
tiebreak.
playoff today.
But I think Fedoseev beating Hikaru is not going to be easy. So, in that sense, Gukesh is kind of safe. But also, guys, don't forget, if Gukesh beats Magnus, there is a crazy dare that I have signed up for.
Yes, that is going to be one of the most exciting dares of the 21st century. Weissenhaus Harshit Bhai will be removing his shirt and doing push-ups in -degree cold.
Arre.
That is just insane, Harshit Bhai. You are not able to even go out with a jacket.
Yes, it's going to
So,
be tough.
how did you decide to take this on?
I mean, you suggested, and I'm always up for challenges, so I accepted
Wow.
it.
Wow. Guys, this is going to be very. I am just hoping that Gukesh manages to win.
Arre.
I have more things to cheer for now except Gukesh beating Magnus, but I think we don't want to miss even a moment of this encounter. So just so that you guys know, this is the board on which it will happen. Here you can see the final moments
Which
of the
board
game
number?
between Magnus and Aronian. I think here Aronian went wrong with Long Castle. That was terrible decision by Levon,
Mhm.
and that has ended his chances.
Yeah,
And here is where the match is gonna. You can see the arbiter placing
the
the
pieces
pawns properly. He's like, "Sab clean kar dete hai." World champion
playing against Gukesh.
Gukesh.
This is what I came here for, yaar, to see the match between Gukesh and Magnus in freestyle.
तो भाई आप फिर तो यहाँ से कमेंट्री कर रहे हो तो आपको अंदर जाके देखना है.
नहीं, I mean, यहीं से भी मजा आ रहा है यार, सागर भाई. To have so many people watching and looking at these games, it's always a pleasure to watch the games with, like a watch party.
True. We'll have a amazing watch party here, and guys, this board is.
I'll
where-
just watch them
Yes.
and be right back.
Yeah, it is Sagar. How are things going on?
बताओ.
Hello.
नहीं.
Oh, Sagar cannot hear me.
Hello.
Oh, you can hear me.
Yes.
Then why are you ignoring me?
Now I can hear you, Amrita. I wore the this push-up gambit accepted. Frostbite pneumonia variation. अरे बाप रे, शेडी गुप्ता. तो अमृता जी, कैसा फील हो रहा है भाई?
इतना रिस्पेक्ट देते हो तो अच्छा नहीं फील होता है.
वो एक्चुअली कुछ भी हो सकता है ये राउंड में. So if
It is
Gukesh,
crazy. What's your prediction? Chat. Hey, poll डालते हैं ना. Poll.
तुम डालो ना उधर से.
अच्छा ठीक है चल कोई
हाँ
नहीं.
तेरा साइन इन
Chat.
नहीं है
अपन
यार,
no
क्या
नहीं
ही-
रहने दे. एक सेकंड रुक. Let me see. Very
I
good.
will do. Start a
Okay.
poll. Who is going to win? Magnus Carlsen,
Out of YouTube.
T Gukesh. Draw. Start poll. Guys, poll is up. So, guys,
So how many angles do you have? You have 4 or 5 boards. 1, वो एक है और क्या है what else can we get to see?
We have multiple angles for this game, Amruta. We prepared a bit for this game. Can try and show you. So this is the view, one angle we have.
Yeah.
See if it is. No, this board. It is actually this board. The other angle which we have is this. This is
Oh,
right
yes.
up. I think Magnus is white or black, Amruta. Just let me get.
People will tell you. Just looking at the OBS.
Oh, आ गया. Position अभी तक आया नहीं दोस्तों. But Magnus is black. So here we can see Magnus. Then we also have this angle where we can see Gukesh. Very cool. Then we have this angle where we can see one player. Then we have this angle where we can see the other player. तो ऐसे
क्या
करके 4 एंगल है.
So we are completely gonna be focused on this game today. Right now, I mean.
Yes. अमृता, everyone is saying क्या रे सागर तूने बोला मेरे को.
तो अच्छा.
तो एकदम ऐसे क्या रे सागर ओपी हो गया. एकदम डॉन गाइस. टपोरी मोकल इन द हाउस.
स्मार्ट बोल रहा है अमृता ऑलवेज डिसरिस्पेक्ट सागर. बराबर है. स्मार्ट इज सेइंग कि आई ऑलवेज डिसरिस्पेक्ट.
No, not at all.
सागर जी आप कैसे हो? अभी से तेरे को भी जी बोलेंगे. यार क्या रे सागर. अच्छा मेरा टोन पता चल गया है कि सब तो ठीक ही है. Let's go. This is gonna be exciting. Okay, we will not believe the bar, okay, until it's over.
No,
को
bar
whatever
we
they can say,
we'll have to believe, but
bar
we
is-
cannot completely believe. अच्छा, हर्षित
we
भाई.
should consider bar like a
Harshit
acquaintance.
Bhai
कि-
bringing some information.
क्या
अरे,
analysis हुआ है?
and
बताओ
their
जरा.
players are thinking E4 was one of the first moves, I think, that they were considering with white, opening up the queen.
भाई आज गुकेश भी एनालाइज कर रहा है.
नहीं, Gukesh is sitting by himself on the chair and focusing.
किधर,
क्या ही
किधर?
मैच है यार. गाइस पॉपकॉर्न
Oh,
लेके
sorry,
आओ यार.
sorry, मैं रॉन्ग बोर्ड पे दिखा रहा था. सॉरी. अरे यार.
अरे यार
ओके गाइस, जो भी होगा अभी मजा आने वाला है
ब्लंडर
सागर
होगा
भाई.
हमारा.
Guys, I'm excited.
लेट्स गो.
Let's go. We have Abhishek Sharma who says I'm from Korea. 12 a.m. here, just waiting for this match. Come on, Gukesh.
Let's go.
Let's go,
Baller.
boys. This is the moment we are all waiting for. Gukesh is here. He's waiting for his opponent to show up. Magnus going to play with the black pieces. But I don't know if Gukesh will go for E4. Maybe just G3.
Let's have the board here so that we can also analyze. तो ये बोर्ड पे हर्षित भाई, you are saying, by the way guys, all those who are joining in right now, it's Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen. It is right now 8:30 in India. Correct, Amruta?
Yes, approximately.
Yes.
मैंने आज बोला लोगों को कि लेट नाइट गेम है, पर लेट नाइट नहीं है दोस्तों, अर्ली नाइट गेम. Bishops are in the corners, which is very good because with one move you can fianchetto them.
Yeah, no, this is huge. This is a huge game that we are going to look at, Sagar, by the next 30 to 45 minutes, perhaps the most exciting that we are going to see in the whole tournament.
Right, absolutely.
Guys, like the stream so more people can watch in to see this epic match.
टाइटल में डालो ना सागर. टाइटल.
वो टाइटल सुबह से रखा है.
हाँ. अरे तू बहुत ही वक्त से आगे, समय से आगे निकल गया.
Wow, Amruta.
Harshit bhai, what's your prediction?
My prediction is
Draw. By the way, we had a poll in the chat.
Magnus wins.
Oh,
Bold.
because he
bold,
doesn't want to do
bold.
push-ups. Chat is saying 46% Gukesh, 31% Magnus, 23% draw. Okay, that's also quite a good number for Magnus actually. Generally, a player gets very less when facing Gukesh on our channel.
What are your predictions, Sagar bhai and Amruta?
Draw.
Draw for Sagar bhai, Amruta?
हाँ draw.
कितने यार मतलब डिप्लोमेटिक आंसर दोगे यार को अभी एक बार तो बोल दो कौन जीतेगा.
अरे
नहीं कि
Diplomatic
जीतेगा तो
कैसे?
गुकेश
तीन
नहीं
है.
तो ड्रॉ. मैं बता सकती.
3 रिजल्ट है उसमें से we feel like this is a probable result. हर्षित
भाई
भाई.
ड्रॉ कैसे होगा यार.
Harshit bhai going all in. I
क्यों?
can already imagine Harshit bhai when he's playing poker or something,
अरे,
he's
अरे.
taking lot of risk. है Harshit bhai?
I think that just in this format there are such few amount of draws क्योंकि the positions are so
No,
crazy.
no. Every round we have at least 2 draws. एक से 2 draw तो हो ही रहे.
I think रिजल्ट होगा कुछ तो रिजल्ट होगा. मजा आएगा.
लोग बोल रहे जीतेगा तो सागर ही.
सागर every time wins.
Gukesh wins, Magnus comes back to classical and plays him at World Championship. रजत सेठी जी बोल रहे हैं. अरे क्या ही आर्क, क्या ही आर्क. But Gukesh full focus से सोच रहा है because Gukesh has made how many draws here? 8 draws, 7 draws out of 8 rounds. ऐसा कभी नहीं होता है गुकेश के साथ. That too in freestyle format. He's like playing solidly in freestyle and playing risky in normal chess.
नहीं पूरा लिक्विड हो खेल के वो एंड में सॉलिड रिजल्ट आ रहा है.
उफ, मैं अभी जस्ट रुका हूँ कि मैग्नस कब आता है, हैंडशेक होता है एंड वी बिगिन दिस एपिक क्लैश बिकॉज आई कैनॉट वेट फॉर इट टू स्टार्ट. It reminds me of El Clasico between Barcelona and Real Madrid from the good old days when Messi was in Barcelona and Cristiano was in Madrid.
Right. Bye.
फुटबॉल स्टोरीज
nice.
मजा आता है हर्षित
मजा आ
भाई.
गया भाई फुटबॉल स्टोरी सुन के.
ये पैनल पे आप ही है जो फुटबॉल और बास्केटबॉल और लात वाले स्टोरीज बता सकते हैं.
लात.
फुटबॉल मतलब केक होता है ना.
भाई गुकेश टेंस लग रहा है या खुश लग रहा है या काम लग रहा है या क्या? व्हाट काइंड ऑफ फीलिंग डू यू थिंक? लाइक हाउ इज गुकेश लुकिंग?
I mean, he's composing himself so well. So many emotions going through his mind right now because he's playing against Magnus. I'm sure he's eagerly anticipating this clash, but he's holding on to his emotions and controlling them really well. In general, Gukesh is a very, very confident person. And
Yeah.
you can see it from the way he walks, the way he speaks. He carries himself with a lot of confidence.
True.
निकुंज बोल रहा है watching from Melbourne. It's 2 a.m. waiting for his game. See so many people. Guys, where are all of you from? There's only one answer.
हाँ ये देखो गुकेश का क्लोजअप एंगल. नहीं ये कौन सा बोर्ड है भाई?
Yes, यही बोर्ड है.
कोई और बोर्ड? अच्छा यही है.
Sagar, you don't miss that moment. एक ही रखो, साइड एंगल रखो. Let's keep that.
हाँ.
अरे we want to see a side angle handshake of Gukesh.
Okay,
versus
Amruta.
Magnus.
I will. Don't worry.
Don't
I
risk
won't miss.
anything.
I won't miss it.
हाँ. हर्षित सरस्वत सुपर चैट से हर्षित भाई गुकेश को फोल्ड ही कर दिया आपने. चेक रेज करने का मौका तो देते.
It's a poker analogy.
अरे आप खेलते हो?
I know a lot about poker. I've played a bit and I
इसके
know.
लिए यहाँ भाई you take lot of risk in life.
अरे in life क्या कैसे आ गया?
I know. I remember we were discussing about poker, Harshit, in World Rapid, right? With your friend. Who was she?
Who was she? What? Amruta फंसा रही है भाई. Amruta is trapping me.
She explained me everything about poker at that day. What are you saying? Okay, we'll come back to this.
Amruta फंसा रही है भाई.
Guys, what is more interesting today? Gukesh versus Magnus or who taught Amruta poker? We don't. By the way, Govind Menanji has sent 5,000 rupees on help
Oh,
chat. Thank
thanks
you
a
so
lot
much,
for that.
Govind Menanji. We also had one more contributor, but Magnus is
Perfect
here.
time. Help chest. 5,000 contribution. And
Look-
there we have
look
the
at this.
handshake.
It's coming. Oh my God. 3, 2, 1. No handshake.
भाई हैंडशेक कर लिया था पहले ही आके.
Oh, okay,
ये
okay.
कहाँ? वो पहले
आपकी
किया.
नजर तो कहीं और है भाई हर्षित भाई. किंग जूलियन से विदित भाई ने साइरस ब्रोचा के
Oh, it
पॉडकास्ट
started,
पे
it
सागर भाई
started.
की बहुत तारीफ की.
It
Oh,
It started.
It's the move
F4.
which Magnus usually goes for. F4.
F4.
And he's adjusting all of his pieces, huh?
मजेदार.
F4. क्या होगा? G6 maybe? Trying to open up the bishop on H8?
F4 is, by the way, decent move in the opening.
Guys, just look at this angle. Magnus Carlsen playing with the black pieces. Gukesh here, the world chess champion in classical, goes for B6.
B6.
Knight F3, but then the bishop on H1 is blocked. Gukesh is thinking. So look at the focus with which Magnus is thinking in this position. He really wants to.
भाई उसने बोला था if one player you want to face here.
और गुकेश
World
ने भी
champ-
बोला था कि I want to face Magnus.
Correct. B3. I think if Magnus finishes in top 3, वो कहीं से ना कहीं ढूंढ के गुकेश को ही चूज करेगा to face in quarterfinals. He just wants to play him. B3, opening up the diagonal of the bishop by Gukesh. Nice move. Magnus also has his diagonal open. Do you
Yeah.
think Magnus will go symmetrical with F5?
He
No.
goes knight H6. Very
भाई
interesting.
क्या ही मूव किया है मैग्नस ने. We are always thinking bring the knight to the center, but he's actually bringing maybe that knight.
Yeah,
on that
I
square.
think he really wants to go G6 and exchange these dark squared bishops, because after that the king on C1 is going to be a bit vulnerable.
Right, the king on C1 could be. So yeah, good point there. G6 is Magnus's idea. What is Gukesh going to do against it? For now, he's thinking very, very seriously. Guys, look at the focus. मतलब आप देख सकते हो what this game means for both of them. Because at the end of the day, it may not mean so much from the tournament perspective because it's just a qualifier, right now. But just from the fact that after becoming the world champion, is the first time that they are clashing.
Yeah.
After Gukesh became the world champion.
Knight
So-
F3 played. No, that was a very good point made by you. The players both want to do really well against each other because of the respect
Oh,
that they have
G6,
against
your
it.
move is
G6
on the
has played.
board. He trades.
Yeah.
Magnus is very happy. Already the position looks good for him.
G3 played, and Gukesh is like, you traded my bishop. I am also going to try to trade your bishop, and we are going to get some symmetrical position, perhaps.
Next move, maybe Gukesh wants to go knight to E5 in the center, trading the bishops.
Guys, all the Gukesh supporters can type Gukesh FTW, and the ones who are rooting for Magnus FTW, because
Right.
this is a crazy battle we are going to witness now.
For now, Gukesh has just played G3 and Magnus is thinking. Magnus has 9 minutes 17 seconds. Gukesh has 9 minutes 36 seconds. And Amruta, how are you feeling? This opening, I feel, has gone slightly in Magnus's way.
I don't know what was a better way to continue. Like, we didn't really got to know. Did you see the analysis, Harshit, over there?
Yeah, I didn't think that F4 was something that Magnus's team members are analyzing. So I think Gukesh came up with this very interesting idea. But I really like this idea of knight H6 and G6 that Magnus has played, and maybe he will bring his knight to F5 now.
Very
Yeah.
smart.
He's thinking now though, so he's taking his time. He's thought for more than a minute in this position. Maybe C5, I think, is also logical to go knight C7 perhaps, and bring
What do
the.
you do about the even knight over here? What's your plan? Oh wow, C5. Harshit, bye.
Even I am shocked that I predicted this move.
Harshit भाई, क्या
क्या बात है, बढ़िया बढ़िया.
आप वर्ल्ड चैंपियन एक दिन बनोगे तो हमको भूल मत
अरे सागर भाई.
Please don't forget us.
Yeah, trying to bring the knight from C7 perhaps could be an idea of black.
So what do you do with the even knight? Similarly, knight G2, knight E3 जाओगे या ये knight E5, knight D3?
Yeah, 93, 95 or 93, the other knight to E5. Can
Yeah.
we go like directly 95 as well?
It
It's
is a
also
very-
possible.
E6 is a problem, no? Takes, मार के bishop H1 को
Mhm.
जाओगे.
So Amruta saying
Takes,
take,
and maybe can, yeah.
and F6. क्या बात है अमृता, क्या बात है. Knight is kicked away. So maybe Gukesh should just develop the other piece on the
Mhm.
board. Everyone is like Harshit Raja Carlsen bhai.
अरे.
How many people do we have in right now? We have 15,000 people watching this, guys. Do like the stream. and do subscribe to Chessbase India. We've traveled all the way to Weissenhaus to bring you this game.
Exciting matchup.
Yes, E3.
E3 trying to go for D4 actually, and gain some space in the center, because if the C pawn takes, the queen will jump into C4. I think that's what Gukesh has in his mind, going for E3 and D4.
Right, so that is the plan, and now maybe Magnus does your idea.
Yeah,
knight
knight C7.
C7.
Wow.
And Arshid bhai, now D4 maybe. Oh, we have 21,000.
Now, yes. He goes for knight C7, and now bishop C6. Also, don't forget that black can castle short now.
Oh, so let's say for
Oh,
example, if you
can't
start
forget
attacking here, then you can go like boom.
Whoop.
Seriously?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes, Amruta. This is chess 960. This is the freestyle chess that we are all talking about.
Knight D3 played.
Good move.
Good move. Just keeping the knight towards the center. D6 maybe? Can I go for D6?
Yeah, D6 stopping.
Stopping
Hey,
knight.
queen h3 check. Oi.
Oh, damn.
Oh!
D6, there is queen H3 check.
Oh,
Wow.
Amruta.
That would be a cold shower.
Kya hi?
And knight F5.
Oh, knight f5. Oh, e4 do you don't have.
No.
Sorry.
No, yeah, but I think white is still slightly better because this queen H3 was unpleasant. So you have to be very careful, because suddenly you can miss one move and white is better.
Yeah.
Kaushik Roy is saying, Harshit bhai, don't give ideas to Magnus. Gukesh ko help karo.
Yeah, F6 played.
Nice move.
Very similar idea of stopping knight to E5, and there is no queen H3 check now.
So now Gukesh has to think by what to do with his king.
I like this idea of
Queen
knight.
H3?
I like
No?
knight F2 G4 a lot. Trying to get some space on the king side, so that kabhi castle kiya black ne to white will be ready. So I like knight F2 G4, guys.
Also Queen H3. Just getting the
Queen
king.
H3 is also a very good idea. Knight F2, Queen H3, all very good ideas.
Oh,
Oh.
he goes knight f2. Pura, I'll
भाई
be
क्या
some
आप गेम देख के
predictions.
आए हो क्या?
No, I'm just so hyped for this game, Sagar bhai. I'm
भाई
just,
तो आप इतना hype कभी अपने गेम में हुए हो क्या?
I
बोर्ड
mean,
पे?
sometimes when I'm
Then
like
you then you play like 2700 क्या वो दिन?
I mean, sometimes when I feel very, very good, then I feel like I can, perform very well.
Wow. Harshit bhai raising the performance just when it's needed. Bhai next move.
Arey,
for
but let
Gukesh.
him predict. Knight
Go,
f7
go.
bhi hua. Come on.
Maybe, I mean, now it's a bit difficult to predict because he goes E4. I don't think I would have predicted this move, but interesting. Maybe he wants to go D4 now.
Already black
But King
feels
ko,
a
will you keep
little
on
cramped.
c1?
है ना?
Yeah.
Especially because of the queen on h8.
Yeah.
That's the problem. He exchanged the bishops, but it was so early that Gukesh could easily plan that without the bishops now, how should I have my pieces?
And for example, if you just to illustrate, if you play something like knight E6, something like D4 is going to give white a big advantage. F5 played, opening up the
मैं
queen.
तो close कर दूँ position को. But then D6.
Maybe
no?
that's something what black wants. So you have to be careful. So D6 exactly, and black is doing well. I think D4 खेलना चाहिए यार. Just go for
But
it.
what D4, man? Near pawn you are
FE4
losing.
knight E5. You're quite happy. You're quite happy with that.
I don't think Gukesh is going to go D4. Yeah, like in such an important game, you don't play a move like D4.
If FE,
Okay, let's see. No, why not? It's
But
the
it's
best
the
move.
best
See?
move. It's the best move.
Wow.
But I
So if
doubt.
you-
I doubt. It
How is the
requires
move e5? Then you calculate.
E5 D6. Black
E5
is okay.
is D6. Maybe EF5, GF5, D4 is also very, very logical.
हाँ ये ज़्यादा human type and the movement.
T4
I think
and
it makes a lot of
if
sense.
bishop F3, bishop takes F3 and CD4, I have queen C4. I think I'm very happy with that.
Then short castle नहीं हो रहा है. C7 will be angry.
Exactly. So this you're happy with. Okay, let's go to the live board F5. And Gukesh is currently thinking D4 is an idea. He can potentially even consider Queen E2. Queen E2 is very interesting, threatening short castling.
Wow.
Then why not Queen C4?
Queen C4, Knight D6, I was afraid of, Amruta.
The queen is getting under attack. But what if Queen A4? Are you worried?
E4 is hanging, yeah. So maybe it's interesting. I think Queen E2 idea short castling is interesting.
Yeah, I think this is
Yeah,
definitely on the
simple.
cards here. But also Gukesh might not
6
want to
minutes.
castle at all right now.
Yeah.
D4, use the rook that is on the D file.
Guys, it's very important to know the crucial moment and where to spend your time. I think Gukesh has recognized this perfectly well. He's taking his time because D4 now can potentially give him a good advantage.
Right. And look at
I'm
the-
worried that at some point Gukesh might think of the move B4, which looks very interesting many times.
Whoa.
But
Yeah.
if his king is on C1,
It's a
it
typical
could become very
Guki move.
risky.
It's
Yeah,
a
it
typical
looks like
Guki
that.
move, and we have at 10,000 votes. 47 of you think Gukesh should win. 32 think Magnus.
What move was played?
21% draw.
Queen E2 played. Wow.
Queen E2.
Harshit, wow.
Harshit by on fire, guys. E5 by Magnus
Wow.
Carlsen.
Very
What
quickly
a move.
played. Best move found by Magnus.
भाई मैग्नस कार्लसन ने ऐसे बोला गुकेश को कि तुमने एक स्लो मूव किया. आई एम रेडी टू स्ट्राइक इन द सेंटर. FE maybe knight E5, EF5 may be possible here.
And that's why perhaps D4 was the best move. EF5. I feel
EF4.
EF4. Oh my god. Crazy idea by Magnus. Giving up a pawn.
Yeah, very, very crazy.
24,000 of you watching, guys. What a crazy matchup we have. This is the last and final round of the qualifier section of this event. E5 played.
Bhai, we have a huge news coming in. Hikaru Nakmaura is totally winning with Fedoseev, which means that Vladimir
Magnus.
Fedoseev. Oh, look at Gukesh looking at other games.
Yes, but Sagar, let's just stick to that game. We cannot move from this game
But
anywhere.
bhai, which means that if Fedoseev loses, he's out. No, he has
Yes,
2 points.
he's out. He's out. But okay, let's look at this game. This is very
Yeah.
exciting. वो तो जो होगा
He's
होगा.
worried about his push-ups, Sagar. Right now, that's the only thing.
Oh.
But my question is, when you showed E takes F5, E takes F4, was D4 a possibility that time, or
Wow.
you'll play Bishop F3?
Interesting idea. I think E3 square is a bit weak. So maybe Rook E8 can come and some pressure down that
But then
fight.
look at you're not castling Queen C4.
That's true.
I
Rook
should
E8
be
I
very
cannot.
happy about it.
Yeah, very interesting. E5 and he's currently thinking now is Gukesh. 3 minutes for him though. He's really down on the clock.
3 minutes
Yeah.
52 seconds. Gukesh
Now
needs
Magnus
to
will
make
take
his
advantage of this clock.
FE5.
But
FE knight E5,
E5.
taken. And now maybe EF5 is what Gukesh will do, because in a way, yes, he does.
No, he
first
takes on
takes
E5.
E5.
Okay, Queen takes.
But now it's a bit confusing because
Yeah.
EF5 is impossible. The queen is hanging. So maybe knight D3 was his idea.
Yeah, knight
Queen
D3.
E7.
And then maybe E5 is what he wants. Maybe. like-
That does look a little tempting, huh?
Yeah, try to. And then you try to reroute your knight from B2 to C4. To go to D6.
क्या बात है?
Yeah.
Arshit bhai. Maybe knight D3 is coming in. Incoming. Knight D3
He
guys.
goes rook.
Oh, what?
He goes
shot castle.
castles.
Short castle, bad move here by Gukesh, because if Magnus finds D5, this pawn is pinned. This is very similar to that Nodirbek game, right? No,
Yeah.
which game? Some game where Sindarov Gukesh,
Uh-huh.
where he played D5 and Gukesh could sack the material.
Mm-hmm.
But here D5 means
You cannot
Gukesh
take.
will lose the pawn.
Yeah, you cannot take. The queen on E2 is going to be hanging. So D5 is a good move.
I don't know what.
Can you not
Gukesh
play
is
D3
thinking.
after D5 though?
Yeah, but doesn't it look so passive?
Yeah, then knight E6 can come
does.
perhaps.
Can even do like this and
Oh.
move away.
Magic.
भाग जाओ ऐसे कहीं दूर king saying to the rook कहीं दूर लेके जा
D5
मुझे. Wow.
D5 played. Very, very nice move found by Magnus. And the pressure is on Gukesh now. With 3.5 minutes on the clock, Magnus is really putting pressure. He's got D4. What a move. What a move.
Wow.
Bhai,
Love
what's-
this move.
what's
Like,
happening
look at this
actually?
creativity,
If
man.
queen
It's
D4,
gonna go.
he's just breaking the pin and he's saying I'm fine. But the question is, what happens if I take with the pawn? What has
Then-
changed?
He's going for this positional idea of knight D3 and putting his pawn to E5.
Wow.
And then saying that the bishop on A8 is much worse than my bishop on H1.
Wow, what an interesting
Concept. Yeah.
concept here.
Very creative.
And now
Wow.
Magnus just settles down in his chair. He's like, this kid plays well.
Yeah. I think he definitely knows that he's playing against the one of the best players in classical, the world champion Gukesh, and that's why Magnus really wants to do well to show the world that I'm still, I'm
Yeah.
still here.
I'm still holding fort here. I'm the best player in the world. And Gukesh himself has said that in many interviews that Magnus is the best. But then Gukesh is, waiting for his chance to overtake Magnus.
Absolutely. He's still far away, but the way he's rising the leaderboard and the way he's developing his game, he's getting closer and closer to his level. But right now, after
ये
D4,
D4 move बहुत ही crazy
crazy
move था.
idea.
It
Yeah.
it is a move which will actually shock your opponent for a while. He has to calculate it. You don't see that coming. So
Yeah.
such moves Gukesh is so good at finding.
I
Yeah.
definitely
Guys,
did
what
not see
about
it coming.
Queen just moving away? So that when you push E5, my knight can settle down here
That's a good idea,
and
Sagar
put
bhai.
pressure. Maybe.
And then we kind of see a very good
Very
version
good.
of French for black. So D4, Queen, E8 might be a good move.
Yeah.
Very.
For now, Gukesh is thinking, guys, we have 26,000 people watching this live. And guys, do like the stream. This is the last round of the qualification here. And maybe we'll have more games between Gukesh and Magnus in this tournament. 27,000 people.
Yes, no,
And
this
also
is
25,71,966 people subscribers. Guys, make it 72,000. We're just 33
Oh,
away.
he takes with the queen.
Queen.
EF,
GF.
GF.
Rook
And
BD1 blitzed
बहुत
out.
fast खेल रहा है Gukesh. And queen goes back for Magnus because he's like, if you take on d5, actually it's not falling also. You can't take. There are so many
So many
people.
defenders. Yeah.
But he wants to push now. But I think
But
knight
knight
d3.
h3 or knight d3 now?
Knight
Which
d3,
one?
knight f4 is what maybe his compensation
I
is.
like knight
Knight
h3 with the same idea of putting his knight to f4. I like
But
this
only
position for
f4.
white.
Nah, I think Harshit maybe you wanted to go knight d3, knight e5 options as well.
But knight d3, queen d4 check back. So I think Gukesh is playing for a win. He doesn't want to repeat right now.
Hmm.
Knight h3 trying to go to f4 and put pressure on Magnus. This is looking good for Gukesh right now and not good for my push-ups.
अभी तो मतलब Bar is saying भाई हर्षित भाई chill, no problem.
Sagar
All is
bhai,
well.
no chill because 4.5 minutes, the players have no idea about the evaluation and practically, I think that white is having some sort of a decent position right
Because
now.
why do you say so? Because the knight can sit here.
And the king is on c8 cannot castle because of the queen on e2. So, oof, 4 minutes. He made a move. Rook f8.
Oh, so are we castling not possible? Long castle is still possible, correct?
Yes.
Maybe he
Yeah,
wants
now.
to do that. Like knight
Yeah.
f4. Oh, but
Rook d8.
c4.
भाई Gukesh क्या ही खेल रहा है? He's playing on all sides of the
Love it.
board. He's like, I
Love
want
it.
to take this bishop away
And now long
and
castle is
weaken your
possible.
king.
He played it.
Wow.
But he
long-
touches rook first.
हाँ, but
No one is going to say anything, bhai.
it's like रुक जा मैग्नस तूने रुक को टच किया इलीगल मूव
Wow, wow. Nice.
Okay, what do you play now, Harshit? What's your guess? Your prediction?
Knight f4. I think knight f4 is coming.
Okay, let's go.
Knight f4 trying to go knight e6. I think it's coming. Yeah. Knight f4 putting pressure on the d5 pawn. The a8 bishop is also hanging.
Hmm.
We have a super chat by Archie Boy says, Sagar, you must seem to be unwell. Hope all good. No, I'm doing well, guys. Just had a very long night working and so feeling a bit tired. Will manage my time better today. Sleep more to get ready for commentary. Knight f4, rook comes into the center and all of a sudden Gukesh has the edge.
He has the edge and
Should
Wow.
I go queen h5 or queen c2? Like near
Amruta.
Hi, Amruta, let's
Queen
go.
h5.
this is incredible. Queen h5. 3 minutes for Gukesh, but I think that his time is not such a big factor right now. Maybe when he is down to 30 seconds, it could be, but now Gukesh is doing well.
Yeah. No, but also he's fighting against the strongest player, Magnus Carlsen, so it's not going to be easy. in the time pressure.
Not
Magnus
at all.
knows-
भाई क्या सागर
2
भाई.
minutes 30 seconds for Gukesh, 4 minutes for Magnus Carlsen. Magnus looks calm. Gukesh is completely zoned in. We are completely zoned in, guys. What is Gukesh's move going to be? Eh, He's pawn down. Let's imagine Queen h5. Do you think d4 creating a passer helps him?
It's possible giving up the f5 pawn, but making sure that black gets some counterplay with the pawn chain a7, b6, c5, d4.
Yeah, but b4 will come at some point, huh? Then you may have to worry.
Yeah, potentially b4 ideas. He is about to make a move. Let's see what he's played. Queen d3 played with the similar idea, putting
Take
pressure.
the
Check.
pawn.
How do you defend? Queen g4 or anything
Gukesh
else?
Magnus is about to make a move, by the way.
Yeah, Magnus will see that Gukesh has just 2 minutes 12 seconds and will try to push him on the clock. Meanwhile, guys, Fedoseev has fought back against Nakmaura.
Wow, he plays d4. Your
Pawn
idea,
push.
Sagar bhai. Sleepy but still very, very powerful.
Yes, he gives up the pawn भाई क्योंकि क्या होता है कभी कभी कोई चीज if it is not healthy you can give it up so that rest of the people are healthy, but now if you take here Harshit bhai and put the knight on d3 or first challenge the rook, then you have a blockader and you have a king side majority, which means that you can push, but to push against Magnus in an end game is never easy.
Not easy. The good thing working for Gukesh right now is that black's knight on a8 is very passive, and this is the moment where he needs to take advantage of the advantage development that he has.
Yes.
It's only a little time window you have that until the knight gets active, you have to make sure and improve your position.
He takes.
He
You're
takes
right.
the
He takes
queen.
on d7, rook d7.
And now I don't want to move my knight immediately because maybe the
d5, yeah, you
What?
want to
He
knight
moves
f6 is a threat. Big threat.
oh my god, so if you play knight c7,
That's a blunder.
knight f6 is a fork.
No time.
Oof. He's thinking. He looked around at the other boards. Maybe he's just making sure that he is in no trouble in terms of the standings. But rook e2 seems very logical, no?
Bhai, Aronian and Abdusattorov have drawn. So Abdusattorov is now on 3 points. So Gukesh is safe.
Gukesh is safe.
Why?
Gukesh is
Gukesh
safe.
is on also on 3, no?
No, 3.5. He's safe.
Ah,
Levon and Nodirbek are already below him. Even
Yes.
if he
awesome,
loses.
awesome. Rook g7,
30
exchanges
Gukesh
happening.
slightly better actually, but knight c7, and I think if the game goes
भाई ये तो
ये
इतना
नहीं।
solid draw भाई इतना नहीं रुको Gukesh will say
Classical chess also
Gukesh
does
will
this,
say
isn't it?
खेलना है फाइट करना है लेट्स गो नाइट
against
f4
Magnus, it's
knight d3 king g2 h3 थोड़ा king f3 थोड़ा g4
अरे सागर भाई,
थोड़ा
थोड़ा आप
h4
बोल रहे हो,
थोड़ा
black भी
g5
कुछ करेगा।
थोड़ा ऊपर भाई आजा भाई come on Yuki boy, you fought with Ding and everyone today, will you fight on or draw?
अरे पर even with all those थोड़ा करके भी कैसे? Because your knight sits on d3, but black has this nice pawn chain. So can you explain why this can be better for you? I mean, in what way?
knight f4
थोड़ा तो
played.
बताओ. Oh my
खेल रहा है भाई,
god.
fight कर रहा है.
सागर की खुशी.
Sagar
इतनी
bhai
खुशी.
wants someone to win.
Bhai,
इतनी
नहीं,
खुशी.
I want Gukesh only to win, but he's fighting on. That's the biggest thing. No, like Magnus used to do this.
Yeah.
And now Gukesh
Yeah.
is doing it to Magnus. It's just such a statement. He has
Amazing.
said, no draw, Magnus, let's fight.
Yeah. It is a
Guys,
very
थोड़ा ओपी हो जाए, थोड़ा ओपी.
थोड़ा तो चल रहा है इधर कुछ ना कुछ, but rook e7 might be an idea potentially for Magnus to go into the knight endgame, but it's a bit scary because white has a protected outside passed pawn.
Yeah, what move you're saying? Rook e7, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Rook e7. Let's see if Magnus takes that call here. Because, oh, he does it.
Oh wow.
And Gukesh looks behind. Actually, one thing Gukesh will see, by the way, guys, I made a mistake. Nodirbek is on 3.5. It's the same score as Gukesh.
Mhm.
Which means if Gukesh draws here, he secures his qualification.
But he has to draw. He cannot lose.
Yeah, if he loses, then Fedoseev ka game comes into the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's right now on 3, I think, no? 2.5.
Yeah, no, super nerve-wracking right now. Almost 30,000 of you watching, guys. The position is around equal, but in the end game, Magnus is a maestro.
Gukesh is
सर वो
thinking,
अलग एंगल दिखाना है क्या मैग्नस के कोई?
नहीं हो रहा है,
Yeah, we
नहीं
will
चल
set
नहीं
it
रहा है
up.
अमृता. I
अच्छा,
tried.
मेरे इसमें चल रहे हैं
चल रहे
ठीक है। वो एंड के लिंक्स है।
Oh! Bye.
Rook
Oh,
F5
keeps
played.
the rook on the board. वाह अमृता, क्या ही आपने बताया और हमने चलाया। ये तो खाली है, ये भी खाली है।
गाड़ी तो चलाने आती नहीं है तो एटलीस्ट ओबीएस चला ठीक से।
Knight e8, very interesting. Rerouting the knight to f6, protecting the pawn on h7, and then the rook can coming on e1.
Hey, but only 50 seconds
Yes.
for Gukesh.
Yes.
भाई मुझे तो लगता है कुछ भी हो सकता है ये गेम में। नाइट d6 मैग्नस
Still game on, guys. Game on. Amruta is also about to come back and join us for the exciting moments of this
I
game.
know,
Knight d5.
I have a feeling that he brings it back and then plays it finally, and Magnus can feel it. Something is wrong. Do you see it? Look at him.
Did he
Look at him.
blunder?
He
Or is
doesn't
it
like it.
D3? Can he go D3? Oh,
Yeah.
B3, knight e7. D2, he missed rook takes D6. That's what he missed.
Who
D2,
missed?
rook takes D6 is what he missed.
Oh, and the knight comes back.
Yes.
That's what. Brilliant. Harshit bhai decoding Magnus's expressions. क्या बात है हर्षित भाई.
Yes, that's what he missed.
And Gukesh, by the way, after doing this, look at his focus, guys. Look at his focus. Insane.
Can we go to the live board, please? Knight d5, and he's thinking in this position. Still
Did he
complex.
realize that? Did he realize that?
Yeah, Magnus saw it
Magnus saw it.
instantly.
Rook f7 played. Knight f6 check.
भाई किंग e7 ड्रॉ हो जाएगा ना, अभी तो ले लेगा ड्रॉ गुकेश.
But h7 pawn नहीं मारेगा ना.
Oh!
But then d3. No, I don't know if that's a
No,
good
by
idea.
D3
No,
is
you
when are
can't.
going
That is so
this is
risky, man.
queening,
He's
man.
queening, exactly.
No
King
way,
d8.
no way.
He's playing for a win.
By Magnus says Gukesh.
No, no,
जिस
no.
स्कूल के तुम टीचर हो,
Student हो.
Principal king d8. What a move by Magnus. Now Gukesh has to be careful. This pawn is running down the board, and Gukesh under
to
some
blunder.
pressure.
He is under pressure for sure.
Look
Knight
at him.
d5, knight e4 is coming. Wow.
Meanwhile, Magnus looking super calm here, super focused. He knows he has a chance. Gukesh looks at the clock. भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है दोस्तों.
20 seconds. He goes
Plays
knight
his
d5.
back.
Important.
Perfect move.
But
Only
knight
move.
e4 now.
And if d3 now,
Yeah,
then
if
this
D3
knight is hanging by.
अरे हाँ.
Knight e4 now.
अरे अमृता कौन से ग्लास से पी रहे हो पानी?
अरे अरे अरे.
Amruta's joke.
Just a little bit of.
Knight e4, d3, d2.
d3 d2 भाई यहाँ पे ये रुक ने बहुत ज्यादा मतलब क्या बोलते हैं
Pressure
लोन
पकड़ के
लेके
रखा
अब EMI बढ़ रहा है. Guys, really big risks taken by Gukesh, and now we don't know whether it will pay off or it will come to haunt him.
Wow.
But for now, we can see Magnus has simply zoned in. Gukesh, look at him, super focused, while Magnus.
Oh, he plays knight e4.
Oh, he
Knight
fights.
f5,
He
rook
goes for
e6.
the
Okay.
fight.
Knight f5, rook e6.
वापस आ रहा है रुक.
Interesting.
How risky this is with that pawn chain for Gukesh.
What happened? What happened?
Rook e6. अभी move नहीं हुआ
He's
है.
thinking,
Magnus is
he's
thinking.
thinking.
Magnus has 2 minutes, bhai. Gukesh has only 40 seconds. Manasvi says both want to win this game more than tournament situation.
Absolutely.
I agree,
Yeah.
Manasvi.
Wow. Magnus is trying to find. Did he go king d7?
Yes. He went king d7.
And now rook f6 is.
Kind of the only
Important.
move, but I
Kind of-
don't think Gukesh
Really?
will play that.
It's not easy. I
No,
mean,
no. What
other.
if you go back? Rook e2.
Oh, why?
Rook
If
e1,
rook
let's
f6,
say.
if you take knight takes, I'll win the pawn because d3 I have king f2, right? d2 I'm king d. My king can stop, so I will have 2 pawns.
Yeah, but it's
Maybe rook
risky.
f6.
Rook
Oh, he
e2
goes
played.
back. He goes back, and Magnus will start grinding now, guys.
Oh, no. Yes. This is very tough now with that pawn chain, which is a long-term advantage, that pawn chain. Huh?
Yes, he has 25 seconds, Gukesh right now, and Magnus has some time advantage. He's about to go king d6, I think. King d6 looks very logical to me. He goes
खेल
for
दिया
it.
भाई,
Because
खेल दिया
you
भाई.
can't bring your king out. Oh, that is
Yeah,
so
yeah,
annoying.
king.
Rook F2.
I
Rook
want. I
F2
can't
ja.
push the pawns also.
Rook F2.
Rook
Instead
F2.
of king
Yeah,
F1.
Very
good move,
interesting.
Good move, Amrita. Although the best move is rook e8, very tough to find.
Acha.
He
He
goes
plays
for it.
Mocha.
Amrita,
Amrita Mocha.
crazy
I-
form.
Arey, nahi form nahi, but this is a tough position. What is black have? King E5, what are you going to do now?
He plays b5. भाई Magnus वो side से तोड़ रहा है.
Whoa.
He's breaking, but g4.
No, he
Yeah.
goes for king f1, which is also fine.
Yeah, he's keeping steady there.
Takes 93 check आ रहा है
No,
क्या?
knight takes e3.
Knight takes e3. No.
Rook F2, king F2, take it.
This is looking decent for Gukesh now. Knight h6, takes. What's that endgame?
Oh, it looks
Oh.
pretty okay, no? With your king coming to defend,
Yeah.
then maybe your knight can become a little bit more adventurous to take the pawns.
Yeah. I feel black somehow needs to put pressure on the c4 pawn. Somehow, but I don't know how, because king c6 is not really a blunder. King
King
e5.
E5.
He goes
Tried
king E5.
to go knight d6.
By king e2
King
लेके
E2,
आओ.
king
King
E2
If
King
rook
E2.
e2,
Oh,
knight
score.
e3 double check, by the way, don't forget.
Huh?
Rook e2, knight e3 double check.
Nice one. It's a good
Oh.
one. Just to
Check.
shoot.
Very nice. So
Yeah,
check,
he
And
goes
if you
king
go-
E1. Why
Mate.
king E1?
which is also
Hey,
fine.
let's go to the board. King E1 was
King
played.
e1 is fine.
Knight d6.
Knight d6 attacking c4.
Yeah, or just rook b7. Both are possible.
You know, he played king E1 so that he wants to keep the second rank available for his rook to swing on B2 if at all at some point.
Yes.
Guys, 37,000 of you like the stream so that more people
हाँ,
can.
10,000 like पे लेके जाओ. And Gukesh here looking calm with 28 seconds. What about Magnus, guys? Magnus का क्या लग रहा है आपको expression देख के? Tension, tension.
Oof.
भाई को मुंह नहीं दिख रहा है.
No, I think he's just trying to decide between knight d6 and rook b7.
Love this
But he's down
intensity,
to
man.
40 seconds. I'm so glad because 2 minutes ka difference tha and Gukesh has managed for Magnus to
He
come
plays
down
knight
to that.
d6 and
Knight d6.
knight f4 by knight f4.
Quickly played, or he's
Very
thinking?
No,
Yeah.
he's thinking
Man.
knight d6 is on the board. If knight f4, if you take here, knight d3 check, no?
The endgame is super
Tougher,
tense. Not
It's-
easy.
tougher.
It's complex because there is an imbalance in structure, guys. White has a majority here. Black has only one pawn, and this pawn is weak. Black will get central pawns.
He goes knight
finds-
f4. He finds the best
knight
move.
f4.
Well done.
Very important.
कांटे की टक्कर
Kate ki
दोस्तों.
takkar. One of the best players in the history of chess versus the current world champion. It cannot get any better than this.
Yes. It's amazing. We are seeing something that might last for years. This rivalry, क्या पता? Knight f4. Fearless play by both.
Amruta slowly drinking tea from that cup. Rook c7 played.
I mean, rook c7. He's saying तेरा pawn मर रहा है अभी. Knight d3 check. King e4. Harshit bhai, what is the defense?
Arre, king e4, king e2, and you're about to
King
get mated. Rook f4.
Bye, bye,
Aaram
bye,
se.
bye.
Exactly. Be careful, man. No, knight c4 aa raha hai
King
na?
f5
check.
And
played.
then rook f4.
And now black is pushing or what?
Knight e6.
Magnus always trying to play for a win.
10, 9, 8,
Knight d5, black is
Blunder,
winning.
rook b7. But I think
Or
Gukesh
knight
wanted
c4?
to play knight c4,
No,
g4.
rook mar raha hai.
अरे रुक मर रहा है भाई क्या चल रहा है?
Sagar bhai, rook b7.
Oh, this is.
He wants to get in.
tough. No.
h3,
no.
but knight e4 now.
Gone. Knight e4,
Idea
g4.
mate. Rook
G4.
b1 mate. King e5.
Oh my god. Magnus has somehow, and Hikaru beats Fedoseev. So Gukesh's qualification is done, but Magnus is about to beat.
He plays it.
knight e4. Best move. Insane. Look at
Magnus
Carlsen.
knows it.
He knows.
just
पूरा ऐसे सीट में he is getting completely. He knows he's winning. He knows he's winning there. Gukesh meanwhile knows he's losing. These players are so good. They know instantly what's happening.
king e5 played. This variation has
wait.
happened. And rook b1 is a mate. Magnus just looks on the side.
Hey,
king
knight
f1.
g3 check. No, oh, pin hai.
Pin hai. Just d3.
1 second on the clock when Gukesh
Played
made the
it.
move last time. Okay.
मैग्नस
This is
हमेशा
over.
एंड में ही ले
Bhai,
लेता है
the-
यार गेम को.
One of the best players. The GOAT for a reason, Sagar bhai. What a game.
What a game. What a
Slowly
game.
grinding in the end game and finally the handshake.
Resigns. Oh, Magnus Carlsen beats Gukesh.
What a fight.
Game. Both wanted to win, and in the end, the experience triumphed. Gukesh tried his best. You can see him there. He doesn't look disappointed. I think that fight was key for him and more important than qualifying, I guess. But he has qualified. Magnus takes his jacket there. भाई मजा आ गया दोस्तों, मजा आया कि नहीं
Bhai,
दोस्तों?
crazy game, yaar. I mean, it was so fun to watch it, guys. Like you were all here cheering and supporting for both the players. It was so much fun, yaar. Incredible. अभी बाकी के गेम में क्या हुआ?
भाई Nakamura beat Fedoseev. So Fedoseev, I think, is the one who is out. Fedoseev and Aronian.
Oh, it was very important that Fedoseev does not win because otherwise it would be a tie break.
Break, yes, between 3 players. So now, but अभी ऐसे होगा ना, Magnus will finish in top 4 and he will say, Gukesh, I want you.
Bye bye. Crazy.
भाई कल तो फिर we'll see one more classical game. मुझे
No,
तो
but also till the end, Magnus did not have anything till the end. It was only that moment when it all changed. But this
Good,
is exactly the pressure
Guys,
which
full
makes
chat.
you make a mistake.
Full chat is going goat. Agreed, guys. Agreed. Magnus goat. इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है. Always playing. But आज गुकेश ने मतलब fearlessness दिखाया. He said
Absolutely.
that I
Except
want.
for OP, थोड़ा OP था वो, definitely. What you mentioned, he fought, he
हाँ,
continued, he could
he
have just
said
gone for a draw very
गुकेश
easily.
को draw नहीं चाहिए था. That was nice to see.
Yeah. No, I mean, I had a feeling कि draw तो नहीं होगा, but in the end somehow Magnus managed to. In the end game, he's just too good, Sagar bhai. Too good.
Magnus को he's so good that maybe he should think about writing book on endgame भाई.
But yes, guys, Gukesh OP भी हो जाए यार. What a fight he has given.
Gukesh OP, guys.
He's
Gukesh
a world
OP.
champion, yaar. I mean, come on, let's not take anything away from him.
Devnath says Gukesh's fighting spirit is so amazing.
Absolutely.
मतलब हार के भी जीतने वाले को
बाजीगर कहते हैं.
गुकेश
Ah,
कहते हैं भाई.
Bazi.
गुकेश A5.
Gukesh. Guys, if you all remember, we had launched Chespa meets Gookie book, and it's a
Oh.
very good time to check that out.
Is
It's
the
gonna be a
third
lot of
link
fun.
in the description, guys. मैंने डाला है अमृता. The link is there. If you want to get
Sagar,
story, life story of Gukesh. भाई हर्षित भाई आपने ऑर्डर किया कि नहीं?
कौन सा?
Chespa meets Gukesh.
I have
Guki.
not actually. I would love to read that book though. It seemed that I saw some animations in the small video that you made, and it looks like an awesome book. So it will be great to get a chance to read that book.
Yes, भाई. Buy it, भाई.
Huh?
You have to buy it.
Yeah, absolutely, Sagar bhai.
USA में भी हम शिप कर देंगे. सच्ची.
Deal.
Wow, but that means, one second, Gukesh is gonna play with Magnus again, right, in the classical tournament? I'm not
No,
sure.
but right now what will happen, Amrita? See, 8 players will qualify. One will choose from 5, 6, 7, 8. Imagine he chooses whoever he feels comfortable. Sindarov, I think, no? Sindarov का क्या हुआ भाई? हारा वो finally. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe Fabi wins. He might
Catch up.
catch up. Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like this game is very, very complex. कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Draw तो लग रहा है अभी फिलहाल कंप्यूटर को.
But look at the pawns. 3 pawns on the edge of the board. B6, F6 पे भी 2 passed pawns.
भाई
You can
आपका
choose your
भाई
opponent
10K
even if you're
likes
in
हो
top.
गए.
तो आपके पुशअप्स हो रहे हैं क्या सागर
भाई
भाई?
आपको कर रहे हैं पुशअप क्योंकि गुकेश का तो विन नहीं हुआ, तो 10K के लिए आपने बोला था कि आप करो नहीं. कर लो
सागर
भाई.
भाई.
भाई हर्षित भाई इतना बॉडी
अरे
वॉडी बनाए
अरे
हैं.
हर्षित,
He
इसको
was
भगाओ,
ready.
थोड़ा जॉगिंग का कोई बेट लगाओ, एटलीस्ट भागेगा वो उधर रिजॉर्ट में.
अरे अमृता तुम इधर आ जाओ, मैं भाग जाऊंगा.
कमीने, हाँ, रुक जा तू.
अमृता यू जस्ट तुम बोल सकते हैं, इशारा करते मतलब यहाँ से आई कैन डू अ शॉट.
He's lucky I don't have a passport right now.
मिथुन सुंदराजन says already pre-ordered Guki for my baby girl. अरे वाह मिथुन जी, थैंक यू सो मच.
वाओ.
वो थोड़ा जल्दी इंस्पायर हो जाएगी ना, पर और चलेगा जल्दी. अर्ली इंस्पिरेशन चलेगा, लेट नहीं. लेट होएगा तो फिर.
वाओ, व्हाट अ क्रेजी मैच दैट वाज यार. सागर भाई.
मजा आया.
Proud of Gukesh, huh? कुछ भी बोलो.
Proud of
Very proud
Gukesh,
of
proud
Gukesh and
of
very.
Magnus. Actually, you know what?
Nee,
I
but
always used to
Magnus,
think
we
कि-
are always
Oh. Draw.
proud, but this one actually Gukesh, Magnus did not. It wasn't easy for Magnus.
Yeah. No, definitely it was not easy. But one thing I must say is that I had this feeling कि has Magnus lost his touch a bit, you know, recently ये वो ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है.
कुछ
He is
भी नहीं.
still there, right at the top, and he just was a little rusty on day one.
Yeah.
He just brushed it off, and today he scored 3.5, right,
Mhm.
out of 4. तो किया उसने score. 4 में से 4 सिर्फ नहीं किया. Sorry, it's close.
Very close. 3.5 out
Oh,
of
it's
4.
over.
Incredible.
Wow, this is cool. Vincent, what happened? Draw, no?
Draw.
So do we have the standings here with the top 8 qualifiers?
अभी
who have
अभी
qualified?
वो दिखेगा क्या अपने को? Can we see like what who is going to choose whom वाला?
नहीं, I
scene?
don't know. Immediately दिखेगा क्या?
Maybe Abhyuday I will shoot. We'll put that up, guys. Who will select whom? But वो शायद अपने को देख कोई आप देख के अंदर
Sounds
देखने
like
जा रहे
Oh,
हो?
standings have come, guys.
हाँ,
Final
standings.
standings, just to quickly show you.
इतना एक्साइटमेंट तो मैंने मेरे खुद के रिजल्ट के लिए नहीं था.
बोर्ड के रिजल्ट के लिए इतना एक्साइटमेंट नहीं था हमारे पास.
दोस्तों, right now the standings have arrived, and to tell you, Gukesh has qualified
By
by a
a
whisker.
very small margin.
No, wait.
With 1 point.
बच गया. हाँ.
That's fine, but
So-
firstly, Blitz and Rapid are not his forte.
Okay, I
And
will tell
already
you,
he's improving and it's freestyle.
Alireza Firouzja will look at whom to select by इसमें से. I think he will choose Gukesh.
It's possible.
Possible है. Sindarov, Caruana, so Magnus को chance ही नहीं मिलेगा.
Choose करने
There
को.
is no chance that Magnus. So it could very well be no one chooses Nakmaura, and then Magnus and Nakmaura will play.
That will be crazy, bhai.
Wow. So I am thinking Firouzja, Gukesh, Sindarov will choose Keymer, Caruana will choose Nodirbek, and Hikaru Carlsen.
Yeah.
This is my take.
Mhm.
But maybe Firouzja can also choose Keymer. That is a little unsure for me. What do you think, guys?
Yes, the classical format is going to be from tomorrow. Is it the same time?
Yes, 1 p.m.
1 p.m.
local time, 5:30 p.m. Indian time. The format is 90 minutes plus 30-second increment for full game.
Mhm.
2 games. If 1-1 draw, we go into rapid. If that is 1-1 draw, then blitz 1-1 draw, then Armageddon. ऐसे करके there are several games.
Maybe I'll just check if any player wants
हाँ,
to
भाई.
do an interview.
भाई लेके आओ किसी को भाई. किसको लेके आओगे आप?
ये वापस आवाज गया देख. Don't move that thing, huh?
क्या
तेरा
सेव आ गया वापस.
ये जो opponent choose करने का सागर, this one thing where you actually have to choose your opponent, has it ever happened before? Because it does sound like I mean, you know, love marriage, you know, arranged marriage, right? ये एकदम ही ऐसा, like you have to choose your opponent. It's a little different.
It's
very
like
new,
love
I
marriage.
think. Love opponent. It's like you have to
One-sided.
choose your opponent.
One-sided because the other guy, whether he wants to
Doesn't
play
have
or
a
not,
choice.
we don't know.
Mm.
Gukesh bhai may not come, guys. Gukesh may come later because. So, guys, the format is like this. Now, bottom 2, Aronian and Fedoseev will play with each other for 9th place. That they are both are going to play separately. After their match is over in 2 days, they will join commentary. They will do other things. ऐसे जो top 8 players है, they will play the quarterfinal, semi-final and final. उसमें से quarter finals में what is the way in which top 4 players can choose for one opponent from bottom 4, but the 4th player does not get a chance क्योंकि top 3 when they choose, the 4th one that remains will get paired with 4th player that way. So by the way, Amruta, while you mentioned to people about the link in the description about Chespa meets Guki book,
Yeah.
it's a very good moment to show them a couple of pictures that we have had here, because this is something which is very cool that we have made. we decided not to increase the price for a few days more, and you can
Until
see
we
here,
get it.
this is the book, Chespa meets Guki the Golden Boy, and you can see this is the book. It has amazing things, 52 pages, 20 photo pages, high quality premium pages, 7 by 9 inches, so quite a big book, and some very
Can't
nice.
see it. In case you are showing something, then can't see it. Standings दिखा रहे हो ना?
अरे भाई भाई भाई, ये कैसे हो गया अमृता?
क्या हो गया इसमें?
ओह अच्छा,
ठीक है ना?
अरे
गड़बड़ से चल
यार,
रहा है।
नहीं नहीं,
क्या
बड़बड़
हुआ?
कैसे, मैं पिक्चर दिखा रहा था. Sorry guys, ये रहा. This is the book. This is what we have made. This is where I was saying.
हाँ,
क्या ही अमृता, अच्छे से बचाया तुमने मेरे को.
correct.
Amazing guys. अमृता is savior.
अभी तो तुम बोले भाग जाने वाले थे तुम.
तो
अभी
भाग
क्या
रहा हूँ
करे?
savior से.
मैंने Is this book available on Amazon? Once we get it in, we don't. That's the problem, guys. If anyone has any idea, let us know. We don't know how to put something for pre-order, and ये थोड़ा weak है Amazon में हमारा understanding अभी तक.
And this one, and then these are the pages. Very nice, very cool book made by Amruta Ketki. Ketki is the main illustrator.
Yeah,
Hafiz, all
Ketki
of
is the
them.
author, and she's really worked hard on this, and it's amazing.
हाँ, तो ये देख लो दोस्तों, while we are trying to get a player to join us. And also there is one more link which we wanted to promote. It's called Check Metal, which is a very
Yeah,
nice
somebody
thing.
in the chat also said that they tried Check Metal and they really enjoyed it.
हाँ, can someone tell us what has been your experience? The first link in the description. It's called Check Metal. It's like Wordle. Pairings आ गए?
Oh, by the way, Nikhil Roshan is saying मुझसे पूछ लेना था. I run a publishing house. It is an easy process on Amazon KDP. What are you saying?
क्या बात
Nikhil?
कर रहे हो?
नहीं,
भाई,
not Kindle.
निखिल
Amazon
रोशन जी,
KDP, I
हमको
don't
थोड़ा
know,
help
not
कर दो.
Kindle. Ebook is different, but I am talking about coming on Amazon in physical format before we don't have the copy for pre-order. Do you know that? यार बहुत ही बढ़िया हो जाएगा if we get to know how to
निखिल
do
जी.
that. Kaushik says you have a nice large international viewer base. Will be great if these books can be sold on Amazon.
हाँ.
Yeah, we're gonna have an ebook also after some like days.
नहीं, but anyway, we are shipping right now from our shop to the world. So but just थोड़ा shipping cost है, but otherwise
हाँ.
it is, anyone ordering from anywhere across the globe, we are
Hi Sagar, Sumit Bhattacharya ji.
pairing आ गया, pairing आ गया.
Oh wait, Sumit, I'll read later, but let's look at the pairing. ठंडी है क्या तुम जैकेट
नहीं,
पे
लोग
chain
बोल
वैन
रहे
लगा
pairing
दिया
आ
है?
गया, pairing आ गया.
हाँ, pairing तो आ गया है. ये देखो, सागर वर्सेस अमृता.
Guys,
सागर भाई आपको डीएम कर रहा अपना नंबर इंस्टा पे, ईमेल भी, हैप्पी टू हेल्प.
thank you भाई.
थैंक यू. अरे आपका ट्रैवल था और ये अमेज़न का आ गया, मतलब कनेक्ट नहीं हो सकता था ना, सो इट्स ग्रेट. सो कूल.
अभी तक pairing मुझे तो नहीं दिख रहा है दोस्तों चेस रिजल्ट्स पे, बट हर्षित भाई विल ब्रिंग द न्यूज़. यहाँ पे कोई प्लेयर को भी लेके आ सकते हैं.
Please bring the news. Sounds good. By the way, Sagar, look at this. I really, तुम्हारे हाथ का चाय यार, कितना टाइम हो गया. अभी मेरा चाय ऐसे बनता है.
अगर इसमें से पियोगी तो जो तुम्हारे दिमाग में आइडियाज आएंगे वो भी तो आएंगे.
The whole point is, guys, life is not shit. इसके लिए जो कमी है,
Prag be like, मैं लेगा तेरा बदला, will crush Magnus for this game, says Sagar Wagule. Prag will play against Magnus in Paris now, where they will play this very interesting match. I mean, this tournament in Paris leg. वहाँ पे Prag, Gukesh and Arjun, all three will play. I'm very much waiting for the pairings. My feeling is Firouzja, Keymer, Sindarov, Gukesh, Firouzja, Keymer, Sindarov, Gukesh, Caruana, Nodirbek एंड मैग्नस हिकारू. ये दिस इज माय फीलिंग. एक्चुअली मैग्नस एंड हिकारू का एक दूसरे से लगना काफी हद तक कंफर्म्ड है.
अरे आज का तो खत्म हो गया ना
हाँ, it's done.
एक्चुअली. ओह, I'll stop recording.
What were you recording, अमृता? अच्छा,
Last, हाँ,
बढ़िया है भाई.
last.
We had almost 40,000 people watching, yeah, Amruta, the game.
Insane. The interest of freestyle. I mean, it's really amazing what they could manage.
Guys,
to
now
do.
you have seen 2 days of freestyle. तो जरा बताओ ना कि कैसा लगा. How did you feel? कैसे लग रहा है ये फॉर्मेट? अमृता जरा देखो ना कैसे लग रहा है.
Checking people's opinions.
पैसा
यहाँ
वसूल,
पे.
नाइस.
Amazing, says
फालतू.
Abhinav.
It's all Magnus. Amazing. Same as Champions Chess Tour. Classical better. Good. Awesome. ठीक ठाक.
Poll डालो. Poll
Sagar,
में we can
please
put
give
you
a-
love it, you like it, you find it okay, or you don't like it. We can have 4.
ओ हमारा पॉडकास्ट आ गया क्या अमृता? मेरा, विदित और समय का.
I think so. People in the chat were saying Vidit has roasted you.
हाँ, that I saw. There is one video on by Cyrus. He didn't roast me. Cyrus Brocha did a podcast with Vidit, and in that he
Ah.
mentioned बहुत interesting था. He was saying like सागर भाई, विदित बोला सागर भाई सागर भाई जब बोलते हैं तो निधि वॉचेस. तो वो बोला कि ऐसा कौन है ये आदमी जो सिर्फ उसके लिए उसको बताता है आप जाते हो इतने दूर तक खेलने. वो बोलता है नहीं वो उसको नहीं, वो कमेंट्री करते, सबको बताते, वो सुनती है. थोड़ा इट वाज फनी द वे ही सेड इट.
Nice. Oh, Cyrus Brocha ka he did. So cool.
या. अर्नूप गोस्वामी, थैंक यू फॉर बिकमिंग बैकर ऑफ इंडियन चेस. एक मिनट जस्ट मैं देख के आऊं क्या हो रहा है.
आराम से. I'll check the comments. I'm checking the
हाँ.
comments. It's good.
अब देखो फ्री स्टाइल का क्या रिस्पॉन्स है. लाइक जस्ट लाइक ऑथेंटिक रिस्पॉन्स देखो अमृता. रीड ऑल
Authentic, better
गुड
than
बैड
class.
एवरीथिंग.
Uh-huh. Liking it better than classical. Interest. Tanmay Devi says interesting positions for sure. I feel a longer time format may be more fun.
अरे.
Wow. That's then to even further.
लेट्स गो.
Somebody's
आसिफ भाई आप ही
there.
बैठो.
Cool guess. Some cool guess.
Guys, we have a guest joining in with us right now. The one and only Javokhir Sindarov. He played amazingly well. Javokhir, if you can join in, congratulations.
He's not in the frame.
If you can come a little bit inside because
Yeah, okay.
our camera is a little bit, or I can move the camera a little bit
Ah,
this way. Huh? Yeah.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Mr. Shagar. I think I was played first day very well, but yeah, second day I was a little bit tired, and I need to take a rest. Just my best game. Last game I was played like I don't know what can I say. Yeah, but I was played very bad. But the tournament was very interesting, and I was enjoying all of my games.
What was your favorite game, like out of all the games that you played?
I think
I will guess.
Okay.
Beating Magnus.
I think I was played very good against Magnus and against Fedoseev, also a very good game. This two was my best games, I think.
And what is it about chess 960 or freestyle chess that is bringing such great play within you? Is it something that you used to practice before, or how is it? Because everyone is amazed with the level you have shown.
Before, I was played amazing qualification system. I think, I was played very good, beat many top grandmasters. Then, organizers was invite me inside of Mr. Vichy. I was very happy to play here. I think, I was play very good this freestyle chess because I don't need a lot of prepper. So that's why maybe it's that reason, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean tomorrow is the classical
Yeah,
format.
tomorrow, yeah, classical format I think will be much
Have you
different.
chosen your opponent?
Yeah, didn't choose. I think we will choose in dinner or
Dinner.
Oh, in dinner?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, we were going to stream till you guys choose. So now we have to end.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who I will choose, but yeah, doesn't matter because everyone was here.
Yeah, good, yeah.
Great players, yeah.
Yes. But do you have a preference? Because these are the 4 players who are at the bottom 4. I can just.
Can you show me
Yes.
after 9
These
rounds?
are the 4 players. So
Yeah, okay.
there is Nakamura,
Vincent.
Vincent, Nodirbek, and Gukesh.
Yeah, in my opinion, Alireza was take Vincent. Yeah, yeah. I don't know who will I choose. Yeah.
You have your countrymen Nodirbek to choose from, world champion, and Nakamura.
Yeah, I
So-
think probably I will not choose Nodirbek.
Yeah, you don't want to play your own country.
Yeah,
player.
maybe Nakamura, maybe Gukesh. Yeah, okay.
Ooh,
Yeah,
very interesting.
Very interesting.
amazing players too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, tomorrow
But
you
how
are
did you-
playing and you have to take some rest as well. It was great
Amruta
to.
has a question.
Yes, yes.
Ah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, but it was very last moment that you got to know that you're playing here. So you prepared and all. How is it? Like,
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
yeah, it was very last moment that you got to know, right? That you're playing here. So how did
Yeah.
you prepare?
Yeah, but yeah, the guys was playing in Tata Steel. Yeah, I have 2 weeks to prepare. So yeah, I was prepared. Yeah, I just look their games and yeah, prepare for this chess. Yeah, it's amazing.
Amazing, yeah. Huh.
Yeah, I was look some around 100 position just
Oh,
for
wow.
yeah, just for understanding. Yeah, I was analyzed with computer 5 or
Alone
4.
or with a coach?
Yeah, alone.
Alone.
Yeah, and then I was solve many puzzles because here you cannot see in 2 moves some winning
Tactics,
some
yeah.
winning tactics. That's why yeah, I was solve many puzzles.
Yeah. And in fact, before you go, Javokhir, we want to tell you, we were remembering that time when we first met you in Abu Dhabi Open in 2015,
Yeah,
where you were so young, you were like 8 or 9 years old, and I was so afraid of you, and you crushed me in blitz. At that time, you were 1900 or 2000 or something like that, but you were so strong, and today you are one of the best in the world, so it's amazing.
And,
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I also remember when you played. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I had in Abu Dhabi 2-1 rating.
2-1, yes.
I was 9 years old. Yeah, it was not bad. I think. Yeah, it was. I was played very well this tournament. I think I was plus at 80 points.
Oh, wow.
In classical, in rapid, I was beat 3 grandmaster.
Yes.
Oh.
I was very happy.
Exactly, I had no chance.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
But thank you, Javokhir, for
Yeah, yeah.
coming here.
thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Guys, that is Javokhir Sindarov from Uzbekistan, one of the rising talents of the country. I mean, can't say just talents now. He is number 2 in the country behind Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and has played a brilliant tournament, finishing joint first with Alireza, Firouzja, and Harshit Bhai. Always goes somewhere and brings gold. I'm just waiting for the time when he starts playing tournaments because the guy is amazing. Bhai.
अरे
He's
सागर
gonna
भाई it
bring
was
gold
मजा आ
and
गया.
Sagar, when he will play tournaments also. So
अमृता
do
क्या
that.
मजा आ गया यार. I mean, it was also the epic match of Gukesh Magnus. Magnus was also giving some interviews
अच्छा,
outside. He looked
Magnus
in a
भाई को
better
लेके आ
mood.
सकते हैं?
No, it's not.
मैं try करूँ?
No, he already gave 2 interviews, so
वो छोटे रहेंगे. Try कर दो.
he's in take now, so I don't know how long.
बाद में करेंगे आराम से.
Yeah,
देख के आता हूँ मैं. अभी हर्षित
हाँ,
भाई
ठीक
है
है.
इधर 1 मिनट.
yeah, sure.
हाँ, कोई अगर और बिकॉज अभी सब प्लेयर्स थोड़े रिलैक्स्ड रहेंगे. बाद में सब ऑलरेडी दे विल गेट ये.
Yeah, he was very sweet. Yeah, Sindarov was very jolly kind. Oh, he couldn't.
Yes.
Sindarov was very jolly kind of a person when he came, and it was so cool. Like because I think it was the first time like on live.
Yeah,
we
and
interacted
also-
with him. So thanks to you.
Yeah, I mean he's also kind. Like we've played in so many age group tournaments together. Like we
Oh.
obviously have seen each other a lot. So I think that dynamic makes it a lot more easier for us to always ask questions and talk with him. But super nice of him to join, because tomorrow also it's not a rest day. They have a big decision to make, whether he will play Gukesh or whether he will play Hikaru. So very tough decision to make by dinner.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, what happens if he chooses Naka? Then Gukesh will get paired with either.
I mean,
Or you know-
it is very possible that Magnus plays against Hikaru, or Magnus Gukesh be possible. Yeah, it's not out of the question.
Possible, हाँ? अरे let's hope क्या ही मजा आएगा अगर कल मैग्नस गुकेश लगेगा तो it would be epic. But how is the mahol inside? Like so right now when it is all over, were there players inside? Were they all outside? How is it?
Oh my God! Look who we have.
Some breeze here.
Yeah. Again.
Yeah.
Join them. Oh.
Guys, we have Magnus, who's joined in here.
प्रेम मध्ये आलं ना.
Magnus just won his game against Gukesh. And Magnus, how was the game?
The game was quite interesting. My first impression from seeing the starting position was that it was not a particularly dangerous one for Black. So I was quite happy to see that. I thought we'd probably have a fairly quiet strategic position. And yeah, I was already thinking when he played the move f4 that, he might want to castle kingside at some point, and now his king is a little bit weakened. So, but of course it's all like pretty normal. So, I think, yeah, this was nice. Just preparing the
Knight at 6 was really. I think you wanted to trade the bishop.
yeah, just preparing the exchange. So I feel like all of these moves are quite reasonable. Yeah, I saw that the engine didn't like this, but I mean d4.
Oh, d4.
D4,
Very
fe4, 95. Yeah, we'd probably find this in a classical game, but in a rapid, it's queen e2 is very natural. But now I already felt like
This was nice.
I had some initiative here. If he takes this, I go rook e8, and then I can castle later on, and his king feels pretty exposed. So yeah, this was all quite normal. But
Did you expect d4?
yeah, I expected d4. Like, okay, I was briefly hoping that he might not play, because then I have a very good position. But my intention was just to take like this, e5, castles. But then, I don't know, I lost heart a little bit. I didn't really believe in that position too much. I thought maybe it's easier for white to play. So I decided just to play it really safe. Yeah, obviously I hadn't seen
Queen
queen e8. So that was a bit too difficult for me. And also, yeah, I don't know. I thought this was alright, rook e8.
Here it felt like the position should be around equal, right?
Yeah, I feel
Or do you think white is pressing?
yeah, maybe white is objective like very slightly better, but I have this concrete asset with a pass pawn, which means that I think in practical terms, like it's quite equal. So I think what he did here was quite normal, but here I think the sensible thing to do was yeah, to do something like this. And if I trade the rooks, I'm a little bit worse here. So yeah, I would probably go for this and 96. But even here, just trade the rooks and.
He tried to overpress, or you think he misplaced his pieces?
Yeah, maybe Gukesh is always very ambitious, so maybe he was trying to win somehow. But it didn't feel realistic at all. maybe he misevaluated this, thought that with my protected pass pawns he should not trade rooks, but yeah, it's just not a dangerous position for him at all.
When did you feel you are getting this chance now?
No, first of all, we had this moment where he picked up his knight. Yeah.
Yes. We saw your expression.
Yeah.
I think D3, right?
Yeah, I was playing D3, and then like
D6, right?
he went knight E5 after all, and then I thought, isn't D3 winning? But then
Rook
I thought, well, I should double check this, and I found the refutation, of course. Here I think, yeah, going for the pawn is very dangerous. I get the knight to E4, and now he goes to I should go to to E7 probably. Oh, okay. It's apparently it's drawn regardless. But it does, with my activity,
It
like
looks dangerous.
yeah, it feels a bit dangerous for him. So what he did is very sensible check. But here, yeah, I didn't really understand why he didn't want to exchange rooks. And yeah, I thought it's just yeah, we trade king f2, knight e7, trade knight f4, and it's just a draw.
Right.
So yeah, so here he was clearly panicking a little bit. Rook f2 as well. Now I get b5, and he has to start making some really good moves in order not to get in any trouble. King e5. Yeah, I guess he should have traded rooks, but it's not a pleasant thing to do, right?
How exactly?
Like this, here, knight f4, because king here, king f5 is just lost. This I actually saw. And then knight comes to e5. So he has to go here. I was thinking king e6. And now this knight b2. Ugh, looks really yucky.
Yeah.
But I guess the knight comes to a4 as well, attacking the pawn. So I suppose it's a draw. But yeah, king e1, knight d6, knight f4 he found, which is the only way. Rook c7, I think is the only reasonable way to keep the game going, because I'm protecting the pawn. And here there were I did feel like there were chances. I don't understand what this does. King e4. Isn't this? Oh yeah. Okay, it's a draw. Yeah, it's a draw. Because he has rook f6, and then the rook goes back and attacks the pawn regardless. Okay. How do we go back? Yeah. Now, yeah, of course, knight d5 is a blunder, but this is very, very tough at this point. Yeah, rook b7 and h3 was again panic, but at this point, yeah, it was clearly lost.
At this point, the entire chat was like, we had close to 40,000 people. They were like, endgame goat. You made that. You converted it into a win.
Yeah, honestly, this is my point about the pass pawn, is that even though my pieces were passive earlier on, I have a clearer target, because I have this protected pass pawn that if it breaks free, I'm just gonna win. So that always made the position a little bit more difficult for him. The time situation as well, like as soon as the choices became really difficult, it was very, very hard to hold. So I'm not gonna blame him too much for losing there, because it was at some point it was very tough.
Right. And lastly, Magnus, now your fourth, maybe it's very likely that you might face Hikaru because of this rule that was changed, that you have people.
But regardless, I would have played him, because he's
yes.
fifth. So in the end, it probably is not going to matter. I mean, the only other option is that somebody picks Hikaru instead of Abdusattorov. That would probably be Fabi with the third choice, and yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. But you know, these guys are all very strong, and in order to win the tournament, you have to beat 3 of them. So I think Hikaru raised his level quite a bit today. If he if he continued to play as he did yesterday, I think he could have been in some trouble today. But yeah, the way it happened, he's playing quite well, and it's going to be a tough opponent.
Thank you, Magnus.
And today also, I mean, you had mentioned that you were looking forward to play with Gukesh. So finally, to conclude it, how was it? Like, would you put it as?
Yeah, it was interesting enough. He's, as always, like, he's playing ambitious, very concrete chess, and you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But the fact that he made seven draws, is that it?
Yeah,
It's
7 draws,
crazy.
2
Like,
losses.
considering the positions that he had winning positions, losing positions, the way they all seem to end up in a draw, like, this has to be studied, because that was so unlikely.
Yeah, and congratulations, by the way, to you and Ella. Like, it's the first time we are talking after your wedding, so wonderful memories from last year. Also, I'm missing it over there, yeah, to meet Ella.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's been a great month.
Thank you, Magnus.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Guys, Magnus Carlsen joining us and showing us his beautiful win against Gukesh, the endgame grind, for which he's so well known, and he did that. And we have 8 players now, Amruta, and
Sagar, we got to see the whole analysis of Gukesh versus Magnus from Magnus himself, and I don't know how many times this has happened. Maybe the first time or what? Like a game on live stream from move number 1 to last move. Like, it was incredible to hear his thoughts, to see what he was looking at. And I was so glad that he showed that knight c4 variation, because you remember in live stream I was wondering what's happening for that. So it was a
Yes.
draw. So it was
Oh.
so cool. And we used to Anish, coming immediately after the game. So
yeah, no,
it's
I mean,
always,
I think it was very nice to have thoughts of any strong player who joins us, especially because this game was so exciting. I really thought it was nice. So I asked Magnus if he would be okay to show the game, because he had just finished his interview in Take with David
Yeah.
Howell, who is his very good
no,
friend.
game is good. I mean, it's always, I think it's cool if we can get to hear his thoughts, even very quickly for the important moments. Here on live stream, we'll learn so much.
Yes, and Harshit Bhai went and saw Magnus, so that was very nice. And I think
Yeah.
we
And how
had.
did you go? Like, you were like, nahi, पूछते तो है. That
मुझे
was
ऐसा
so
feel-
cool.
you
Like,
know,
I also thought that.
There's one
way you
feel
want
I
to-
have of in general events where I know that players will feel a little bit relaxed right now, or when they don't feel relaxed. So I had this feeling that because the pairing is not yet out, as Harshit came and told me, because if the pairing was out, I think most of them would have said no. But because the pairing was going to be decided at dinner, I got this sense that they have now this free 1 hour. So
इसमें
I
तो
took
तुम
my
ये
chance.
sense में तो तुम world champion हो in coverage.
Just
So
थोड़ा-
okay,
थोड़ा
there are
chance.
some times definitely I'm like, अभी
Okay,
पूछते हैं, अभी
best,
interview चाहिए,
the
but then we don't
worst
get it,
that would
but-
happen would be no, right?
No.
So it was just a chance,
No से क्या ही डरने का ना सागर,
right?
है ना, पूछ
And
के तो
I
देखने
think
का
all
ही.
the players left. Otherwise, we could have gotten Hikaru here, who played really well. But guys, Hikaru versus Magnus, kya hi? And if Alireza,
Gukesh versus Magnus again.
no,
and
not
again
now,
and again.
and semi-finals में हो सकता है. So the thing is,
अच्छा.
I'm very, very interested to see whether Alireza will choose Gukesh, Vincent, or Nodirbek. That is a tough thing. It's not clear.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm actually very, very interested, and we have Harshit Bhai joining in. Harshit Bhai, bye.
That was crazy, Sagar bhai.
हर्षित भाई,
यार,
आपने
Sagar
जो
bhai.
वेरिएशन
हाँ,
दिखाया वो उसने बराबर
देखा था
अपन ने
भाई.
वो एक्सप्रेशन भी देखा सब कुछ, and then it's a great shot. It's a shot where D3 Magnus's expression, Harshit's analysis, then Magnus's explanation after the game.
Cannot
It's
believe
so
this
good.
was what a day. Are we got to not only see the match but also his opinion and his like thought process during the game. I think today was probably my favorite day.
Yes, it was amazing, and I think we had lot of people tuning in. Even like generally day खत्म होता है तो कम होते हैं.
Mhm.
We had like 7K, but then people saw Magnus went to 10K again. So very cool. Is Hikaru here? Or
No, no.
He left.
He left.
Everyone left.
Everyone left.
Okay, so it's time for us to also leave and do some work because we have many games to analyze. Also to do some videos we want to publish. Also Abhyudaya will.
भाई CBI OP हो जाए यार. क्या ही
अभ्युदय को
broadcast.
हाई तो करा दो. Where is he?
Abhyudaya शायद coverage करता रहेगा. I'll try to
अच्छा
call
इधर
him.
नहीं है
Yeah,
ना.
should I call him?
नहीं नहीं
Is he
I
here?
thought he is here. तो कल बुला लो.
We can just call him to ask him his opinion. अंदर था वो पूरा time कि क्या हुआ. Because guys, Abhyudaya was full time inside. Pairing will come in dinner, guys. So we'll publish a video directly.
मतलब खाना खाने जाना ही पड़ेगा सागर. That's cool.
No, I am
Yeah.
going for dinner because dinners are very
Ah.
interesting. Actually, I want to show a picture to our chat. Oh, my phone got switched off. Okay, I will. One second, I can show it, Amruta. This is what happened after dinner yesterday.
Oh, the one which you took all of you, yeah?
Yeah,
With Levi
yeah.
and everyone. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
no,
was
no,
nice.
don't
You want, I'll
reveal,
send you.
Amruta. Don't reveal.
Ah,
मतलब बताता था ना मैं ऐसे दिखाता.
हाँ हाँ हाँ. समझता नहीं है कभी कभी.
नहीं.
इसलिए but मजा आ गया.
हो गया ना stream तो.
आ जाओ भाई. हर्ष.
अरे आप बैठो.
We have Abhyudaya Bhai here with us. And Abhyudaya Bhai,
Hey,
how are you?
कैसे हो?
Yellow. Because guys, Abhyudaya is here with us and we are covering the event together while me and Harshit commentate. Abhyudaya is inside the playing hall all the time and bringing us all the things that are happening within. So Abhyudaya, how was it? How was the experience of covering this event 4 hours inside? क्या फर्क लग रहा है आपने तो? He has covered World Championship. He has covered all the top events in the world, Olympiads and so on. So what is the feeling here like?
I mean, of course, I've seen Gukesh. I mean, everyone top players play. I think, but the format is, I think, is different. And I'm not there. Sorry. I think the part where they everyone goes and starts discussing the opening. I think that was pretty interesting to see.
No, that is new.
Yeah, I mean that's a new thing. But rest, I think, I mean, I didn't understand chess, but yeah, it was very nice. The overall
Similar.
setup.
चेस बहुत ही मुश्किल है. ये वाला चेस समझने
By
को.
normal only, I was not able to understand anyway. So this is like ulta.
And Gukesh Magnus game, did you feel a little bit of pressure in the room or how was it?
Yeah, I think even the players, I guess, I mean, it was. I think I heard somewhere the end game was very intense or something. no?
Yes, it was a draw. And then Magnus
Oh, yeah.
found some great moves. Also, there were some expressions.
Yeah,
Magnus
that
did
is why I
this.
was like, yeah, he did do that.
Yes.
Is that when night something like that?
Yes, we have the moment. Magnus also
Yeah.
came to our
Oh,
studio and
acha.
showed like what he saw. So it is nice. And also, guys, if you are following Chessbase India on Instagram, on YouTube, everywhere, all the shorts and reels are majorly done by Abhyudaya. So he is the
In fact,
creative
last
head.
Weisenhaus, there was a very famous one which he compiled very beautifully. He edited Magnus
Galsun
and
Leia.
See, that is the reason why
Yes.
So he has played a role in
the second version is going to be out soon.
अच्छा आज मिला?
Oh.
मिला तो है पर I'm trying कि बढ़िया
Don't
मिलेगा
reveal,
तो
don't
मिला है
reveal.
मिला है.
Let's keep the
Amruta's
keep
idea
the
only.
secret then.
Amruta is like the pre-wedding planner and all. पूरा किसी को बनाना है तो भाई उनको अमृता को मैसेज कर दो. She'll,
But अभी मस्त looking forward and
Polly
I
Walnut
think
says king of shots.
अरे भाई
yeah king of
अभ्युदय
shots.
भाई little
King
doubt
of
that you
shots.
covered cookie hugging his father close up. कौन सा है भाई?
हाँ
Sat-
वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप का I think वो I think when
Travel
Guki
That
and
is
father,
Aditya भाई.
अखिल रोशन बोल रहे हैं
हाँ,
मेरा भी
Aditya.
एडिट कर दो अभ्युदय भाई मौत आती है एडिट करने में.
जिंदा हो ना
हाँ भाई पैसा दो करता हूँ.
अरे अभ्युदय भाई आई थिंक
Big fan
गाइस
son of
जैसे हम
Yes.
लोग ये करते थे डॉक्टर चेस वैसे अभ्युदय का एक डॉक्टर एडिटर
Shots
करेंगे
करेंगे
so
डॉक्टर शॉट्स
people
करेंगे
can come with their
Clips
video and
channel
you
पे.
one day you will guide them how to make shots.
Sure.
Sure.
भाई मैं ही पेशेंट हूँ भाई.
सही है मजा आया भाई.
Dinner picks.
हाँ dinner pic because everyone
अच्छा, you
wanted
were-
to see. I
हाँ,
was
he
showing
going
them.
to show something.
अरे हमेशा कोई
Pic.
अलग ही पिक आ जाता है यार
ऐसा अगर
मैंने
तुम लीक कर दोगे
भाई.
कुछ तो अभी तू थोड़ा पहले तो वापस जा एक तो
हाँ ये रहा ये
जिधर
वाला
था उधर.
सॉरी
अरे आपने लिया है वो डिनर का? Did you mention that it was like a 2 Michelin star restaurant?
एश
अरे
मुझे नहीं
अमृता.
पता. अरे मैंने कुछ तो रिवील किया जो करना नहीं था तो अभी मुझे नहीं पता कि क्या करें.
गाइस ये पिक्चर कैसा
अच्छा.
है
भाई आ जाओ.
Oh.
This is a nice picture we took yesterday with Harshit Bhai in the frame. We have Levi Rosman, James who is commentating, Anna Kramling, Botes sisters, Jules Gambit, and Tanya. So I think it was a very nice dinner we all had together actually. Actually we didn't have together. We were all sitting on a table and in the end we saw अच्छा एक photo ले सकते हैं. Yes, guys, we will also see if Tanya we can call some, but she's so busy with her broadcast. उनका खत्म हो गया broadcast, हर्षित भाई? अच्छा, maybe we will call later.
Yeah, we have every day we should call new people, and then it will be nice. Right now, you guys go to
ठीक है.
dinner because there's pairing and it's very important. And then, okay, we'll catch up.
Thank you. Bye, Amruta. Thank you so much.
Oh.